Section 28 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Thomas Kuzmarski. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Chapter 27 of Friendship. Having considered the proceedings of a painter that serves me, I had a mind to imitate his way. He chooses the fairest place and middle of any wall or panel wherein to draw a picture, which he finishes with his utmost care and art, and the vacuity about it he fills with grotesques, which are odd, fantastic figures, without any grace, but what they derive from their variety, and the extravagance of their shapes. And, in truth, what are these things I scribble, other than grotesques, and monstrous bodies made of various parts, without any certain figure, or any other than accidental order, coherence, or proportion? Desinit in piscem mulier formosa superne. A fair woman in her upper form terminates in a fish. Horace de Arte Poetica, v4. In this second part I go hand in hand with my painter, but fall very short of him in the first and the better, my power of handling not being such that I dare to offer at a rich piece, finely polished, and set off according to art. I have therefore thought fit to borrow one of Estienne de la Boetie, and such a one as shall honour and adorn all the rest of my work, namely, a discourse that he called Voluntary Servitude. But since those who did not know him have properly enough called it Le Conte Un, he wrote in his youth, not being as yet 18 years old, edition of 1588, by way of essay, in honour of liberty against tyrants, and it has since run through the hands of men of great learning and judgment, not without singular and merited commendation, for it is finely written, and as full as anything can possibly be, and yet one may confidently say it is far short of what he was able to do. And if in that more mature age, wherein I had the happiness to know him, he had taken a design like this of mine to commit his thoughts to writing, we should have seen a great many rare things, and such as would have gone very near to have rivalled the best writings of antiquity, for in natural parts especially, I know no man comparable to him. But he has left nothing behind him, save this treatise only, and that too by chance, for I believe he never saw it after it first went out of his hands, and some observations upon that edict of January 1562, which granted to the Huguenots the public exercise of their religion, made famous by our civil wars, which also shall elsewhere peradventure find a place. These were all I could recover of his remains. I, to whom with so affectionate a remembrance, upon his deathbed, he, by his last will, bequeathed his library and papers, the little book of his works only excepted, which I committed to the press. And this particular obligation I have to this treatise of his, that it was the occasion of my first coming name, proving the first cause and foundation of a friendship, which we afterwards improved and maintained so long as God was pleased to continue us together, so perfect, inviolate, and entire, that certainly the like is hardly to be found in story, and amongst the men of this age there is no sign nor trace of any such thing in use. So much concurrence is required to the building of such a one, that 'tis much if fortune bring it but once to pass in 3 ages. There is nothing to which nature seems so much to have inclined us as to society, and Aristotle says that the good legislators had more respect to friendship than to justice. Now the most supreme point of its perfection is this: for generally all those that pleasure, profit, public or private interest create and nourish, are as much the less beautiful and generous, and so much the less friendships, by how much they mix another cause, and design, and fruit in friendship, than itself. Neither do the 4 ancient kinds, natural, social, hospitable, venereal, either separately or jointly, make up a true and perfect friendship. That of children to parents is rather respect. Friendship is nourished by communication, which cannot, by reason of the great disparity be betwixt these, but would rather perhaps offend the duties of nature. For neither are all the secrets of fathers fit to be communicated to children, lest it beget an indecent familiarity betwixt them, nor can the advices and reproofs, which is one of the principal offices of friendship, be properly performed by the son to the father. There are some countries where 'twas the custom for children to kill their fathers, and others where the fathers killed their children, to avoid their being an impediment one to another in life, and naturally the expectations of the one depend upon the ruin of the other. There have been great philosophers who have made nothing of this tie of nature, as Aristippus, for one, who being pressed home about the affection he owed to his children, as being come out of him, presently fell to spit, saying that this also came out of him, and that we also breed worms and lice, and that other that Plutarch endeavoured to reconcile to his brother. I make never the more account of him, said he, for coming out of the same hole. This name of brother does indeed carry with it a fine and delectable sound, and for that reason he and I called one another brothers, but the complication of interests, the division of estates, and that the wealth of the one should be the property of the other, strangely relax and weaken the fraternal tie. Brothers pursuing their fortune and advancement by the same path, 'tis hardly possible but they must of necessity often jostle and hinder one another. Besides, why is it necessary that the correspondence of manners parts and inclinations, which begets the true and perfect friendships, should always meet in these relations. The father and the son may be of quite contrary humors, and so of brothers. He is my son, he is my brother, but he is passionate, ill-natured, or a fool. And moreover, by how much these are friendships that the law and natural obligation impose upon us, so much less is there of our own choice and voluntary freedom. Not that I have not in my own person experimented all that can possibly be expected of that kind, having had the best and most indulgent father, even to his extreme old age, that ever was, and who was himself descended from a family for generations famous and exemplary for brotherly concord. Et ipse notus in fratus animi paterni, and I myself known for paternal love toward my brothers. Horace, Ode 2:6. We are not here to bring the love we bear to women, though it be an act of our own choice, into comparison, nor rank it with the others. The fire of this, I confess, neque enim est die nescia nostri, cux dulcem curis mescit ameritiem. Nor is the goddess unknown to me, who mixes a sweet bitterness with my love. Catullus 68:17. Is more active, more eager, and more sharp, but withal 'tis more precipitant, fickle, moving, and inconstant, a fever subject to intermissions and paroxysms, that has but seized but on one part of us, whereas in friendship 'tis a general and universal fire, but temperate and equal, a constant established heat, all gentle and smooth, without poignancy or roughness. Moreover, in love 'tis no other than frantic desire for that which flies from us, cum segue la lepre il cacciatore al freddo, al caldo, alla montagna, al lito, ne pui l'estima, poi the pressa vede, e sol dietro a chi fugge affrenta il piede. As the hunter pursues the hare in cold and heat, to the mountain, to the shore, nor cares for it farther when he sees it taken, and only delights in chasing that which flees from him. Aristo 10:7. So soon as it enters unto the terms of friendship, that is to say, into a concurrence of desires, it vanishes and is gone. Fruition destroys it, as having only a fleshly end, and such a one as is subject to satiety. Friendship, on the contrary, is enjoyed proportionably as it is desired, and only grows up, is nourished and improved by enjoyment, as being of itself spiritual, and the soul growing still more refined by practice. Under this perfect friendship, the other fleeting affections have, in my younger years, found some place in me, to say nothing of him, who himself so confesses but too much in his verses, so that I had both these passions, but always so that I could myself well enough distinguish them, and never in any degree of comparison with one another. The first maintaining its flight in so lofty and so brave a place, as with disdain to look down and see the other flying at a far humbler pitch below. As concerning marriage, besides that it is a covenant, the entrance into which only is free, but the continuance in it forced and compulsory, having another dependence than that of our own free will, and a bargain commonly contracted to other ends, there almost always happens 1,000 intricacies in it to unravel, enough to break the thread and to divert the current of a lively affection, whereas friendship has no manner of business or traffic with aught but itself. Moreover, to say truth, the ordinary talent of women is not such as is sufficient to maintain the conference and communication required to the support of this sacred tie, nor do they appear to be endued with constancy of mind, to sustain the pinch of so hard and durable a knot. And doubtless, if without this there could be such a free and voluntary familiarity contracted, where not only the souls might have this entire fruition, but the bodies also might share in the alliance, and a man be engaged throughout the friendship, would certainly be more full and perfect. But it is without example that this sex has ever yet arrived at such perfection, and by the common consent of the ancient schools, it is wholly rejected from it. The other Grecian license is just abhorred by our manners, which also, from having, according to their practice, a so necessary disparity of age and difference of offices betwixt the lovers, answered no more to the perfect union and harmony that we here require than the other. Quis est inem ist amor amicitiae sur nec deformem adolescentem quisquam amat nec formosum senem? For what is that friendly love? Why does no one love a deformed youth or a comely old man? Cicero, Tusc. Quaes. 4:33. Neither will that very picture that the Academy presents of it, as I conceive, contradict me when I say, that this first fury, inspired by the son of Venus into the heart of the lover, upon sight of the flower and prime of a springing and blossoming youth, to which they allow all the insolent and passionate efforts that an immoderate ardour can produce, was simply founded upon external beauty, the false image of corporal generation. for it could not ground this love upon the soul, the sight of which as yet lay concealed, was but now springing, and not a maturity to blossom, that this fury, if it seized upon a low spirit, the means by which it preferred its suit were rich presents, favor in advancement to dignities, and such trumpery which they by no means approve. If on a more generous soul the pursuit was suitably generous, by philosophical instructions, precepts, to revere religion, to obey the laws, to die for the good of one's country, by examples of valor, prudence, and justice, the lover studying to render himself acceptable by the grace and beauty of the soul, that of his body being long since faded and decayed, hoping by this mental society to establish a more firm and lasting contract. When this courtship came to effect in due season, for that which they do not require in the lover, namely leisure and discretion in his pursuit, they strictly require in the person loved, for as much as he is to judge of an internal beauty, of difficult knowledge and abstruse discovery, then there sprung in the person loved the desire of a spiritual conception, by the mediation of a spiritual beauty. This was the principal, the corporeal, an accidental and secondary matter, quite the contrary as to the lover. For this reason they prefer the person beloved, maintaining that the gods in like manner preferred him too, and very much blame the poet Aeschylus for having, in the loves of Achilles and Patroclus, given the lover's part to Achilles, who was in the first and beardless flower of his adolescence, and the handsomest of all the Greeks. After this general community, the sovereign and most worthy part, presiding and governing and performing its proper offices, they say that thence great utility was derived, both by private and public concerns, that it constituted the force and power of the countries where it prevailed, and the chiefest security of liberty and justice, of which the healthy loves of Harmodius and Aristogiton are instances. And therefore it is that they called it sacred and divine, and conceive that nothing but the violence of tyrants and the baseness of the common people are inimical to it. Finally, all that can be said in favor of the Academy is, that it was a love which ended in friendship, which well enough agrees with the Stoical definition of love. Amorem conatum es amicitiae facindae ex pulchritudinis specie. Love is a desire of contracting friendship arising from the beauty of the object. Cicero, Tusquace, 6:34. I return to my own more just and true description. Omnino amicitiae corroboratis jam confirmatisque et ingenius et attitibus judicand sunt. Those are only to be reputed friendships that are fortified and confirmed by judgment and the length of time. Cicero, De Amicit, c. 20. For the rest, what we commonly call friends and friendships are nothing but acquaintance and familiarities, either occasionally contracted, or upon some design, by means of which there happens some little intercourse betwixt our souls. But in the friendship I speak of, they mix and work themselves into one piece, with so universal a mixture that there is no more sign of the seam by which they were first conjoined. If a man should importune me to give a reason why I loved him, I find it could no otherwise be expressed than by making answer, because it was he, because it was I. There is, beyond all that I am able to say, I know not what inexplicable and fated power that brought on this union. We sought one another long before we met, and by the characters we heard of one another, which brought upon our affections more than in reason before we met, and by the characters we heard of one another, which wrought upon our affections more than in reason mere reports should do, I think 'twas by some secret appointment of heaven we embraced in our names, and at our first meeting, which was accidentally at a great city entertainment, we found ourselves so mutually taken with one another, so acquainted, and so endeared betwixt ourselves, that from thenceforward nothing was so near to us as one another. He wrote an excellent Latin satire, since printed, wherein he excuses the precipitation of our intelligence, so suddenly come to perfection, saying that destined to have so short a continuance, as begun so late, for we were both full-grown men, and he some years the older. There was no time to lose, nor were we tied to conform to the example of those slow and regular friendships that require so many precautions of long preliminary conversation. This has no other idea than that of itself, and can only refer to itself. This is no one special consideration, nor two, nor three, nor four, nor 1,000. 'Tis, I know not what quintessence of all this mixture, which, seizing my whole will, carried it to plunge and lose itself in his, and that having seized his whole will, brought it back with equal concurrence and appetite to plunge and lose itself in mine. I may truly say lose, reserving nothing to ourselves that was either his or mine. All this relates to Estienne de la Boetie. When Laelius Cicero de Amicit, c. 2, in the presence of the Roman consuls, who, after they had sentenced Tiberius Gracchus, prosecuted all those who had had any familiarity with him also, came to ask Caius Blosius, who was his chiefest friend, how much he would have done for him, and what he made answer: "All things." "How?" "All things," said Laelius. "And what if he had commanded you to fire our temples?" "He would never have commanded me that," replied Blosius. "But what if he had?" said Laelius. "I would have obeyed him," said the other, "if he was so perfect a friend to Gracchus as the histories report him to have been. There was yet no necessity of offending the consuls by such a bold confession, though he might still have retained the assurance he had of Gracchus's disposition. However, those who accuse this answer as seditious do not well understand the mystery, nor presuppose, as it was true, that he had Gracchus's will in his sleeve, both by the power of a friend and the perfect knowledge he had of the man. They were more than friends, than citizens, more friends to one another than either enemies or friends to their country, or than friends to ambition and innovation, having absolutely given up themselves to one another, either held absolutely the reins of the other's inclination. And suppose all this guided by virtue, and all this by the conduct of reason, which also without these it had not been possible to do. Blosius's answer was such as it ought to be. If any of their actions flew out of the handle, they were neither, according to my measure of friendship, friends to one another, nor to themselves. As to the rest, this answer carries no worse sound than mine would do to one that should ask me, if your will should command you to kill your daughter, would you do it? And that I should make answer, that I would, for this expresses no consent to such an act, for as much as I do not in the least suspect my own will, and as little that of such a friend. 'Tis not in the power of all the eloquence in the world to dispose me of the certainty I have of the intentions and resolutions of my friend. Nay, no one action of his, what face soever it might be, could be presented to me, of which I could not presently, and at first sight, find out the moving cause. Our souls had drawn so unanimously together, they had considered each other with so ardent an affection, and with the like affection laid open the very bottom of our hearts to one another's view, that I not only knew his, as well as my own, but should certainly, in any concern of mine, have trusted my interest much more willingly with him than with myself. Let no one, therefore, rank other common friendships with such a one as this. I have had as much experience of these as another, and of the most perfect of their kind. But I do not advise that any should confound the rules of the one and the other, for they would find themselves much deceived. In those other ordinary friendships you are to walk with bridle in your hand, with prudence and circumspection, for in them the knot is not so sure that a man may not half suspect it will slip. Love him, said Chilo, Aulus Gellius, I. 3, so as if you were one day to hate him, and hate him so as you were one day to love him. This precept, though abominable in the sovereign and perfect friendship I speak of, is nevertheless very sound as to the practice of the ordinary and customary ones, and to which the saying that Aristotle had so frequent in his mouth, "O my friends, there is no friend," may very fitly be applied. In this noble commerce, good offices, presents, and benefits, by which other friendships are supported and maintained, do not deserve so much as to be mentioned, and the reason is the concurrence of our wills. For as the kindness I have for myself receives no increase, for anything I relieve myself withal in time of need, whatever the Stoics say, and as I do not find myself obliged to myself for any service I do myself, so the union of such friends, being truly perfect, deprives them of all idea of such duties, and makes them loathe and banish from their conversation these words of division and distinction, benefits, obligation, acknowledgment, entreaty, thanks, and the like. All things, wills, thoughts, opinions, goods, wives, children, honours, and lives being in effect common betwixt them, and that absolute concurrence of affections being no other than one soul in two bodies, according to that very proper definition of Aristotle, they can neither lend nor give anything to one another. This is the reason why the lawgivers, to honour marriage with some resemblance of this divine alliance, interdite all gifts betwixt man and wife, inferring by that all should belong to each of them, and that they have nothing to divide or to give to each other. If in the friendship of which I speak, one could give to the other, the receiver of the benefit would be the man that obliged his friendship, for each of them contending and above all things studying how to be useful to the other, he that administers the occasion is the liberal man, in giving his friend the satisfaction of doing that towards him which above all things he most desires. When the philosopher Diogenes wanted money, he used to say that he redemanded it of his friends, not that he demanded it. And to let you see the practical working of this, I will here produce an ancient and singular example. Eudamidas, a Corinthian, had two friends, Charixenus, a Ciconian, and Aretius, a Corinthian. This man coming to die, being poor, and his two friends rich, he made his will after this manner: I bequeath to Aretius the maintenance of my mother, to support and provide for her in her old age; and to Charixenus I bequeath the care of marrying my daughter, and to give her as good a portion as he is able. And in case one of these chance to die, I hereby substitute the survivor in his place. They who first saw this will made themselves very merry at the contents, but the legatees, being made acquainted with it, accepted it with very great content. And one of them, Charixenus, dying within 5 days after, and by that means the charge of both duties devolving solely on him, Aretius nurtured the old woman with very great care and tenderness, and of 5 talents he had in estate, he gave 2.5 in marriage, with an only daughter he had of his own, and 2.5 in marriage with the daughter of Eudamidas, and on one and the same day solemnized both their nuptials. This example is very full. If one thing were not to be objected, namely the multitude of friends, for the perfect friendship I speak of is indivisible. Each one gives himself so entirely to his friend that he has nothing left to distribute to others. On the contrary, is sorry that he is not double, treble, or quadruple, and that he has not many souls and many wills to confer them all upon this one object. Common friendships will admit of division. One may love the beauty of this person, the good humour of that, the liberality of a third, the paternal affection of a fourth, the fraternal love of a fifth, and so of the rest. But this friendship that possesses the whole soul, and there rules and sways with an absolute sovereignty, cannot possibly admit of a rival. If 2 at the same time should call to you for succour, to which of them would you run? Should they require of you contrary offices, how could you serve them both? Should one commit a thing to your silence that it were of importance to the other to know, how would you disengage yourself? A unique and particular friendship dissolves all other obligations whatsoever. The secret I have sworn not to reveal to any other, I may without perjury communicate to him who is not another but myself. 'Tis miracle enough certainly, for a man to double himself, and those that talk of tripling, talk they know not of what. Nothing is extreme that has its like, and he who shall suppose that of two I love one as much as the other, that they mutually love one another too, and love me as much as I love them, multiplies into a confraternity the most single of units, and whereof, moreover, one alone is the hardest thing in the world to find. The rest of this story suits very well with what I was saying, for Eudamidas, as a bounty and favour, bequeaths to his friends a legacy of employing themselves in his necessity. He leaves them heirs to this liberality of his, which consists in giving them the opportunity of conferring a benefit upon him. And doubtless the force of friendship is more eminently apparent in this act of his than in that of Aretius. In short, these are effects not to be imagined nor comprehended by such as have not experience of them, and which make me infinitely honour and admire the answer of that young soldier to Cyrus, by whom being asked how much he would take for a horse with which he had won the prize of a race, and whether he would exchange him for a kingdom, "No, truly, sir," said he, "but I would give him with all my heart, to get thereby a true friend, could I find out any man worthy of that alliance." Xenophon, Cyropaedia 8:3. He did not say ill in saying, "could I find," for though one may almost everywhere meet with men sufficiently qualified for a superficial acquaintance, yet in this, where a man is to deal from the very bottom of his heart, without any manner of reservation, it will be requisite that all the wards and springs be truly wrought and perfectly sure. In confederations that hold but one end, we are only to provide against the imperfections that particularly concern that end. It can be of no importance to me of what religion my physician or my lawyer is. This consideration has nothing in common with the offices of friendship which they owe me, and I am of the same indifference in the domestic acquaintance my servants must necessarily contract with me. I never inquire, when I am to take a footman, if he be chaste, but if he be diligent, and am not solicitous if my muleteer be given to gaming, as if he be strong and able, or if my cook be a swearer, if he be a good cook. I do not take upon me to direct what other men should do in the government of their families. There are plenty that meddle enough with that, but only give an account of my method in my own. Mihi sic usus est tibi, ut opus est facto this. This has been my way. As for you, Do as you find needful. Terence Hurt, II 28. For table talk, I prefer the pleasant and witty before the learned and the grave. In bed, beauty before goodness; in common discourse, the ablest speaker, whether or no there be sincerity in the case. And as he that was found astride upon a hobby horse, playing with his children, entreated the person who had surprised him in that posture to say nothing of it till himself came to be a father. Plutarch, Life of Agesilaus, c. 9. Supposing that the fondness that would then possess his own soul would render him a fairer judge of such an action, so I also could wish to speak so such as have had experience of what I say, though, knowing how remote a thing such a friendship is from the common practice, and how rarely it is to be found, I despair of meeting with any such judge. For even these discourses left us by antiquity upon his subject seem to me flat and poor in comparison of the sense I have of it, and in this particular the effects surpass even the precepts of philosophy. Nil ego contulerum jucundo sanus amico. While I have sense left to me, there will never be anything more acceptable to me than an agreeable friend. Horace, Sat. I. 544. The ancient Menander declared him to be happy that had had the good fortune to meet with but the shadow of a friend, and doubtless he had good reason to say so, especially if he spoke by experience. For, in good earnest, if I compare all the rest of my life, though, thanks be to God, I have passed my time pleasantly enough and at my ease, and the loss of such a friend excepted, free from any grievous affliction, and in great tranquillity of mind, having been contented with my natural and original commodities, without being solicitous after others, if I should compare it all, I say, with the 4 years I had the happiness to enjoy the sweet society of this excellent man, 'tis nothing but smoke, an obscure and tedious night, from the day that I lost him. Quern semper acerbum, semper honoratum sic di volustius habibo. A day for me, ever sad, for ever sacred, so have you willed, ye gods. Aeneid, v. 49. I have only led a languishing life, and the very pleasures that present themselves to me, instead of administering anything of consolation, double my affliction for his loss. We were halves throughout, and to that degree, that methinks, by outliving him, I defraud him of his part. Nec fas esse ulla me voluptate hic frui, decrevi tantisper dum il abest meus particeps. I have determined that it will never be right for me to enjoy any pleasure, so long as he, with whom I shared all pleasures, is away. Terence Hute, II 97. I was so grown and accustomed to be always his double in all places and in all things, that methinks I am no more than half of myself. Illum mei si partem inima tulit, maturvior vis quid mover altera, nec charis aec nec superst integer, il dies utrumque dixit runim. If that half of my soul were snatched away from me by an untimely stroke, why should the other stay? That which remains will not be equally clear, will not be whole. The same day will involve the destruction of both. Or, if a superior force has taken that part of my soul, why do I, the remaining one, linger behind? What is left is not so clear, nor an entire thing. This day has wrought the destruction of both. Horace, Ode 2, 17, 5. There is no action or imagination of mine wherein I do not miss him, as I know that he would have missed me; for as he surpassed me by infinite degrees in virtue and all other accomplishments, so he also did in the duties of friendship. Quis desiderio sut puder aut modus tam cari capitis? What shame can there or measure in lamenting so clear a friend? Horace, Ode I, 24 I. O misero frater adempt mihi, omnia tecum una periunt gaudia nostra, que tuus in vita dulcis allebat amor, tu mea tu moriens fregisti commodo frater, tecum una tota est nostra sepulta anima, cujus ego inirtu tota dement fugavi, haec studia atque omnes delicias animi. Allocar audiero nunquam tua verba loquentem, nunquam ego te vita frater amabilior espiciam post hac et cert semper amabo. O brother, taken from me miserable, with thee all our joys have vanished, those joys which in thy life thy dear love nourished. Dying thou, my brother, hast destroyed all my happiness. My whole soul is buried with thee, through whose death I have banished from my mind these studies, and all the delights of mind. Shall I address thee? I shall never hear thy voice. Naught remains, but assuredly I shall ever love thee. Catullus, 68, 20, 65. But let us hear of a boy of 16 speak. In Cotton's translation, the work referred to is those memoirs upon the famous Edict of January, of which mention has already been made in the present edition. The edition of 1580, however, and the Variorum edition of 1872 to 1900 indicate no particular work, but the edition of 1580 has it, this boy of 18 years, which was the age at which La Boétie wrote his Servitude volontaire. speaks of a boy of 16 as occurring only in the common editions, and it would seem tolerably clear that this more important work was, in fact, the production to which Montaigne refers, and that the proper reading of the text should be 16 years. What this boy spoke is not given by Montaigne, for the reason stated in the next following paragraph. Because I have found that work has been since brought out, and with a mischievous design, by those who aim at disturbing and changing the condition of our government without troubling themselves to think whether they are likely to improve it, and because they have mixed up his work with some of their own performance, I have refrained from inserting it here, but that the memory of the author may not be injured, nor suffer with such as could not come near hand to be acquainted with his principles, I here give them to understand that it was written by him in his boyhood, and that by way of exercise only, as a common theme that has been hackneyed by 1,000 writers. I make no question but that he himself believed what he wrote, being so conscientious that he would not so much as lie in jest, and I moreover know that could it have been in his own choice, he would rather have been born at Venice than at Sarlac, and with reason. But he had another maxim, sovereignty imprinted in his soul, very religiously to obey and submit to the laws under which he was born. There never was a better citizen, more affectionate to his country, nor a greater enemy to all the commotions and innovations of his time, so that he would much rather have employed his talents to the extinguishing of those civil flames, than have added my fuel to them. He had a mind fashioned to the model of better ages. Now, in exchange of this serious piece, I will present you with another of a more gay and frolic air, from the same hand and written at the same age. End of section 28. Recording by John Thomas Coos, oneandthesamerecordings.com.
Section 29 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Chapter 28. 29 Sonnets of Etienne de la Boétie. To Madame de Gramont, Comtesse de Guisan. They scarce contain anything but amorous complaints expressed in a very rough style, discovering the follies and outrages of a restless passion, overgorged, as it were, with jealousies, fears, and suspicions. Coste. These contained in the edition of 1588 29 sonnets of La Boétie, accompanied by a dedicatory epistle to Madame de Gramont. The former, which are referred to at the end of chapter 27, do not really belong to the book, and are of very slight interest at this time. The epistle is transferred to the correspondence. The sonnets with the letter were presumably sent sometime after letters 5 and following. Montaigne seems to have had several copies written out to forward to friends or acquaintances. Chapter 29 of Moderation. As if we had an infectious touch, we, by our manner of handling, corrupt things that, in themselves, are laudable and good. We may grasp virtue so that it becomes vicious, if we embrace it too stringently and with too violent a desire. Those who say there is never any excess in virtue, for as much as it is not virtue when it once becomes excess, only play upon words. Insani sapiens nomen ferat, aequus iniqui, ultra quam satis est, virtutem si petat ipsam. Let the wise man bear the name of a madman, the just one of an unjust, if he seek wisdom more than is sufficient. Horace, Epistles 1:6-15. The wise man is no longer wise, the just man no longer just, if he seek to carry his love for wisdom or virtue beyond that which is necessary. This is a subtle consideration of philosophy. A man may both be too much in love with virtue and be excessive in a just action. Holy Writ agrees with this. Be not wiser than you should, but be soberly wise. St. Paul, Epistle to the Romans 12:3. I have known a great man prejudice the opinion men had of his devotion, by pretending to be devout beyond all examples of others of his condition. Footnote. It is likely that Montaigne meant Henry III, King of France. The Cardinal d'Ossat, writing to Louise, the Queen Dowager, told her, in his frank manner, that he had lived as much or more like a monk than a monarch, letter 23. And Pope Sextus V, speaking of that prince one day to the Cardinal de Joyeuse, protector of the affairs of France, said to him pleasantly, "There's nothing that your king hath not done, and does not do so still, to be a monk, nor anything that I have not done not to be a monk." Cost. End of footnote. I love temperate and moderate natures. An immoderate zeal, even to that which is good, even though it does not offend, astonishes me, and puts me to study what name to give it. Neither the mother of Pausanias, who was the first instructor of her son's process, and threw the first stone towards his death, nor Posthumius the dictator, who put his son to death, whom the ardor of youth had successfully pushed upon the enemy a little more advanced than the rest of his squadron, do appear to me so much just as strange, and I should neither advise nor like to follow so savage a virtue, and that costs so dear. Footnote. Montaigne would here give us to understand, upon the authority of Diodorus Siculus, that Pausanias' mother gave the first hint of the punishment that was to be inflicted on her son. Pausanias, says this historian, perceiving that the Ephori and some other Lacedaemonians aimed at apprehending him, got the start of them, and went and took sanctuary in Minerva's temple. And the Lacedaemonians, being doubtful whether they ought to take him from thence in violation of the franchise there, it is said that his own mother came herself to the temple, but spoke nothing, nor did anything more than lay a piece of brick, which she brought with her, on the threshold of the temple, which, when she had done, she returned home. The Lacedaemonians, taking the hint from the mother, caused the gate of the temple to be walled up, and by this means starved Pausanias, so that he died with hunger, etc. Book 11, Chapter 10 of Amyot's translation. The name of Pausanias' mother was Alsatheia, as we are informed by Thucydides Scholiast, who only said that it was reported that when they set about walling up the gates of the chapel in which Pausanias had taken refuge, his mother Alsatheia laid the first stone. Costi. End of footnote. Footnote. Opinions differ as to the truth of this fact. Livy thinks he has good authority for rejecting it because it does not appear in history that Posthumous was branded with it, as Titus Manlius was about 100 years after his time. For Manlius, having put his son to death for the like cause, obtained the odious name of Imperiosus, and since that time Manliana Imperia has been used as a term to signify orders that are too severe. Manliana Imperia, says Livy, were not only horrible for the time present, but of a bad example to posterity. And this historian makes no doubt but such commands would have been actually styled Posthumiana Imperia, if Posthumius had been the first who set so barbarous an example. Livy, Book 4, Chapter 29, and Book 8, Chapter 7. But, however, Montaigne has Valerius Maximus on his side, who says expressly that Posthumius caused his son to be put to death, and Diodorus of Sicily in Book 12, Chapter 19. Cost. And a footnote. The archer that shoots over misses as much as he that falls short, and 'tis equally troublesome to my sight to look up at a great light and to look down into a dark abyss. Callicles in Plato says that the extremity of philosophy is hurtful, and advises not to dive into it beyond the limits of profit; that, taken moderately, it is pleasant and useful; that in the end it renders a man brutish and vicious, a contemner of religion and the common laws, an enemy to civil conversation and all human pleasures, incapable of all public administration, unfit either to assist others or to relieve himself, and a fit object for all sorts of injuries and affronts. He says true, for in its excess it enslaves our natural freedom, and by an impertinent subtlety leads us out of the fair and beaten way that nature has traced for us. The love we bear to our wives is very lawful, and yet theology thinks fit to curb and restrain it. As I remember, I have read in one place of St. Thomas Aquinas, Part Secunda, Book 2, question 154, Article 9, where he condemns marriages within any of the forbidden degrees, for this reason, amongst others, that there is some danger, lest the friendship a man bears to such a woman should be immoderate. For if the conjugal affection be full and perfect betwixt them, as it ought to be, and that it be over and above surcharged with that of kindred too, there is no doubt but such an addition will carry the husband beyond the bounds of reason. Those sciences that regulate the manners of men, divinity and philosophy, will have their say in everything. There is no action so private and secret that can escape their inspection and jurisdiction. They are best taught who are best able to control and curb their own liberty. Women expose their nudities as much as you will upon the account of pleasure, though in the necessities of physic they are altogether as shy. I will therefore, in their behalf, teach the husbands, that is, such as are too vehement in the exercise of the matrimonial duty, if such there still be, this lesson, that the very pleasures they enjoy in the society of their wives are reproachable, if immoderate, and that a licentious and riotous abuse of them is a fault as reprovable here as in illicit connections. Those immodest and debauched tricks and postures that the first ardor suggests to us in this affair are not only indecently but detrimentally practised upon our wives. Let them at least learn impudence from another hand. They are ever ready enough for our business, and I, for my part, always went the plain way to work. Marriage is a solemn and religious tie, and therefore the pleasure we extract from it should be a sober and serious delight, and mixed with a certain kind of gravity. It should be a sort of discreet and conscientious pleasure. And seeing that the chief end of it is generation, some make a question whether when men are out of hopes, as when they are superannuated or already with child, it be lawful to embrace our wives. 'Tis homicide according to Plato, Laws 8. Certain nations, the Mohammedan amongst others, abominate all conjunction with women with child; others also with those who are in their courses. Zenobia would never admit her husband for more than one encounter, after which she left him to his own swing for the whole time of her conception, and not till after that would again receive her. Trebellius Polio, 30 Tyrants, chapter 30. A brave and generous example of conjugal continence. It was doubtless from some lascivious poet. The lascivious poet is Homer, see his Iliad, 14,294, and one that himself was in great distress for a little of this sport, that Plato borrowed this story, that Jupiter was one day so hot upon his wife, that not having so much patience as till she could get to the couch, he threw her upon the floor, where the vehemence of pleasure made him forget the great and important resolutions he had but newly taken with the rest of the gods in his celestial council, and bragged that he had had as good a bout as when he got her maidenhead, unknown to their parents. The kings of Persia were wont to invite their wives to the beginning of their festivals, but when the wine began to work in good earnest, and that they were to give the reins to pleasure, they sent them back to their private apartments, that they might not participate in their immoderate lust, sending for other women in their stead, with whom they were not obliged to so great a decorum of respect. Plutarch, Precepts of Marriage, chapter 14. All pleasures and all sorts of gratifications are not properly and fitly conferred upon all sorts of persons. Epaminondas had committed to prison a young man for certain debauches, for whom Pelopidas mediated, that at his request he might be set at liberty, which Epaminondas denied to him, but granted it at the first word to a wench of his, that made the same intercession, saying that it was a gratification fit for such a one as she, but not for a captain. Sophocles, being joint praetor with Pericles, seeing accidentally a fine boy pass by, "Oh, what a charming boy is that!" said he. "That might be very well," answered Pericles, "for any other than a praetor, who ought not only to have his hands, but his eyes too, chaste." Cicero, De Officiis, 140. Ilias Verus, the emperor, answered his wife, who reproached him with his love to other women, that he did it upon a conscientious account, forasmuch as marriage was a name of honor and dignity, not of wanton and lascivious desire. And our ecclesiastical history preserves the memory of that woman in great veneration, who parted from her husband because she would not comply with his indecent and inordinate desires. In fine, there is no pleasure so just and lawful where intemperance and excess are not to be condemned. But, to speak the truth, is not man a most miserable creature the while? It is scarce, by his natural condition, in his power to taste one pleasure pure and entire, and yet must he be contriving doctrines and precepts to curtail that little he has. He is not yet wretched enough, unless by art and study he augments his own misery. Fortunae miseras auximus arte vias. We artificially augment the wretchedness of fortune. Propertius, Book 3, 744. Human wisdom makes as ill use of her talent when she exercises it in resigning from the number and sweetness of those pleasures that are naturally our due, as she employs it favorably and well in artificially disguising and tricking out the ills of life, to alleviate the sense of them. Had I ruled the roast, I should have taken another and more natural course, which, to say the truth, is both commodious and holy, and should, peradventure, have been able to have limited it too, notwithstanding that both are spiritual and corporal physicians, as by compact betwixt them can find no other way to cure, nor other remedy for the infirmities of the body and the soul, than by misery and pain. To this end, watchings, fastings, hair-shirts, remote and solitary banishments, perpetual imprisonments, whips, and other afflictions have been introduced amongst men, but so that they should carry a sting with them, and be real afflictions indeed, and not fall out as it once did to one Gallio, who having been sent an exile into the isle of Lesbos, news was not long after brought to Rome that he there lived as merry as the day was long, and that what had been enjoined him for a penance turned to his pleasure and satisfaction, whereupon the Senate thought fit to recall him home to his wife and family, and confine him to his own house, to accommodate their punishment to his feeling and apprehension. For to him whom fasting would make more healthful and more sprightly, and to him to whose palate fish were more acceptable than flesh, the prescription of these would have no curative effect, no more than in the other sort of physic, where drugs have no effect upon him who swallows them with appetite and pleasure. The bitterness of the potion and the abhorrence of the patient are necessary circumstances to the operation. The nature that would eat rhubarb like buttered turnips would frustrate the use and virtue of it. It must be something to trouble and disturb the stomach, that must purge and cure it. And here the common rule, that things are cured by their contraries, fail, for in this one ill is cured by another. This belief a little resembles that other so ancient one, of thinking to gratify the gods and nature by massacre and murder, an opinion universally once received in all religions. And still, in these later times wherein our fathers lived, Amurath at the taking of the Isthmus immolated 600 young Greeks to his father's soul, in the nature of a propitiatory sacrifice for his sins. And in those new countries discovered in this age of ours, which are pure and virgin yet, in comparison of ours, this practice is in some measure everywhere received. All their idols reek with human blood, not without various examples of horrid cruelty. Some they burn alive, and take, half broiled, off the coals, to tear out their hearts and entrails. Some, even women, they flay alive, and with their bloody skins clothe and disguise others. Neither are we without great examples of constancy and resolution in this affair, the poor souls that are to be sacrificed, old men, women, and children, themselves going about some days before to beg alms for the offering of their sacrifice, presenting themselves to the slaughter, singing and dancing with the spectators. The ambassadors of the King of Mexico, setting out to Fernando Cortez the power and greatness of their master, after having told him that he had 30 vassals, of whom each was able to raise 100,000 fighting men, and that he kept his court in the fairest and best fortified city under the sun, added at last that he was obliged yearly to offer to the gods 50,000 men, and it is affirmed that he maintained a continual war with some potent neighboring nations, not only to keep the young men in exercise, but principally to have wherewithal to furnish his sacrifices with his prisoners of war. At a certain town in another place, for the welcome of the said Cortes, they sacrificed 50 men at once. I will tell you this one tale more, and I have done. Some of these people, being beaten by him, sent to acknowledge him, and to treat with him of a peace, whose messengers carried him 3 sorts of gifts, which they presented in these terms: Behold, Lord, here are 5 slaves. If thou art a furious god that feedeth upon flesh and blood, eat these, and we will bring thee more. If thou art an affable god, behold here incense and feathers. But if thou art a man, take these fowls and these fruits that we have brought thee. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Coleman. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Chapter 30, of Cannibals. When King Pyrrhus invaded Italy, having viewed and considered the order of the army the Romans sent out to meet him, "I know not," said he, "what kind of barbarians, for so the Greeks called all other nations, these may be, but the disposition of this army that I see has nothing of barbarism in it. Plutarch, Life of Pyrrhus, chapter 8. As much said the Greeks of that which Flaminius brought into their country. And Philip, beholding from an eminence the order and distribution of the Roman camp formed in his kingdom by Publius Sulpicius Galba, spake to the same effect. By which it appears how cautious men ought to be of taking things upon trust from vulgar opinion, and that we are to judge by the eye of reason, and not from common report. I long had a man in my house that lived 10 or 12 years in the New World, discovered in these latter days, and in that part of it where Vigignon landed, at Brazil in 1557, which he called Antarctic France. This discovery of so vast a country seems to be of very great consideration. I cannot be sure that hereafter there may not be another, so many wiser men than we having been deceived in this. I am afraid our eyes are bigger than our bellies, and that we have more curiosity than capacity, for we grasp at all, but catch nothing but wind. Plato brings in Solon, in Timaeus, telling a story that he had heard from the priests of Sais in Egypt, that of old, and before the deluge, there was a great island called Atlantis, situate directly at the mouth of the Straits of Gibraltar, which contained more countries than both Africa and Asia put together, and that the kings of that country, who not only possessed that isle, but extended their dominions so far into the continent that they had a country of Africa as far as Egypt, and extending in Europe to Tuscany, attempted to encroach even upon Asia, and to subjugate all the nations that border upon the Mediterranean Sea, as far as the Black Sea, and to that effect overran all Spain, the Gauls, and Italy, so far as to penetrate into Greece, where the Athenians stopped them, but that some time after, both the Athenians, and they and their island, were swallowed by the flood. It is very likely that this extreme eruption and inundation of water made wonderful changes and alterations in the habitations of the earth, as 'tis said that the sea then divided Sicily from Italy. Haec loca vi quondam et vasta convulsa ruina disilluisse ferunt, quum protenos utraque tellus una foret. These lands, they say, formerly with violence and vast desolation convulsed, burst asunder where erewhile were. Aeneid, 3, 414. Cyprus from Syria, the Isle of Negropont from the continent of Boeotia, and elsewhere united lands that were separate before, by filling up the channel betwixt them with sand and mud. Sterilisque Dio Palus, aptaque remis, vicina surbes alit, et grave sentit aratrum. That which was once a sterile marsh, and bore vessels on its bosom, now feeds neighbouring cities, and admits the plough. Horace, De Arte Poetica, verse 65. But there is no great appearance that this isle was this new world so lately discovered, for that almost touched upon Spain, and it were an incredible effect of an inundation to have tumbled back so prodigious a mass above 1200 leagues, besides that our modern navigators have already almost discovered it to be no island, but terra firma, and continent with the East Indies on the one side, and with the lands under the two poles on the other side; or if it be separate from them, it is by so narrow a strait and channel that it none the more deserves the name of an island for that. It should seem that in this great body there are two sorts of motions, the one natural and the other febrific, as there are in ours. When I consider the impression that our river of Dordogne has made in my time on the right bank of its descent, and that in 20 years it has gained so much and undermined the foundations of so many houses, I perceive it to be an extraordinary agitation, for had it always followed this course, or were hereafter to do it, the aspect of the world would be totally changed. But rivers alter their course, sometimes beating against the one side, and sometimes the other, and sometimes quietly keeping the channel. I do not speak of sudden inundations, the causes of which everybody understands. In Medoc, by the seashore, the Sieur d'Arsac, My brother sees an estate he had there, buried under the sands which the sea vomits before it, where the tops of some houses are yet to be seen, and where his rents and domains are converted into pitiful, barren pasturage. The inhabitants of this place affirm that of late years the sea has driven so vehemently upon them that they have lost above 4 leagues of land. These sands are her harbingers, and we now see great heaps of moving sand, that march half a league before her, and occupy the land. The other testimony from antiquity, to which some would apply this discovery of the New World, is in Aristotle, at least, if that little book of unheard of miracles be his, one of the spurious publications brought out under his name, D.W. He there tells us that certain Carthaginians, having crossed the Atlantic Sea without the Straits of Gibraltar, and sailed a very long time, discovered at last a great and fruitful island, all covered over with wood, and watered with several broad and deep rivers, far remote from all terra firma, and that they, and others after them, allured by the goodness and fertility of the soil, went thither with their wives and children, and began to plant a colony. But the Senate of Carthage, perceiving their people by little and little to diminish, issued out an express prohibition, that none, upon pain of death, should transport themselves thither, and also drove out these new inhabitants, fearing, 'tis said, lest, in process of time, they should so multiply as to supplant themselves, and ruin their state. But this relation of Aristotle no more agrees with our new-found lands than the other. This man that I had was a plain, ignorant fellow, and therefore the more likely to tell truth, for your better-bred sort of men are much more curious in their observation, 'tis true, and discover a great deal more, but then they gloss upon it, and, to give the greater weight to what they deliver, and allure your belief, they cannot forbear a little to alter the story. They never represent things to you simply as they are, but rather as they appear to them, or as they would have them appear to you, and to gain the reputation of men of judgment, and the better to induce your faith, are willing to help out the business with something more than is really true, of their own invention. Now, in this case, we should either have a man of irreproachable veracity, or so simple that he has not wherewithal to contrive and to give a colour of truth to false relations, and who can have no ends in forging an untruth. Such a one was mine, and besides, he has at divers times brought to me several seamen and merchants who at the same time went the same voyage. I shall therefore content myself with his information, without inquiring what the cosmographers say to the business. We should have topographers to trace out to us the particular places where they have been. But for having had this advantage over us, to have seen the Holy Land, they would have the privilege, forsooth, to tell us stories of all the other parts of the world beside. I would have every one write what he knows, and as much as he knows, but no more; and that not in this only, but in all other subjects, for such a person may have some particular knowledge and experience of the nature of such a river, or such a fountain, who, as to other things, knows no more than what everybody does, and yet, to give a currency to his little pittance of learning, will undertake to write the whole body of physics, a vice from which great inconveniences derive their original. Now, to return to my subject, I find that there is nothing barbarous and savage in this nation, by anything that I can gather, excepting that every one gives the title of barbarism to everything that is not in use in his own country. As indeed we have no other level of truth and reason than the example and idea of the opinions and customs of the place wherein we live. There is always the perfect religion, there the perfect government, there the most exact and accomplished usage of all things. They are savages at the same rate that we say fruits are wild, which nature produces of herself and by her own ordinary progress; whereas, in truth, we ought rather to call those wild whose natures we have changed by our artifice and diverted from the common order; in those, the genuine, most useful, and natural virtues and properties are vigorous and sprightly, which we have helped to degenerate in these, by accommodating them to the pleasure of our own corrupted palate. And yet for all this, our taste confesses a flavour and delicacy excellent even to emulation of the best of ours, in several fruits wherein those countries abound without art or culture. Neither is it reasonable that art should gain the preeminence of our great and powerful mother Nature. We have so surcharged her with the additional ornaments and graces we have added to the beauty and riches of her own works by our inventions, that we have almost smothered her. Yet in other places, where she shines in her own purity and proper lustre, she marvellously baffles and disgraces all our vain and frivolous attempts. Et veniunt hederae spontes sua melius, surgit et in solis formosior arbutus antris, et volucres nos docius arte canunt. The ivy grows best spontaneously, the arbutus best in shady caves, and the wild notes of birds are sweeter than art can teach. Propertius, 1, 2, 10. Our utmost endeavours cannot arrive at so much as to imitate the nest of the least of birds, its contexture, beauty, and convenience, not so much as the web of a poor spider. All things, says Plato, Laws 10, are produced either by nature, by fortune, or by art; the greatest and most beautiful by the one or the other of the former, the least and the most imperfect by the last. These nations then seem to me to be so far barbarous, as having received but very little form and fashion from art and human invention, and consequently to be not much remote from their original simplicity. The laws of nature, however, govern them still, not as yet much vitiated with any mixture of ours, but 'tis in such purity, that I am sometimes troubled we were not sooner acquainted with these people, and that they were not discovered in those better times when there were men much more able to judge of them than we are. I am sorry that Lycurgus and Plato had no knowledge of them, for to my apprehension what we now see in those nations does not only surpass all the pictures with which the poets have adorned the golden age, and all their inventions in feigning a happy state of man, but moreover the fancy and even the wish and desire of philosophy itself, so native and so pure a simplicity as we by experience see to be in them, could never enter into their imagination, nor could they ever believe that human society could have been maintained with so little artifice and human patchwork. I should tell Plato that it is a nation wherein there is no manner of traffic, no knowledge of letters, no science of numbers, no name of magistrate or political superiority, no use of service, riches, or poverty, no contracts, no successions, no dividends, no properties, no employments but those of leisure, no respect of kindred but common, no clothing, no agriculture, no metal, no use of corn or wine, the very words that signify lying, treachery, dissimulation, avarice, envy, detraction, pardon, never heard of. This is the famous passage which Shakespeare, through Florio's version 1603, or edition 1613, page 102, has employed in The Tempest, 2:1. How much would he find his imaginary republic short of his perfection? Viri a diis recentes, men fresh from the gods. Seneca, Epistle 90. Hos natura modus primum dedit. These were the manners first taught by nature. Virgil, Georgics 2:20. As to the rest, they live in a country very pleasant and temperate, so that, as my witnesses inform me, 'tis rare to hear of a sick person, and they moreover assure me that they never saw any of the natives, either paralytic, blear-eyed, toothless, or crooked with age. The situation of their country is along the sea-shore, enclosed on the other side towards the land, with great and high mountains, having about 100 leagues in breadth between. They have great store of fish and flesh, that have no resemblance to those of ours, which they eat without any other cookery than plain boiling, roasting, and broiling. The first that rode a horse thither, though in several other voyages he had contracted an acquaintance and familiarity with them, put them into so terrible a fright with his centaur appearance that they killed him with their arrows before they could come to discover who he was. Their buildings are very long, and of capacity to hold 200 or 300 people, made of the barks of tall trees, reared with one end upon the ground, and leaning to and supporting one another at the top, like some of our barns, of which the covering hangs down to the very ground, and serves for the side walls. They have wood so hard that they cut with it, and make their swords of it, and their grills of it to broil their meat. Their beds are of cotton, hung swinging from the roof, like our seamen's hammocks, every man his own, for the wives lie apart from their husbands. They rise with the sun, and so soon as they are up, eat for all day, for they have no more meals but that. They do not then drink, as Suidas reports of some other people of the East, that never drank at their meals, but drink very often all day after, and sometimes to a rousing pitch. The drink is made of a certain root, and is of the colour of our claret, and they never drink it but lukewarm. It will not keep above 2 or 3 days. It has a somewhat sharp, brisk taste, is nothing heady, but very comfortable to the stomach, laxative to strangers, but a very pleasant beverage to such as are accustomed to it. They make use, instead of bread, of a certain white compound, like coriander seeds. I have tasted of it. The taste is sweet, and a little flat. The whole day is spent in dancing. Their young men go a-hunting after wild beasts with bows and arrows. One part of their women are employed in preparing their drink the while, which is their chief employment. One of their old men, in the morning before they fall to eating, preaches to the whole family, walking from the one end of the house to the other, and several times repeating the same sentence, till he has finished the round, for their houses are at least 100 yards long. Valour towards their enemies, and love towards their wives, are the 2 heads of his discourse, never failing in the close, to put them in mind that 'tis their wives who provide them their drink warm and well seasoned. The fashion of their beds, ropes, swords, and of the wooden bracelets they tie about their wrists when they go to fight, and of the great canes, bored hollow at one end, by the sound of which they keep the cadence of their dances, are to be seen in several places, and amongst others at my house. They shave all over, and much more neatly than we, without other razor than one of wood or stone. They believe in the immortality of the soul, and that those who have merited well of the gods are lodged in that part of heaven where the sun rises, and the accursed in the west. They have I know not what kind of priests and prophets, who very rarely present themselves to the people, having their abode in the mountains. At their arrival there is a great feast, and solemn assembly of many villages. Each house, as I have described, makes a village, and they are about a French league distant from one another. This prophet declaims to them in public, exhorting them to virtue and their duty, but all their ethics are comprised in these 2 articles: resolution in war, and affection to their wives. He also prophesies to them events to come, and the issues they are to expect from their enterprises, and prompts them to, or diverts them from, war. But let him look to it, for if he fail in his divination, and anything happen otherwise than he has foretold, he is cut into 1,000 pieces if he be caught, and condemned for a false prophet. For that reason, if any of them has been mistaken, he is no more heard of. Divination is a gift of God, and therefore to abuse it ought to be a punishable imposture. Amongst the Scythians, where their diviners failed in the promised effect, they were laid, bound hand and foot, upon carts loaded with furs and bavins, and drawn by oxen, on which they were burned to death. Herodotus 469. Such as only meddle with things subject to the conduct of human capacity are excusable in doing the best they can, but those other fellows that come to delude us with assurances of an extraordinary faculty beyond our understanding, ought they not to be punished, when they do not make good the effect of their promise, and for the temerity of their imposture? They have continual war with the nations that live further within the mainland, beyond their mountains, to which they go naked, and without other arms than their bows and wooden swords, fashioned at one end like the head of our javelins. The obstinacy of their battles is wonderful, and they never end without great effusion of blood; for as to running away, they know not what it is. Every one for a trophy brings home the head of an enemy he has killed, which he fixes over the door of his house. After having a long time treated their prisoners very well, and given them all the regales they can think of, he to whom the prisoner belongs invites a great assembly of his friends. They being come, he ties a rope to one of the arms of the prisoner, of which, at a distance, out of his reach, he holds the one end himself, and gives to the friend he loves best the other arm to hold after the same manner; which being done, they two, in the presence of all the assembly, dispatch him with their swords. After that they roast him, eat him amongst them, and send some chops to their absent friends. They do not do this, as some think, for nourishment, as the Scythians anciently did, but as a representation of an extreme revenge, as will appear by this, that having observed the Portuguese, who were in league with their enemies to inflict another sort of death upon any of them they took prisoners, which was to set them up to the girdle in the earth, to shoot at the remaining part till it was stuck full of arrows, and then to hang them, they thought those people of the other world, as being men who had sown the knowledge of a great many vices amongst their neighbours, and who were much greater masters in all sorts of mischief than they, did not exercise this sort of revenge without a meaning, and that it must needs be more painful than theirs, they began to leave their old way, and to follow this. I am not sorry that we should here take notice of the barbarous horror of so cruel an action, but that, seeing so clearly into their faults, we should be so blind to our own. I conceive there is more barbarity in eating a man alive than when he is dead, in tearing a body limb from limb by racks and torments, that is yet in perfect sense, in roasting it by degrees, in causing it to be bitten and worried by dogs and swine, as we have not only read, but lately seen, not amongst inveterate and mortal enemies, but among neighbours and fellow citizens, and, which is worse, under colour of piety and religion, than to roast and eat him after he is dead. Chrysippus and Zeno, the two heads of the Stoic sect, were of opinion that there was no hurt in making use of our dead carcasses, in what way soever for our necessity, and in feeding upon them too. Diogenes Laertius, 7, 188, as our own ancestors, who, being besieged by Caesar in the city Alexia, resolved to sustain the famine of the siege with the bodies of their old men, women, and other persons who were incapable of bearing arms. Vascones ut fama est, alimentis talibus usi, produxere animas. 'Tis said the Gascons with such meats appeased their hunger. Juvenal, Satires 15, 93. And the physicians make no bones of employing it to all sorts of use, either to apply it outwardly, or to give it inwardly for the health of the patient. But there never was any opinion so irregular as to excuse treachery, disloyalty, tyranny, and cruelty, which are our familiar vices. We may then call these people barbarous, in respect to the rules of reason, but not in respect to ourselves, who in all sorts of barbarity exceed them. Their wars are throughout noble and generous, and carry as much excuse and fair pretence as that human malady is capable of, having with them no other foundation than the sole jealousy of valour. Their disputes are not for the conquest of new lands, for these they already possess, are so fruitful by nature as to supply them without labour or concern with all things necessary, in such abundance that they have no need to enlarge their borders; and they are moreover happy in this, that they only covet so much as their natural necessities require, all beyond that is superfluous to them. Men of the same age call one another generally brothers, those who are younger, children, and the old men are fathers to all. These leave to their heirs in common the full possession of goods, without any manner of division or other title than what nature bestows upon her creatures in bringing them into the world. If their neighbours pass over the mountains to assault them and obtain a victory, all the victors gain by it is glory only, and the advantage of having proved themselves the better in valour and virtue, for they never meddle with the goods of the conquered, but presently return into their own country, where they have no want of anything necessary, nor of this greatest of all goods, to know happily how to enjoy their condition and be content. And those in turn do the same. They demand of their prisoners no other ransom than acknowledgment that they are overcome. But there is not one found in an age who will not rather choose to die than make such a confession. or either by word or look recede from the entire grandeur of an invincible courage. There is not a man amongst them who had not rather be killed and eaten than so much as to open his mouth to entreat he may not. They use them with all liberality and freedom, to the end their lives may be so much the dearer to them, but frequently entertain them with menaces of their approaching death, of the torments they are to suffer, of the preparations making in order to it, of the mangling their limbs, and of the feast that is to be made, where their carcass is to be the only dish. All which they do, to no other end, but only to extort some gentle or submissive word from them, or to frighten them so as to make them run away, to obtain this advantage that they were terrified, and that their constancy was shaken. And indeed, if rightly taken, it is in this point only that a true victory consists. Victoria nulla est, quamquae confessa animo quoque subjugat hostes. No victory is complete which the conquered do not admit to be so. Claudius, De Sexto Consulatu Honori, verse 248. The Hungarians, a very warlike people, never pretend further than to reduce the enemy to their discretion; for having forced this confession from them, they let them go without injury or ransom, excepting at the most to make them engage their word never to bear arms against them again. We have sufficient advantages over our enemies that are borrowed and not truly our own. It is the quality of a porter, and no effect of virtue, to have stronger arms and legs. It is a dead and corporeal quality to set in array. 'Tis a turn of fortune to make our enemy stumble, or to dazzle him with the light of the sun. 'Tis a trick of science and art, and that may happen in a mean base fellow to be a good fencer. The estimate and value of a man consist in the heart and in the will; there his true honour lies. Valour is stability, not of legs and arms, but of the courage and the soul. It does not lie in the goodness of our horse or our arms, but in our own. He that falls obstinate in his courage, si succiderit de genu pugnat, if his legs fail him, he fights on his knees. Seneca, De Providentia, chapter 2. He who, for any danger of imminent death, abates nothing of his assurance, who dying, yet darts at his enemy a fierce and disdainful look, is overcome not by us, but by fortune. He is killed, not conquered. The most valiant are sometimes the most unfortunate. There are defeats more triumphant than victories. Never could those four sister victories, the fairest the sun ever beheld, of Salamis, Plataea, Mycale, and Sicily, venture to oppose all their united glories to the single glory of the discomfiture of King Leonidas and his men at the pass of Thermopylae. Whoever ran with a more glorious desire and greater ambition to the winning than Captain Aeschylus to the certain loss of a battle? Diodorus Siculus, 1564. Who could have found out a more subtle invention to secure his safety than he did to assure his destruction? He was set to defend a certain pass of Peloponnesus against the Arcadians, which, considering the nature of the place and the inequality of forces, finding it utterly impossible for him to do, and seeing that all who were presented to the enemy must certainly be left upon the place, and on the other side, reputing it unworthy of his own virtue and magnanimity and of the Lacedaemonian name to fail in any part of his duty, he chose a mean betwixt these two extremes after this manner: the youngest and most active of his men he preserved for the service and defence of their country, and sent them back, and with the rest, whose loss would be of less consideration, he resolved to make good the pass, and with the death of them to make the enemy buy their entry as dear as possibly he could. As it fell out, for being presently environed on all sides by the Arcadians, after having made a great slaughter of the enemy, he and his were all cut in pieces. Is there any trophy dedicated to the conquerors, which was not much more due to those who were overcome? The part that true conquering is to play lies in the encounter, not in the coming off, and the honour of valour consists in fighting, not in subduing. But to return to my story, these prisoners are so far from discovering the least weakness, for all the terrors that can be represented to them, that on the contrary, during the 2 or 3 months they are kept, they always appear with a cheerful countenance, importune their masters to make haste to bring them to the test, defy, rail at them, and to reproach them with cowardice, and the number of battles they have lost against those of their country. I have a song made by one of these prisoners, wherein he bids them, "Come all and dine upon him, and welcome, for they shall withal eat their own fathers and grandfathers, whose flesh has served to feed and nourish him. These muscles," says he, "this flesh and these veins are your own. Poor silly souls as you are, you little think that the substance of your ancestors' limbs is here yet. Notice what you eat, and you will find in it the taste of your own flesh." In which song there is to be observed an invention that nothing relishes of the barbarian. Those that paint these people dying after this manner represent the prisoner spitting in the faces of his executioners and making wry mouths at them; and 'tis most certain that to the very last gasp they never cease to brave and defy them both in word and gesture. In plain truth, these men are very savage in comparison of us. Of necessity, they must either be absolutely so, or else we are savages, for there is a vast difference betwixt their manners and ours. The men there have several wives, and so much the greater number, by how much they have the greater reputation for valour; and it is one very remarkable feature in their marriages, that the same jealousy our wives have to hinder and divert us from the friendship and familiarity of other women, those employ to promote their husbands' desires, and to procure them many spouses; for being above all things solicitous of their husbands' honour, 'tis their chiefest care to seek out and bring in the most companions they can, forasmuch as it is a testimony of the husband's virtue. Most of our ladies will cry out that 'tis monstrous, whereas in truth it is not so, but a truly matrimonial virtue, and of the highest form. In the Bible, Sarah, with Leah and Rachel, the two wives of Jacob, gave the most beautiful of their handmaids to their husbands. Livia preferred the passions of Augustus to her own interest, Suetonius, Life of Augustus, chapter 71. And the wife of King Deiotarus, Stratonice, did not only give up a fair young maid that served her, to her husband's embraces, but moreover carefully brought up the children he had by her, and assisted them in the succession to their father's crown. And that it may not be supposed that all this is done by a simple and servile obligation to their common practice, or by any authoritative impression of their ancient custom, without judgment or reasoning, and from having a soul so stupid that it cannot contrive what else to do, I must here give you some touches of their sufficiency in point of understanding, besides what I repeated to you before, which was one of their songs of war. I have another, a love song, that begins thus: "Stay, Ada, stay, that by thy pattern my sister may draw the fashion and work of a rich ribbon, that I may present to my beloved, by which means thy beauty and the excellent order of thy scales shall for ever be preferred before all other serpents." Wherein the first couplet, "Stay, Ada," etc., makes the burden of the song. Now I have conversed enough with poetry to judge thus much, that not only there is nothing barbarous in this invention, but, moreover, that it is perfectly Anacreontic. To which it may be added that their language is soft, of a pleasing accent, and something bordering upon the Greek termination. Three of these people, not foreseeing how dear their knowledge of the corruptions of this part of the world will one day cost their happiness and repose, and that the effect of this commerce will be their ruin, as I presuppose it is in a very fair way, miserable men to suffer themselves to be deluded with desire of novelty, and to have left the serenity of their own heaven to come so far to gaze at ours, were at Rouen at the time that the late King Charles the IX was there. The king himself talked to them a good while, and they were made to see our fashions, our pomp, and the form of a great city. After which some one asked their opinion, and would know of them what of all the things they had seen they found most to be admired. To which they made answer 3 things, of which I have forgotten the third, and am troubled at it, but 2 I yet remember. They said, that in the first place they thought it very strange that so many tall men, wearing beards, strong and well armed, who were about the king, 'tis like they meant the Swiss of the guard, should submit to obey a child, and that they did not rather choose out one amongst themselves to command. Secondly, they have a way of speaking in their language to call men the half of one another, that they had observed that there were amongst us men full and crammed with all manner of commodities, whilst in the meantime their halves were begging at their doors, lean and half-starved with hunger and poverty, and they thought it strange that these necessitous halves were able to suffer so great an inequality and injustice, and that they did not take the others by the throats, or set fire to their houses. I talked to one of them a great while together, but I had so ill an interpreter, and one who was so perplexed by his own ignorance to apprehend my meaning, that I could get nothing out of him of any moment. Asking him what advantage he reaped from the superiority he had amongst his own people, for he was a captain, and our mariners called him king, he told me, to march at the head of them to war. Demanding of him further how many men he had to follow him, he showed me a space of ground, to signify as many as could march in such a compass, which might be 4,000 or 5,000 men, and putting the question to him whether or no his authority expired with the war, he told me this remained, that when he went to visit the villages of his dependents, they planed him paths through the thick of their woods, by which he might pass at his ease. All this does not sound very ill, and the last was not at all amiss, for they wear no breeches. End of section 30.
Section 31 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sherry Gardner. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Chapter 31. That a man is soberly to judge of the divine ordinances. The true field and subject of imposture are things unknown, forasmuch as, in the first place, their very strangeness lends them credit, and moreover, by not being subjected to our ordinary reasons, they deprive us of the means to question and dispute them. For which reason, says Plato, in Critias, it is much more easy to satisfy the hearers when speaking of the nature of the gods than of the nature of men, because the ignorance of the auditory affords a fair and large career and all manner of liberty in the handling of abstruse things. Thence it comes to pass that nothing is so firmly believed as what we least know, nor any people so confident as those who entertain us with fables, such as your alchemists, judicial astrologers, fortune-tellers, and physicians. Id genus omne, all that sort of people. Horace, Satires, Book 1, 2, 2. To which I would willingly, if I durst, join a pack of people that take upon them to interpret and control the designs of God himself, pretending to find out the cause of every accident, and to pry into the secrets of the divine will, there to discover the incomprehensible motive of his works. And although the variety and the continual discordance of events throw them from corner to corner and toss them from east to west, yet do they still persist in their vain inquisition, and with the same pencil to paint black and white. In a nation of the Indies there is this commendable custom, that when anything befalls them amiss at any encounter or battle, they publicly ask pardon of the sun, who is their god, as having committed an unjust action, always imputing their good or evil fortune to the divine justice, and to that submitting their own judgment and reason. 'Tis enough for a Christian to believe that all things come from God, to receive them with acknowledgment of his divine and inscrutable wisdom, and also thankfully to accept and receive them, with what face soever they may present themselves. But I do not approve of what I see in use, that is, to seek to affirm and support our religion by the prosperity of our enterprises. Our belief has other foundation enough, without going about to authorize it by events. For the people being accustomed to such plausible arguments as these, and so proper to their taste, it is to be feared, lest when they fail of success, they should also stagger in their faith. As in the war wherein we are now engaged upon the account of religion, those who had the better in the business of Roche-l'Abeille, May 1569, making great brags of that success as an infallible approbation of their cause, when they came afterwards to excuse their misfortunes of Moncontour and Jarnac, by saying they were fatherly scourges and corrections, that they had not a people wholly at their mercy, they make it manifestly enough appear what it is to take two sorts of grist out of the same sack, and with the same mouth to blow hot and cold. It were better to possess the vulgar with the solid and real foundations of truth. 'Twas a fine naval battle that was gained under the command of Don John of Austria a few months since, that of Lepanto, October 7th, 1571, against the Turks. But it has also pleased God at other times to let us see as great victories at our own expense. In fine, 'tis a hard matter to reduce divine things to our balance, without waste and losing a great deal of the weight. And who would take upon him to give a reason that Arius and his Pope Leo, the principal heads of the Arian heresy, should die, at several times, of so like and strange deaths? For being withdrawn from the disputation by a griping in the bowels, they both of them suddenly gave up the ghost upon the stool, and would aggravate this divine vengeance by the circumstances of the place. Might as well add the death of Heliogabalus, who was also slain in a house of office. And indeed Irenaeus was involved in the same fortune, God being pleased to show us that the good have something else to hope for, and the wicked something else to fear, than the fortunes or misfortunes of this world, manages and applies these according to his own occult will and pleasure, and deprives us of the means foolishly to make thereof our own profit. And those people abuse themselves who will pretend to dive into these mysteries by the strength of human reason. They never give one hit that they do not receive two for it, of which St. Augustine makes out a great proof upon his adversaries. 'Tis a conflict that is more decided by strength of memory than by the force of reason. We are to content ourselves with the light it pleases the sun to communicate to us by virtue of his rays, and who will lift up his eyes to take in a greater, let him not think it strange, if for the reward of his presumption he there lose his sight. Quis hominum potest scire consilium Dei? Aut quis poterit cogitare quid velit Dominus? Who of men can know the counsel of God? Or who can think what the will of the Lord is? Book of Wisdom, 9:13. End of section 31. Recording by Sherry Gardner. Section 32 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sherry Gardner. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Chapter 32. That we are to avoid pleasures even at the expense of life. I had long ago observed most of the opinions of the ancients to concur in this, that it is high time to die when there is more ill than good in living, and that to preserve life to our own torment and inconvenience is contrary to the very rules of nature, as these old laws instruct us. Either tranquil life or happy death. It is well to die when life is wearisome. It is better to die than to live miserable. Stobaeus, Sermons 20. But to push this contempt of death so far as to employ it to the removing our thoughts from the honors, riches, dignities, and other favors and goods, as we call them, of fortune, as if reason were not sufficient to persuade us to avoid them without adding this new injunction, I had never seen it either commanded or practiced, till this passage of Seneca fell into my hands, who, advising Lucilius, a man of great power and authority about the emperor, to alter his voluptuous and magnificent way of living, and to retire himself from this worldly vanity and ambition to some solitary, quiet, and philosophical life, and the other alleging some difficulties. I am of opinion, says he, either that thou leave that life of thine, or life itself. I would indeed advise thee to the gentle way, and to untie rather than to break the knot thou hast indiscreetly knit, provided that if it be not otherwise to be untied, thou resolutely break it. There is no man so great a coward that had not rather once fall than to be always falling. I should have found this counsel conformable enough to the stoical roughness, but it appears the more strange for being borrowed from Epicurus, who writes the same thing upon the like occasion to Idomeneus, and I think I have observed something like it, but with Christian moderation, amongst our own people. Saint Hilary, Bishop of Poitiers, that famous enemy of the Arian heresy, being in Syria, had intelligence thither sent him that Abra, his only daughter, whom he left at home under the eye and tuition of her mother, was sought in marriage by the greatest nobleman of the country, as being a virgin virtuously brought up, fair, rich, and in the flower of her age, whereupon he wrote to her, as appears upon record, that she should remove her affection from all the pleasures and advantages proposed to her, for that he had in his travels found out a much greater and more worthy fortune for her, a husband of much greater power and magnificence, who would present her with robes and jewels of inestimable value, wherein his design was to dispossess her of the appetite and use of worldly delights, to join her wholly to God. But the nearest and most certain way to this being, as he conceived, the death of his daughter, he never ceased by vows, prayers, and orisons to beg of the Almighty that he would please to call her out of this world, and to take her to himself, as accordingly it came to pass. For soon after his return she died, at which he expressed a singular joy. This seems to outdo the other, for as much as he applies himself to this means at the outset, which they only take subsidiarily, and besides, it was towards his only daughter. But I will not omit the latter end of this story, though it be for my purpose. Saint Hilary's wife, having understood from him how the death of their daughter was brought about by his desire and design, and how much happier she was to be removed out of this world than to have stayed in it, conceived so vivid an apprehension of the eternal and heavenly beatitude, that she begged of her husband, with the extremest importunity, to do as much for her, and God, at their joint request, shortly after calling her to him. It was a death embraced with singular and mutual content. End of section 32. Recording by Sherry Gardner.
Section 33 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ana Simão. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Chapter 33. That fortune is oftentimes observed to act by the rule of reason. Editor notes: the term fortune, so often employed by Montaigne, and in passages where he might have used providence, was censured by the doctors who examined his essays when he was at Rome in 1581. See his Travels, I 35 and 76. The inconstancy and various motions of fortune may reasonably make us expect she should present us with all sorts of faces. Can there be a more express act of justice than this? The Duke de Valentinus, Caesar Borgia, having resolved to poison Adrian, Cardinal of Corneto, with whom Pope Alexander VI, his father and himself, were to sup in the Vatican, he sent before a bottle of poisoned wine, and withal strict orders to the butler to keep it very safe. The Pope, being come before his son, and calling for a drink, the butler, supposing this wine had not been so strictly recommended to his care, but only upon the account of its excellency, presented it forthwith to the Pope; and the Duke himself coming in presently after, and being confident they had not meddled with this bottle, took also his cup, so that the father died immediately upon the spot. Other historians assign the Pope several days of misery prior to death, D.W. And the son, after having been long tormented by sickness, was reserved to another and a worse fortune. Sometimes she seems to play upon us just in the nick of an affair. Monsieur d'Estrées, at that time ensigned to Monsieur de Vendôme, and Monsieur de Lic, lieutenant in the company of the Duke d'Ascot, being both pretenders to the Sieur de Vauxelles' sister, though of several parties, as it oft falls out amongst frontier neighbours, the Sieur de Lix carried her, but on the same day he was married, and which was worse, before he went to bed to his wife, the bridegroom, having a mind to break a lance in honour of his new bride, went out to skirmish near St. Omer, where the Sieur d'Estrées, proving the stronger, took him prisoner, and more to illustrate his victory, the lady was fain to request him of courtesy to deliver up his prisoner to her, as he accordingly did, the gentlemen of France never denying anything to ladies. Conjugi antecoacta novi dimetteri collum, quam veniam unata caltera rursus iemens, noctibus in longis avidum satura set amorem. Compelled to abstain from embracing her new spouse in her arms, before 2 winters passed in succession, during their long nights had satiated her eager love. Catullus, 81. Does she not seem to be an artist here? Constantine, son of Helena, founded the empire of Constantinople, and so many ages after, Constantine, the son of Alan, put an end to it. Sometimes she is pleased to emulate our miracles. We are told that King Clovis, besieging Angoulême, the walls fell down of themselves by divine favours, and Bouchet has it from some author that King Robert, having sat down before a city, and being stolen away from the siege to go keep the feast of St. Aignan at Orleans, as he was in devotion at a certain part of the mass, the walls of the beleaguered city, without any manner of violence, fell down with a sudden ruin. But she did quite contrary in our Milan war, for Le Capitaine Rens, laying siege for us to the city Arona, and having carried the mine under a great part of the wall, the mine being sprung, the wall was lifted from its base, but dropped down again nevertheless, whole and entire, and so exactly upon its foundation, that the besieged suffered no inconvenience by that attempt. Sometimes she plays the physician, Jason de Fers being given over by the physicians, by reason of an imposthume in his breast, having a mind to rid himself of his pain, by death at least, threw himself in a battle desperately into the thickness of the enemy, where he was so fortunately wounded quite through the body, that the imposthume broke, and he was perfectly cured. Did she not also excel the painter Patroclus in his art, who, having finished the picture of a dog, quite tired and out of breath, in all the other parts excellently well to his own liking, but not being able to express, as he would, the slaver and foam that should come out of his mouth, vexed and angry at his work, he took his sponge, which by cleaning his pencils had imbibed several sorts of colors, and threw it in a rage against the picture, with an intent utterly to deface it. When fortune guided the sponge to hit just upon the mouth of the dog, it there performed what all its art was not able to do. Does she not sometimes direct our counsels and correct them? Isabel, Queen of England, having to sail from Zealand into her own kingdom, in 1326, with an army in favor of her son against her husband, had been lost, had she come into the port she had intended, being there laid wait for by the enemy. But fortune, against her will, threw her into another haven, where she landed in safety. And that man of old who, throwing a stone at the dog, hit and killed his mother-in-law, had he not reason to pronounce this verse: Fortune has more judgment than we. Menander. Icetus had contracted with 2 soldiers to kill Timoleon at Adrone in Sicily. Plutarch, Life of Timoleon, c. 7. They took their time to do it when he was assisting at a sacrifice, and thrusting into the crowd, as they were making signs to one another, that now was a fit time to do their business, in steps a third, who, with a sword, takes one of them full drive over the pate, lays him dead upon the place and runs away, which the others see, and concluding himself discovered and lost, runs to the altar and begs for mercy, promising to discover the whole truth, which as he was doing, and laying open the full conspiracy, behold the third man, who, being apprehended, was, as a murderer, thrust and hauled by the people through the press, towards Timoleon, and the other most eminent persons of the assembly, before whom being brought, he cries out for pardon, pleading that he had justly slain his father's murderer, which he, also proving up on the spot, by sufficient witnesses, whom his good fortune very opportunely supplied him withal, that his father was really killed in the city of Leontini, by that very man on whom he had taken his revenge. He was presently rewarded 10 Attic minae, for having had the good fortune, by designing to revenge the death of his father, to preserve the life of the common father of Sicily. Fortune, truly, in her conduct surpasses all the rules of human prudence. But to conclude, is there not a direct application of her favor, bounty, and pity manifestly discovered in this action? Ignatius the father and Ignatius the son, being proscribed by the triumvirs of Rome, resolve upon this generous act of mutual kindness, to fall by the hands of one another, and by that means to frustrate and defeat the cruelty of the tyrants. And accordingly with their swords drawn, ran full drive upon one another, where fortune so guided the points, that they made 2 equally mortal wounds, affording withal so much honour to so brave a friendship, as to leave them just strength enough to draw out their bloody swords, that they might have liberty to embrace one another in this dying condition, with so close and hearty an embrace, that the executioner cut off both their heads at once, leaving the bodies still fast linked together in this noble bond, and their wounds joined mouth to mouth, affectionately sucking in the last blood and reminder of the lives of each other. End of section 33. Recording by Ana Simão from Portugal.
Section 34 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nadine Eckert-Boulet. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of one defect in our government. My late father, a man that had no other advantages than experience and his own natural parts, was nevertheless of a very clear judgment, formerly told me that he once had thoughts of endeavouring to introduce this practice, that there might be in every city a certain place assigned to which such as stood in need of anything might repair and have their business entered by an officer appointed for that purpose, as for example, I want a chapman to buy my pearls, I want one that has pearls to sell. Such a one wants company to go to Paris, such a one seeks a servant of such a quality, such a one a master, such a one such an artificer, some inquiring for one thing, some for another, every one according to what he wants. And doubtless these mutual advertisements would be of no contemptible advantage to the public correspondence and intelligence, for there are ever more conditions that hunt after one another, and for want of knowing one another's occasions, leave men in very great necessity. I have heard, to the great shame of the age we live in, that in our very sight 2 most excellent men for learning died so poor that they had scarce bread to put in their mouth, Lilius Gregorius Geraldus in Italy, and Sebastianus Castalio in Germany, and I believe there are 1,000 men who would have invited them into their families with very advantageous conditions, or have relieved them where they were, had they known their wants. The world is not so generally corrupted, but that I know a man that would heartily wish the estate his ancestors have left him might be employed, so long as it shall please fortune to give him leave to enjoy it, to secure rare and remarkable persons of any kind, whom misfortune sometimes persecutes to the last degree from the dangers of necessity, and at least place them in such a condition that they must be very hard to please if they are not contented. My father in his domestic economy had this rule, which I know how to command, but by no means to imitate, namely, that besides the day book or memorial of household affairs, where the small accounts, payments, and disbursements, which do not require a secretary's hand, were entered, and which a steward always had in custody, he ordered him whom he employed to write for him, to keep a journal, and in it to set down all the remarkable occurrences, and daily memorials of the history of his house, very pleasant to look over, when time begins to wear things out of memory, and very useful sometimes to put us out of doubt when such a thing was begun, when ended, what visitors came, and when they went, our travels, absences, marriages, and death, the reception of good or ill news, the change of principal servants, and the like. An ancient custom which I think it would not be amiss for every one to revive in his own house, and I find I did very foolishly in neglecting it. End of section 34.
Section 35 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of the custom of wearing clothes. Whatever I shall say upon this subject, I am of necessity to invade some of the bounds of custom, so careful has she been to shut up all the avenues. I was disputing with myself in this shivering season whether the fashion of going naked in those nations lately discovered is imposed upon them by the hot temperature of the air, as we say of the Indians and Moors, or whether it be the original fashion of mankind. Men of understanding, forasmuch as all things under the sun, as the Holy Writ declares, are subject to the same laws, were wont in such considerations as these, where we are to distinguish the natural laws from those which have been imposed by man's invention, to have recourse to the general polity of the world, where there can be nothing counterfeit. Now, all other creatures being sufficiently furnished with all things necessary for the support of their being, Montaigne's expression is "with needle and thread," it is not to be imagined that we only are brought into the world in a defective and indigent condition, and in such a state as cannot subsist without external aid. Therefore it is that I believe that as plants, trees, and animals, and all things that have life, are seen to be by nature sufficiently clothed and covered to defend them from the injuries of weather, proptereaque ferre, res omnes aut corios sunt, aut seta, aut conquis, aut callo, aut cortice tectae, and that for this reason nearly all things are clothed with skin, or hair, or shells, or bark, or some such thing. Lucretius, Book 4, 936. So were we. But as those who by artificial light put out that of day, so we by borrowed forms and fashions have destroyed our own. And 'tis plain enough to be seen that 'tis custom only which renders that impossible that otherwise is nothing so. For of those nations who have no manner of knowledge of clothing, some are situated under the same temperature that we are, and some in much colder climates. And besides, our most tender parts are always exposed to the air, as the eyes, mouth, nose, and ears, and our country labourers, like our ancestors in former times, go with their breasts and bellies open. Had we been born with a necessity upon us of wearing petticoats and breeches, there is no doubt but nature would have fortified those parts she intended should be exposed to the fury of the seasons with a thicker skin, as she has done the finger ends and the soles of the feet. And why should this seem hard to believe? I observe much greater distance betwixt my habit and that of one of our country boors, than betwixt his and that of a man who has no other covering but his skin. How many men, especially in Turkey, go naked upon the account of devotion? Some one asked a beggar, whom he saw in his shirt in the depth of winter, as brisk and frolic as he who goes muffled up to the ears in furs, how he was able to endure to go so. Why, sir, he answered, you go with your face bare, I am all face. The Italians have a story of the Duke of Florence's fool, whom his master asking how, being so thinly clad, he was able to support the cold, when he himself, warmly wrapped up as he was hardly able to do it. Why, replied the fool, use my receipt to put on all your clothes you have at once, and you'll feel no more cold than I. King Massinissa, to an extreme old age, could never be prevailed upon to go with his head covered, how cold, stormy, or rainy soever the weather might be, which also is reported of the Emperor Severus. Herodotus tells us that in the battles fought betwixt the Egyptians and the Persians, it was observed both by himself and by others, that of those who were left dead upon the field, the heads of the Egyptians were without comparison harder than those of the Persians, by reason that the last had gone with their heads always covered from their infancy, first with biggins and then with turbans, and the others always shaved and bare. King Agesilaus continued to a decrepit age to wear always the same clothes in winter that he did in summer. Caesar, says Suetonius, marched always at the head of his army, for the most part on foot, with his head bare, whether it was rain or sunshine, and as much is said of Hannibal. Tum vertice nudo excipere insanos imbres, coelique ruinam. Bareheaded he marched in snow, exposed to pouring rain and the utmost rigour of the weather. Silius Italicus, Book 1, 250. A Venetian who has long lived in Pegu, and has lately returned thence, writes that the men and women of that kingdom, though they cover all their other parts, go always barefoot, and ride so too. And Plato very earnestly advises for the health of the whole body to give the head and the feet no other clothing than what nature has bestowed. He whom the Poles have elected for their king, Stephen Bartoli, since ours came thence, who is indeed one of the greatest princes of the age, never wears any gloves, and in winter or whatever weather can come, never wears other cap abroad than that he wears at home. Whereas I cannot endure to go unbuttoned or untied, my neighbouring labourers would think themselves in chains if they were so braced. Varro is of opinion that when it was ordained we should be bare in the presence of the gods, and before the magistrate, it was so ordered rather upon the score of health, and to inure us to the injuries of weather, than upon the account of reverence. And since we are now talking of cold, and Frenchmen used to wear a variety of colours, not I myself, for I seldom wear other than black or white, in imitation of my father. Let us add another story out of Le Capitaine Martin du Bellay, who affirms that in the march to Luxembourg he saw so great frost that the munition wine was cut with hatchets and wedges, and delivered out to the soldiers by weight, and that they carried it away in baskets. And Ovid, nudaque consistunt formam servantia testae vina, nec hausta meri sed data frusta bibunt. The wine, when out of the cask, retains the form of the cask, and is given out not in cups, but in bits. Ovid Tristia, Book 3, 1023. At the mouth of Lake Maeotis the frosts are so very sharp that in the very same place where Mithridates' lieutenant had fought the enemy dry foot and given them a notable defeat, the summer following he obtained over them a naval victory. The Romans fought at a very great disadvantage in the engagement they had with the Carthaginians near Piacenza, by reason that they went to the charge with their blood congealed and their limbs numbed with cold, whereas Hannibal had caused great fires to be dispersed quite through his camp, to warm his soldiers, and oil to be distributed amongst them, to the end that anointing themselves they might render their nerves more supple and active, and fortify the pores against the violence of the air and freezing wind which raged in that season. The retreat the Greeks made from Babylon into their own country is famous for the difficulties and calamities they had to overcome, of which this was one, that being encountered in the mountains of Armenia with a horrible storm of snow, they lost all knowledge of the country and of the ways, and being driven up, were a day and a night without eating or drinking. Most of their cattle died, many of themselves were starved to death, several struck blind with the force of the hail and the glare of the snow, many of them maimed in their fingers and toes, and many stiff and motionless with the extremity of the cold, who had yet their understanding entire. Alexander saw a nation where they bury their fruit trees in winter to protect them from being destroyed by the frost, and we also may see the same. But so far as clothes go, the King of Mexico changed 4 times a day his apparel, and never put it on again, employing that he left off in his continual liberalities and rewards, and neither pot, dish, nor other utensil of his kitchen or table was ever served twice. End of section 35. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey.
Section 36 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Of Cato the Younger. I am not possessed with this common error, to judge of others according to what I am myself. I am easy to believe things differing from myself. Though I be engaged to one form, I do not tie the world unto it, as every man does, and I believe and conceive 1,000 manners of life, contrary to the common sort. Florio, edition of 1613, page 113. I am not guilty of the common error of judging another by myself. I easily believe that in another's humor, which is contrary to my own. And though I find myself engaged to one certain form, I do not oblige others to it, as many do, but believe and apprehend 1,000 ways of living, and contrary to most men, more easily admit of difference than uniformity amongst us. I, as frankly as any one would have me, discharge a man from my humours and principles, and consider him according to his own particular model. Though I am not continent myself, I nevertheless sincerely approve the continence of the Feuillants and Capuchins, and highly commend their way of living. I insinuate myself by imagination into their place, and love and honour them the more for being other than I am. I very much desire that we may be judged, every man by himself, and would not be drawn into the consequence of common examples. My own weakness nothing alters the esteem I ought to have for the force and vigour of those who deserve it. Sunt qui nihil suadent, quam quod se imitari posse confidunt. There are who persuade nothing but what they believe they can imitate themselves. Cicero, De Oratore, chapter 7. Crawling upon the slime of the earth, I do not for all that cease to observe up in the clouds the inimitable height of some heroic souls. 'Tis a great deal for me to have my judgment regular and just, if the effects cannot be so, and to maintain the sovereign part at least free from corruption. 'Tis something to have my will right and good, where my legs fail me. This age wherein we live, in our part of the world at least, is grown so stupid, that not only the exercise, but the very imagination of virtue is defective, and seems to be no other but college jargon. Virtutem verba putant ut lucum ligna. They think words virtue, as they think mere wood a sacred grove. Horace Epos 1:631. Quam vereri deberent, etiam si percipere non possent, which they ought to reverence, though they cannot comprehend. Cicero, Tusculanae Quaestiones, Vol. 2. 'Tis a gewgaw to hang in a cabinet, or at the end of the tongue, as on the tip of the ear, for ornament only. There are no longer virtuous actions extant. Those actions that carry a show of virtue have yet nothing of its essence, by reason that profit, glory, fear, custom, and other such like foreign causes put us on the way to produce them. Our justice also, valour, courtesy, may be called so too, in respect to others, and according to the face they appear with to the public. But in the doer it can by no means be virtue, because there is another end proposed, another moving cause. Now virtue owns nothing to be hers, but what is done by herself and for herself alone. In that great battle of Plataea, that the Greeks, under the command of Pausanias, gained against Mardonius and the Persians, the conquerors, according to their custom, coming to divide amongst them the glory of the exploit, attributed to the Spartan nation the preeminence of valor in the engagement. The Spartans, great judges of virtue, when they came to determine to what particular man of their nation the honor was due of having the best behaved himself upon the occasion, found that Aristodemus had of all others hazarded his person with the greatest bravery, but did not, however, allow him any prize, by reason that his virtue had been incited by a desire to clear his reputation from the reproach of his miscarriage at the business of Thermopylae, and to die bravely to wipe off that former blemish. Our judgments are yet sick, and obey the humour of our depraved manners. I observe most of the wits of these times pretend to ingenuity, by endeavouring to blemish and darken the glory of the bravest and most generous actions of former ages, putting one vile interpretation or another upon them, and forging and supposing vain causes and motives for the noble things they did, a mighty subtlety indeed. Give me the greatest and most unblemished action that ever the day beheld, and I will contrive 100 plausible drifts and ends to obscure it. God knows whoever will stretch them out to the full, what diversity of images our internal wills suffer under. They do not so maliciously play the censors as they do it ignorantly and rudely in all their detractions. The same pains and license that others take to blemish and bespatter these illustrious names, I would willingly undergo to lend them a shoulder to raise them higher. These rare forms that are culled out by the consent of the wisest men of all ages, for the world's example, I should not stick to augment in honour, as far as my invention would permit, in all the circumstances of favourable interpretation, and we may well believe that the force of our invention is infinitely short of their merit. 'Tis the duty of good men to portray virtue as beautiful as they can, and there would be nothing wrong should our passion a little transport us in favour of so sacred a form. What these people do, on the contrary, they either do out of malice, or by the vice of confining their belief to their own capacity, or, which I am more inclined to think, for not having their sight strong, clear, and elevated enough to conceive the splendour of virtue in her native purity, as Plutarch complains that in his time some attributed the cause of the younger Cato's death to his fear of Caesar, at which he seems very angry, and with good reason, and by this a man may guess how much more he would have been offended with those who have attributed it to ambition. Senseless people! He would rather have performed a noble, just, and generous action, and to have had ignominy for his reward, than for glory. That man was, in truth, a pattern that nature chose out to show to what height human virtue and constancy could arrive. But I am not capable of handling so rich an argument, and shall therefore only set 5 Latin poets together, contending in the praise of Cato, and incidentally for their own too. Now, a well-educated child will judge the 2 first in comparison of the others a little flat and languid, the third more vigorous, but overthrown by the extravagance of his own force. He will then think that there will be room for 1 or 2 gradations of invention to come to the 4th, and, mounting to the pitch of that, he will lift up his hands in admiration, coming to the last, the first by some space, but a space that he will swear is not to be filled up by any human wit. He will be astounded. He will not know where he is. And here is a wonder. We have far more poets than judges and interpreters of poetry. It is easier to write it than to understand it. There is, indeed, a certain low and moderate sort of poetry that a man may well enough judge by certain rules of art. But the true, supreme, and divine poesy is above all rules and reason, and whoever discerns the beauty of it with the most assured and most steady sight sees no more than the quick reflection of a flash of lightning. It does not exercise, but ravishes and overwhelms our judgment. The fury that possesses him who is able to penetrate into it wounds yet a third man by hearing him repeat it, like a lodestone that not only attracts the needle, but also infuses into it the virtue to attract others. And it is more evidently manifest in our theatres that the sacred inspiration of the Muses, having first stirred up the poet to anger, sorrow, hatred, and out of himself to whatever they will, does moreover by the poet possess the actor, and by the actor consecutively all the spectators. So much do our passions hang and depend upon one another. Poetry has ever had that power over me from a child to transpierce and transport me, but this vivid sentiment that is natural to me has been variously handled by variety of forms, not so much higher or lower, for they were ever the highest of every kind, as differing in colour. First, a gay and sprightly fluency, afterwards a lofty and penetrating subtlety, and lastly a mature and constant vigour. Their names will better express them: Ovid, Lucan, Virgil. But our poets are beginning their career. Sit Cato dum vivit, sane vel Caesare maior. Let Cato, whilst he live, be greater than Caesar. Martial 632. Says one, et invictum de victa morte Catonem. And Cato, invincible, death being overcome. Manilius, Astronomy 487. Says the second. And the third, speaking of the civil wars betwixt Caesar and Pompey. Victrix causa diis placuit, sed victa Catoni. The victorious cause blessed the gods, the defeated one Cato. Lucan 128. And the fourth upon the praises of Caesar. Et cuncta terrarum sub acta praeter atrocem animum Catonis. And conquered all but the indomitable mind of Cato. Horace Odes 2:123. And the master of the choir, after having set forth all the great names of the greatest Romans, ends thus: His dantem iura Catonem. Cato giving loss to all the rest. Aeneid 8:670. End of section 36.
Section 37 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. That we laugh and cry for the same thing. When we read in history that Antigonus was very much displeased with his son for presenting him the head of King Pyrrhus, his enemy, but newly slain fighting against him, and that seeing it he wept, and that René, Duke of Lorraine, also lamented the death of Charles, Duke of Burgundy, whom he had himself defeated, and appeared in mourning at his funeral, and that in the battle of Doré, which Count Montfort obtained over Charles de Blois, his competitor for the Duchy of Brittany, the conqueror, meeting the dead body of his enemy, was very much afflicted at his death, we must not presently cry out, "E così avven che l'animo ciascuna sua passion sotto il contrario manto ricopre, con la vista or chiara or bruna." And thus it happens that the mind of each veils its passion under a different appearance, and beneath a smiling visage, gay beneath a sombre air. Petrarch. When Pompey's head was presented to Caesar, the histories tell us that he turned away his face, as from a sad and unpleasing object. There had been so long an intelligence and society betwixt them in the management of the public affairs, so great a community of fortunes, so many mutual offices, and so near an alliance, that this countenance of his ought not to suffer under any misinterpretation, or to be suspected for either false or counterfeit, as this other seems to believe. Tutumque putavit iam bonus esse socer, lacrimae non sponte cadentes effudit, gemitusque expressit pectore laito. And now he thought it safe to play the kind father-in-law, shedding forced tears, and from a joyful breast discharging sighs and groans. Lucan, Book 9, 1037. For though it be true that the greatest part of our actions are no other than visor and disguise, and that it may sometimes be true that haeredis fletus sub persona risus est, the heir's tears behind the mask are smiles. Publius Syrus apud Gellium, 1714. Yet, in judging of these accidents, we are to consider how much our souls are oftentimes agitated with divers passions. And as they say that in our bodies there is a congregation of divers humours, of which that is the sovereign which, according to the complexion we are of, is commonly most predominant in us, so though the soul have in it divers motions to give it agitation, yet must there of necessity be one to overrule all the rest, though not with so necessary and absolute a dominion, but that through the flexibility and inconstancy of the soul, those of less authority may upon occasion reassume their place and make a little sally in turn. Thence it is that we see not only children, who innocently obey and follow nature, often laugh and cry at the same thing, but not one of us can boast, what journey soever he may have in hand that he has the most set his heart upon, but when he comes to part with his family and friends, he will find something that troubles him within, and though he refrain his tears, yet he puts foot in the stirrup with a sad and cloudy countenance. And what gentle flames soever may warm the heart of modest and well-born virgins, yet are they fain to be forced from about their mothers' necks, to be put to bed to their husbands, whatever this boon companion is pleased to say. Est ne novis nuptis odia Venus, anne parentum frustrantur falsis gaudia lacrimulis, ubertim thalami quasi intra limina fundunt. Non ita me divi vera gemunt, iorint. Is Venus really so alarming to the new-made bride, or does she honestly oppose her parents, rejoicing the tears she so abundantly sheds on entering the nuptial chamber? No, by the gods, these are no true tears. Catullus, 66, line 15. Neither is it strange to lament a person dead, whom a man would by no means should be alive. When I rattle my man, I do it with all the mettle I have, and load him with no feigned, but downright real curses. But the heat being over, if he should stand in need of me, I should be very ready to do him good, for I instantly turn the leaf. When I call him calf and coxcomb, I do not pretend to entail those titles upon him for ever. Neither do I think I give myself the lie in calling him an honest fellow presently after. No one quality engrosses us purely and universally. Were it not the sign of a fool to talk to oneself, there would hardly be a day or hour wherein I might not be heard to grumble and mutter to myself, and against myself, "Confound the fool!" And yet I do not think that to be my definition. Who, for seeing me one while cold, and presently very fond towards my wife, believes the one or the other to be counterfeited, is an ass. Nero, taking leave of his mother, whom he was sending to be drowned, was nevertheless sensible of some emotion at this farewell, and was struck with horror and pity. 'Tis said that the light of the sun is not one continuous thing, but that he darts new rays so thick one upon another that we cannot perceive the intermission. Largus enim liquidi fons luminis aetherius sol, irrigat assidue coelum candore recenti, superitatque novo confestim lumine lumen. So the wide fountain of liquid light, the ethereal sun, steadily fertilises the heavens with new heat, and supplies a continuous store of fresh light. Lucretius, book 5, 282. Just so the soul variously and imperceptibly darts out her passions. Artabanus, coming by surprise once upon his nephew Xerxes, chid him for the sudden alteration of his countenance. He was considering the immeasurable greatness of his forces passing over the Hellespont for the Grecian expedition. He was first seized with a palpitation of joy to see so many millions of men under his command, and this appeared in the gaiety of his looks. But his thoughts at the same instant suggesting to him that of so many lives, within a century at most, there would not be one left, he presently knit his brows and grew sad, even to tears. We have resolutely pursued the revenge of an injury received, and been sensible of a singular contentment for the victory. But we shall weep notwithstanding. 'Tis not for the victory, though, that we shall weep. There is nothing altered in that. But the soul looks upon things with another eye, and represents them to itself with another kind of face. For everything has many faces and several aspects. Relations, old acquaintances, and friendships possess our imaginations, and make them tender for the time, according to their condition, but the turn is so quick that 'tis gone in a moment. Nila Deo fieri celeri ratione videtur, quam si mens fieri proponit, et incoat ipsa, ocius ergo animus, quam re se perciat ulla, and oculos quoro impromptu natura videtur. Nothing, therefore, seems to be done in so swift a manner than if the mind proposes it to be done, and itself begins. It is more active than anything which we see in nature. Lucretius, book 3, 183. And therefore, if we would make one continued thing of all this succession of passions, we deceive ourselves. When Timoleon laments the murder he had committed upon so mature and generous deliberation, he does not lament the liberty restored to his country, he does not lament the tyrant, but he laments his brother. One part of his duty is performed, let us give him leave to perform the other. End of section 37. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey.
Chapter 38 from the Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 38 of Solitude. From the Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne. Let us pretermit that long comparison betwixt the active and the solitary life. And, as for the fine sayings with which ambition and avarice palliate their vices, that we are not born for ourselves, but for the public, let us boldly appeal to those who are in public affairs. Let them lay their hands upon their hearts, and then say whether, on the contrary, they do not rather aspire to titles and offices, and that tumult of the world, to make their private advantage at the public expense. The corrupt ways by which in this our time they arrive at the height to which their ambitions aspire, manifestly enough declares that their ends cannot be very good. Let us tell ambition that it is she herself who gives us a taste of solitude. For what does she so much avoid as society? What does she so much seek as elbow-room? A man many do well or ill everywhere. But if what Bias says be true, that the greatest part is the worst part, or what the preacher says, there is not one good of 1,000. Good men, forsooth, are scarce. There are hardly as many as there are gates of Thebes or mouths of the rich Nile. The contagion is very dangerous in the crowd. A man must either imitate the vicious or hate them both, are dangerous things, either to resemble them because they are many, or to hate many because they are unresembling to ourselves. Merchants who go to sea are in the right when they are cautious that those who embark with them in the same bottom be neither dissolute blasphemers nor vicious otherwise, looking upon such society as unfortunate. And therefore it was that Bias pleasantly said to some, who, being with him in a dangerous storm, implored the assistance of the gods. Peace, speak softly, he said, that they may not know you are here in my company. And of more pressing example, Albuquerque, viceroy in the Indies for Emmanuel, king of Portugal, in an extreme peril of shipwreck, took a young boy upon his shoulders, for this only end that, in the society of their common danger, his innocence might serve to protect him, and to recommend him to the divine favor, that they might get safe to shore. 'Tis not that a wise man may not live everywhere content, and be alone in the very crowd of a palace, but if it be left to his own choice, the schoolman will tell you that he should fly the very sight of the crowd. He will endure it if need be, but if it be referred to him, he will choose to be alone. He cannot think himself sufficiently rid of vice, if he must yet contend with it in other men. Charondas punished those as evil men who were convicted of keeping ill company. There is nothing so unsociable and sociable as man, the one by his vice, the other by his nature. And Antisthenes, in my opinion, did not give him a satisfactory answer, who reproached him with frequenting ill company, by saying that the physicians lived well enough amongst the sick, for if they contribute to the health of the sick, no doubt by the contagion, continual sight of, and familiarity with diseases, they must of necessity impair their own. Now the end, I take it, is all one, to live at more leisure and at one's ease. But men do not always take the right way. They often think that they have totally taken leave of all business, when they have only exchanged one employment for another. There is little less trouble in governing a private family than a whole kingdom. Wherever the mind is perplexed, it is an entire disorder, and domestic employments are not less troublesome for being less important. Moreover, for having shaken off the court and the exchange, we have not taken leave of the principal vexations of life. Reason and prudence, not a place with a commanding view of the great ocean, banish care. Ambition, avarice, irresolution, fear, and inordinate desires do not leave us because we forsake our native country. Black care sits behind the horseman. They often follow us even to cloisters and philosophical schools. Nor deserts, nor caves, hair shirts, nor fasts can disengage us from them. The fatal shaft adheres to the side. One telling Socrates that such a one was nothing improved by his travels. I very well believe it, said he, for he took himself along with him. Why do we seek climates warmed by another sun? Who is the man that by fleeing from his country can also flee from himself? If a man do not first discharge both himself and his mind of the burden with which he finds himself oppressed, motion will but make it press the harder and sit the heavier, as the landing of a ship is of less encumbrance when fast and bestowed in a settled posture. You do a sick man more harm than good in removing him from place to place. You fix and establish the disease by motion, as stakes sink deeper and more firmly into the earth by being moved up and down in the place where they are designed to stand. Therefore, it is not enough to get remote from the public. 'Tis not enough to shift the soil only. A man must flee from the popular conditions that have taken possession of his soul. He must sequester and come again to himself. You say perhaps you have broken your chains. The dog who after long efforts has broken his chain, still in his flight drags a heavy portion of it after him. We still carry our fetters along with us. 'Tis not an absolute liberty. We yet cast back a look upon what we have left behind us. The fancy is still full of it. But unless the mind is purified, what internal combats and dangers must we incur in spite of all our efforts? How many bitter anxieties, how many terrors follow upon unregulated passion? What destruction befalls us from pride, lust, petulant anger? What evils arise from luxury and sloth? Our disease lies in the mind, which cannot escape from itself, and therefore is to be called home and confined within itself. That is the true solitude, and that may be enjoyed even in populous cities and the courts of kings, though more commodiously apart. Now since we will attempt to live alone, and to waive all manner of conversation amongst them, let us so order it that our content may depend wholly upon ourselves. Let us dissolve all obligations that ally us to others. Let us obtain this from ourselves, that we may live alone in good earnest, and live at our ease too. Stilpo, having escaped from the burning of his town, where he lost wife, children, and goods, Demetrius Polecrates, seeing him, in so great a ruin of his country, appear with an undisturbed countenance, asked him if he had received no loss. To which he made answer, no, and that, thank God, nothing was lost of his. This also was the meaning of the philosopher Antisthenes, when he pleasantly said that men should furnish themselves with such things as would float, and might with the owner escape the storm. And certainly a wise man never loses anything if he have himself. When the city of Nola was ruined by the barbarians, Paulinus, who was bishop of that place, having there lost all he had, himself a prisoner, prayed after this manner: O Lord, defend me from being sensible of this loss. For thou knowest they have yet touched nothing of that which is mine. The riches that made him rich, and the goods that made him good, were still kept entire. This is to make choice of treasures that can secure themselves from plunder and violence, and to hide them in such a place into which no one can enter, and that is not to be betrayed by any but ourselves. Wives, children, and goods must be had, and especially health, by him that can get it. But we are not so to get our hearts upon them, that our happiness must have its dependence upon them. We must reserve a back shop, wholly of our own and entirely free, wherein to settle our true liberty, our principal solitude and retreat. And in this we must for the most part entertain ourselves with ourselves, and so privately that no exotic knowledge or communication be admitted there. There is to laugh and to talk, as if without wife, children, goods, train, or attendants, to the end that when it shall so fall out that we must lose any or all of these, it may be no new thing to be without them. We have a mind pliable in itself, that will be company, that has wherewithal to attack and to defend, to receive and to give. Let us not then fear in this solitude to languish under an uncomfortable vacuity. In solitude be company for thyself. Virtue is satisfied with herself, without discipline, without words, without effects. In our ordinary actions there is not one of 1,000 that concerns ourselves. He that thou seest scrambling up the ruins of that wall, furious and transported, against whom so many harquebus shots are levelled, and that other all over scars, pale, and fainting with hunger, and yet resolved rather to die than to open the gates to him. Dost thou think that these men are there upon their own account? No, peradventure in the behalf of one who they never saw, and who never concerns himself for their pains and danger, but lies wallowing the while in sloth and pleasure. This other slavering, bleary-eyed, slovenly fellow that thou seest come out of his study after midnight, dost thou think he has been tumbling over books to learn how to become a better man, wiser and more content? No such matter. He will there end his days, but he will teach posterity the measure of Plautus' verses, and the true orthography of a Latin word. Who is it that does voluntarily exchange his health, his repose, and his very life for reputation and glory, the most useless, frivolous, and false coin that passes current among us? Our own death does not sufficiently terrify and trouble us. Let us, moreover, charge ourselves with those of our wives, children, and family. Our own affairs do not afford us anxiety enough. Let us undertake those of our neighbors and friends, still more to break our brains and torment us. Ah, can any man conceive in his mind, or realize, what is dearer than he is to himself? Solitude seems to me to wear the best favor in such as have already employed their most active and flourishing age in the world's service, after the example of Thales. We have lived enough for others. Let us at least live out the small remnant of our lives for ourselves. Let us now call in our thoughts and intentions to ourselves, and to our own ease and repose. 'Tis no light thing to make a sure retreat. It will be enough for us to do without mixing other enterprises. Since God gives us leisure to order our removal, let us make ready, truss our baggage, take leave betimes of the company, and disentangle ourselves from those violent importunities that engage us elsewhere and separate us from ourselves. We must break the knot of our obligations, how strong soever, and hereafter love this or that, but espouse nothing but ourselves. That is to say, let the remainder be our own, but not so joined and so close as not to be forced away without flaying us or tearing out part of our whole. The greatest thing in the world is for a man to know that he is his own. 'Tis time to wean ourselves from society, when we can no longer add anything to it. He who is not in a condition to lend must forbid himself to borrow. Our forces begin to fail us. Let us call them in and concentrate them in and for ourselves. He that can cast off within himself and resolve the offices of friendship and company, let him do it. In this decay of nature which renders him useless, burdensome, and importunate to others, let him take care not to be useless, burdensome, and importunate to himself. Let him soothe and caress himself, and above all things be sure to govern himself with reverence to his reason and conscience to that degree as to be ashamed to make a false step in their presence. For 'tis rarely seen that men have respect and reverence enough for themselves. Socrates says that boys are to cause themselves to be instructed, men to exercise themselves in well-doing, and old men to retire from all civil and military employments, living at their own discretion, without the obligations to any office. There are some complexions more proper for these precepts of retirement than others, such as are of a soft and dull apprehension, and of a tender will and affection, not readily to be subdued or employed, whereof I am one, both by natural condition and by reflection, will sooner incline to this advice than active and busy souls, which embrace all, engage in all, are hot upon everything, which offer, present, and give themselves up to every occasion. We are to use these accidental and extraneous commodities so far as they are pleasant to us, but by no means to lay our principal foundation there. 'Tis no true one, neither nature nor reason allows it so to be. Why therefore should we, contrary to their laws, enslave our own contentment to the power of another, to anticipate also the accidents of fortune, to deprive ourselves of the conveniences we have in our power, as several have done upon the account of devotion, and some philosophers by reasoning? To be one's own servant, to lie hard, to put out our own eyes, to throw our wealth into the river, to go in search of grief, these, by the misery of this life, aiming at bliss in another, those by laying themselves low to avoid the danger of falling, all such are acts of an excessive virtue. The stoutest and most resolute natures render even their seclusion glorious and exemplary. When means are deficient, I laud a safe and humble condition, content with little. But when things grow better and more easy, I all the same say that you alone are wise and live well, whose invested money is visible in beautiful villas. A great deal less would serve my turn well enough. 'Tis enough for me, under fortune's favour, to prepare myself for her disgrace, and, being at my ease, to represent to myself, as far as my imagination can stretch, the ill to come, as we do at jousts and tiltings, where we counterfeit war in the greatest calm of peace. I do not think Arcelius, the philosopher, the less temperate and virtuous, for knowing that he made use of gold and silver vessels, when the condition of his fortune allowed him to do so. I have indeed a better opinion of him, than if he had denied himself what he used with liberality and moderation. I see the utmost limits of natural necessity, and, considering a poor man begging at my door, ofttimes more jocund and more healthy than I myself am, I put myself into his place, and attempt to dress my mind after his mode, and, running in like manner over other examples, I have fancied death, poverty, contempt, and sickness treading on my heels. I easily resolve not to be affrighted, forasmuch as a less than I takes them with so much patience, and am not willing to believe that a less understanding can do more than a greater, or that the effects of a precept can derive to as great a height as those of custom. And knowing of how uncertain duration these accidental conveniences are, I never forget, in the height of all my enjoyments, to make it my chiefest prayer to Almighty God, that he will please to render me content with myself and the condition wherein I am. I see young men, very gay and frolic, who nevertheless keep a mass of pills in their trunk at home, to take when they've got a cold, which they fear so much the less, because they think they have remedy at hand. Every one should do in like manner, and, moreover, if they find themselves subject to some more violent disease, should furnish themselves with such medicines as may numb and stupefy the part. The employment a man should choose for such a life ought neither to be a laborious nor an unpleasing one, otherwise 'tis to no purpose at all to be retired, and this depends upon every one's liking and humour. Mine has no manner of complacency for husbandry, and such as love it ought to apply themselves to it with moderation. Endeavour to make circumstance subject to me, and not me subject to circumstances. Husbandry is otherwise a very servile employment, as Sallust calls it, though some parts of it are more excusable than the rest, as the care of gardens, which Xenophon attributes to Cyrus, and a mean may be found out betwixt the sordid and low application, so full of perpetual solicitude, which is seen in men who make it their entire business and study, and the stupid and extreme negligence, letting all things go at random, which we see in others. Democritus's cattle eat his corn and spoil his fields, whilst his soaring mind ranges abroad without the body. But let us hear what advice the younger Pliny gives his friend Caninius Rufus upon the subject of solitude. I advise thee, in the full and plentiful retirement wherein thou art, to leave to thy hinds the care of thy husbandry, and to addict thyself to the study of letters, to extract from thence something that may be entirely and absolutely thine own. By which he means reputation, like Cicero, who says that he would employ his solitude and retirement from public affairs to acquire by his writings an immortal life. Is all that thy learning nothing, unless another knows that thou knowest? It appears to be reason, when a man talks of retiring from the world, that he should look quite out of himself. These do it but by halves. They design well enough for themselves when they shall be no more in it, but still they pretend to extract the fruits of that design from the world, when absent from it, by a ridiculous contradiction. The imagination of those who seek solitude upon the account of devotion, filling their hopes and courage with certainty of divine promises in the other life, is much more rationally founded. They propose themselves to God, an infinite object in goodness and power. The soul has there wherewithal, at full liberty, to satiate her desires. Afflictions and sufferings turn to their advantage, being undergone for the acquisition of eternal health and joy. Death is to be wished and longed for, where it is the passage to so perfect a condition. The asperity of the rules they impose upon themselves is immediately softened by custom, and all their carnal appetites baffled and subdued, by refusing to humor and feed them, these being only supported by use and exercise. This sole end of another happily immortal life is that which really merits that we should abandon the pleasures and conveniences of this. And he who can really and constantly inflame his soul with the ardor of this vivid faith and hope, erects for himself in solitude a more voluptuous and delicious life than any sort of existence. Neither the end, then, nor the means of this advice pleases me, for we often fall out of the frying pan into the fire, or we always relapse ill from fever into fever. This book employment is as painful as any other, and as great an enemy to health, which ought to be the first thing considered. Neither ought a man to be allured with the pleasure of it, which is the same that destroys the frugal, the avaricious, the voluptuous, and the ambitious man. This book employment is as painful as any other, and as great an enemy to health, which ought to be the first thing considered. Neither ought a man to be allured with the pleasure of it, which is the same that destroys the frugal, the avaricious, the voluptuous, and the ambitious man. The sages give us caution enough to beware the treachery of our desires, to distinguish true and entire pleasures from such as are mixed and complicated with greater pain. For the most of our pleasures, they say, wheedle and caress only to strangle us, like those thieves the Egyptians called Philistæ. If the headache should come before drunkenness, we should have a care of drinking too much. But pleasure, to deceive us, marches before and conceals her train. Books are pleasant, but if, by being over-studious, we impair our health and spoil our good humor, the best pieces we have, let us give it over. I, for my part, am one of those who think that no fruit derived from them can recompense so great a loss. As men who have long felt themselves weakened by indisposition, giving themselves up at last to the mercy of medicine, and submit to certain rules of living, which they are for the future never to transgress. So he who retires, weary of and disgusted with the common way of living, ought to model this new one he enters into by rules of reason, and to insulate and establish it by premeditation and reflection. He ought to have taken leave of all sorts of labor, what advantage soever it may promise, and generally to have shaken off all those passions which disturb the tranquillity of the body and soul, and then chooses the way that best suits him with his own humor. In husbandry, study, hunting, and all other exercises, men are to proceed to the utmost limits of pleasure, but must take heed of engaging further, where trouble begins to mix with it. We are to reserve so much employment only as is necessary to keep us in breath, and to defend us from the inconveniences that the extreme of a dull and stupid laziness brings along with it. There are sterile, knotty sciences, chiefly hammered out for the crowd. Let such be left to them who are engaged in the world's service. I, for my part, care for no other books, but either such as are pleasant and easy, to amuse me, or those that comfort and instruct me how to regulate my life and death. Silently meditating in the healthy groves, whatever is worthy of a wise and good man. Wiser men, having great force and vigor of soul, may propose to themselves a rest wholly spiritual but for me, who have a very ordinary soul. It is very necessary to support myself with bodily conveniences, and age having of late deprived me of those pleasures that were more acceptable to me, I instruct and whet my appetite to those that remain, more suitable to this other reason. We ought to hold with all our force, both of hands and teeth, the use of the pleasures of life that our years, one after another, snatch away from us. Let us pluck life's sweets, 'tis for them we live. By and by we shall be ashes, a ghost, a mere subject of talk. Now as to the end that Pliny and Cicero propose to us of glory, 'tis infinitely wide of my account. Ambition is of all others the most contrary humor to solitude. Glory and repose are things that cannot possibly inhabit in one and the same place. For such as I understand, these have only their arms and legs disengaged from the crowd. Their soul and intention remain confined behind more than ever. Dost thou then, old man, collect food for others' ears? They have only retired to take a better leap, and by a stronger motion to give a brisker charge into the crowd. Will you see how they shoot short? Let us put into counterpoise the advice of two philosophers, of two very different sects, writing, the one Idomeneus, the other Lucilius, their friends, to retire into solitude from worldly honors and affairs. You have, they say, hitherto lived swimming and floating. Come now, and die in the harbor. You have given the first part of your life to the light. Give what remains to the shade. It is impossible to give over business, if you do not also quit the fruit. Therefore, disengage yourself from all concern of name and glory. 'Tis to be feared the lustre of your former actions will give you but too much light, and follow you into your most private retreat. Quit with other pleasures that which proceeds from the approbation of another man. And as to your knowledge and parts, never concern yourselves. They will not lose their effect if yourselves be better for them. Remember him, who being asked why he took so much pains in an art that could come to the knowledge of but a few persons. A few are enough for me, replied he. I have enough with one. I have enough with never and one. He said true. You and a companion are theatre enough to one another, or you to yourself. Let the people be to you one, and be you one to the whole people. 'Tis an unworthy ambition to think to derive glory from a man's sloth and privacy. You are to do like the beasts of chase, who efface the tracks of the entrance into their den. You are no more to concern yourself how the world talks of you, but how you are to talk of yourself. Retire yourself into yourself, but first prepare yourself there to receive yourself. It were a folly to trust yourself in your own hands, if you cannot govern yourself. A man may miscarry alone as well as in company, till you have rendered yourself one before whom you dare not trip, and till you have a bashfulness and respect for yourself. Present continually to your imagination Cato, Phocion, and Aristides, in whose presence the fools themselves will hide their faults, and make them controllers of all your intentions. Should these deviate from virtue, your respect to those will set you right. They will keep you in this way to be contented with yourself, to borrow nothing of any other but yourself, to stay and fix your soul in certain and limited thoughts, wherein she may please herself, and having understood the true and real goods, which men the more enjoy, the more they understand, to rest satisfied, without desire of prolongation of life or name. This is the precept of the true and natural philosophy, not of a boasting and prating philosophy, such as that of the two former. End of chapter 38.
Section 39 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. A consideration upon Cicero. One word more by way of comparison betwixt these two. There are to be gathered out of the writings of Cicero and the younger Pliny, but little, in my opinion, resembling his uncle in his humours, infinite testimonies of a beyond measure ambitious nature, and amongst others, this for one, that they both, in the sight of all the world, solicit the historians of their time not to forget them in their memoirs. And fortune, as if in spite, has made the vanity of those requests live upon record down to this age of ours, while she has long since consigned the histories themselves to oblivion. But this exceeds all meanness of spirit in persons of such a quality as they were, to think to derive any great renown from babbling and prating, even to the publishing of their private letters to their friends, and so withal, that though some of them were never sent, the opportunity being lost, they nevertheless presented them to the light, with this worthy excuse, that they were unwilling to lose their labours and lucubrations. Was it not very well becoming two consuls of Rome, sovereign magistrates of the republic that commanded the world, to spend their leisure in contriving quaint and elegant missives, thence to gain the reputation of being versed in their own mother tongues? What could a pitiful schoolmaster have done worse, whose trade it was thereby to get his living? If the acts of Xenophon and Caesar had not far transcended their eloquence, I scarce believe they would ever have taken the pains to have written them. They made it their business to recommend not their speaking, but their doing. And could the perfection of eloquence have added a lustre suitable to a great personage, certainly Scipio and Lelius had never resigned the honour of their comedies, with all the luxuriances and elegances of the Latin tongue, to an African slave. For that the work was theirs, its beauty and excellence sufficiently declare. Terence himself confesses as much, and I should take it ill from any one that would dispossess me of that belief. 'Tis a kind of mockery and offence to extol a man for qualities misbecoming his condition, though otherwise commendable in themselves, but such as ought not, however, to be his chief talent. As if a man should commend a king for being a good painter, a good architect, a good marksman, or a good runner at the ring. Commendations that add no honor, unless mentioned altogether and in the train of those that are properly applicable to him, namely, justice and the science of governing and conducting his people, both in peace and war. At this rate, agriculture was an honor to Cyrus, and eloquence and the knowledge of letters to Charlemagne. I have in my time known some who, by writing, acquired both their titles and fortune, disown their apprenticeship, corrupt their style, and affect ignorance in so vulgar a quality, which also our nation holds to be rarely seen in very learned hands, and to seek a reputation by better qualities. Demosthenes' companions in the embassy to Philip, extolling that prince as handsome, eloquent, and a stout drinker, Demosthenes said that those were commendations more proper for a woman, an advocate, or a sponge, than for a king. Imperet bellante prior, iacentem lenis in hostem. In the fight, overthrow your enemy, but be merciful to him when fallen. Horace, Carmen Saeculare, verse 51. 'Tis not his profession to know either how to hunt or to dance well. Orabunt causas alii, coelique meatus, describent radio et fulgentia sidera dicent, hic regere imperio populus sciat. Let others plead at the bar or describe the spheres and point out the glittering stars. Let this man learn to rule the nations. Aeneid 6, 849. Plutarch says, moreover, that to appear so excellent in these less necessary qualities is to produce witness against a man's self, that he has spent his time and applied his study ill, which ought to have been employed in the acquisition of more necessary and more useful things. So that Philip, king of Macedon, having heard that great Alexander, his son, sing once at a feast, to the wonder of the best musicians there, "Art thou not ashamed," said he to him, "to sing so well?" And to the same Philip, a musician, with whom he was disputing about some things concerning his art, "Heaven forbid, sir," said he, "that so great a misfortune should ever befall you as to understand these things better than I." A king should be able to answer as Iphicrates did the orator, who pressed upon him in his invective after this manner: "And what art thou that thou bravest it at this rate? Art thou a man-at-arms? Art thou an archer? Art thou a pikeman? I am none of all this, but I know how to command all these." And Antisthenes took it for an argument of little value in Ismenias that he was commended for playing excellently well upon a flute. I know very well that when I hear any one dwell upon the language of my essays, I had rather a great deal he would say nothing. 'Tis not so much to elevate the style as to depress the sense, and so much the more offensively as I do it obliquely, and yet I am much deceived if many other writers deliver more worth noting as to the matter, and, how well or ill soever, if any other writer has sown things much more materials, or at all events more downright, upon his paper than myself. To bring the more in, I only muster up the heads. Should I annex the sequel, I should trebly multiply the volume. And how many stories have I scattered up and down in this book that I only touch upon, which, should any one more curiously search into, they would find matter enough to produce infinite essays. Neither those stories nor my quotations always serve simply for example, authority, or ornament. I do not only regard them for the use I make of them. They carry sometimes, besides what I apply them to, the seed of a more rich and a bolder matter, and sometimes, collaterally, a more delicate sound, both to myself, who will say no more about it in this place, and to others who shall be of my humour. But, returning to the speaking virtue, I find no great choice betwixt not knowing to speak anything but ill, and not knowing to speak anything but well. Non est ornamentum virile concimitas. A carefully arranged dress is no manly ornament. The sages tell us that, as to what concerns knowledge, 'tis nothing but philosophy, and as to what concerns effects, nothing but virtue, which is generally proper to all degrees and to all orders. There is something like this in these two other philosophers, for they also promise eternity to the letters they write to their friends, but 'tis after another manner, and by accommodating themselves, for a good end, to the vanity of another, for they write to them that if the concern of making themselves known to future ages, and the thirst of glory, do yet detain them in the management of public affairs, and make them fear the solitude and retirement to which they would persuade them, let them never trouble themselves more about it, for as much as they shall have credit enough with posterity to ensure them that were there nothing else but the letters thus written to them, those letters will render their names as known and famous as their own public actions could do. And besides this difference, these are not idle and empty letters, that contain nothing but a fine jingle of well-chosen words and delicate couched phrases, but rather replete and abounding with grand discourses of reason, by which a man may render himself not more eloquent, but more wise, and that instruct us not to speak, but to do well. Away with that eloquence that enchants us with itself, and not with actual things, unless you will allow that of Cicero to be of so supreme a perfection as to form a complete body of itself. I shall farther add one story we read of him to this purpose, wherein his nature will much more manifestly be laid open to us. He was to make an oration in public, and found himself a little straitened for time to make himself ready at his ease, when Eras, one of his slaves, brought him word that the audience was deferred till the next day, at which he was so ravished with joy that he enfranchised him for the good news. Upon this subject of letters, I will add this more to what has been already said, that it is a kind of writing wherein my friends think I can do something, and I am willing to confess I should rather have chosen to publish my whimsies that way than any other, had I had to whom to write. But I wanted such a settled intercourse as I once had to attract me to it, to raise my fancy, and to support me. For to traffic with the wind, as some others have done, and to forge vain names to direct my letters to, in a serious subject, I could never do it but in a dream, being a sworn enemy to all manner of falsification. I should have been more diligent and more confident had I had a judicious and indulgent friend whom to address, than thus to expose myself to the various judgments of a whole people, and I am deceived if I had not succeeded better. I have naturally a humorous and familiar style, but it is a style of my own, not proper for public business, but, like the language I speak, too compact, irregular, abrupt, and singular. And as to letters of ceremony that have no other substance than a fine contexture of courteous words, I am wholly to seek. I have neither faculty nor relish for those tedious tenders of service and affection. I believe little in them from others, and I should not forgive myself should I say to others more than I myself believe. 'Tis, doubtless, very remote from the present practice, for there never was so abject and servile prostitution of offers, life, soul, devotion, adoration, vassal, slave, and I cannot tell what, as now, all which expressions are so commonly and so indifferently posted to and fro by every one and to every one, that when they would profess a greater and more respectful inclination upon more just occasions, they have not wherewithal to express it. I mortally hate all air of flattery, which is the cause that I naturally fall into a shy, rough, and crude way of speaking, that, to such as do not know me, may seem a little to relish of disdain. I honor those most to whom I show the least honor, and where my soul moves with the greatest cheerfulness, I easily forget the ceremonies of look and gesture, and offer myself faintly and bluntly to them to whom I am the most devoted. Methinks they should read it in my heart, and that the expression of my words does but injure the love I have conceived within. To welcome, take leave, give thanks, accost, offer my service, and such verbal formalities as the ceremonious laws of our modern civility enjoin, I know no man so stupidly unprovided of language as myself, and I have never been employed in writing letters of favour and recommendation, that he, in whose behalf it was written, did not think my mediation cold and imperfect. The Italians are great printers of letters. I do believe I have at least 100 several volumes of them, of all which those of Annibale Caro seem to me to be the best. If all the paper I have scribbled to the ladies at the time when my hand was really prompted by my passion were now in being, there might, peradventure, be found a page worthy to be communicated to our young inamoratos that are besotted with that fury. I always write my letters post haste, so precipitately that though I write intolerably ill, I rather choose to do it myself than to employ another, for I can find none able to follow me, and I never transcribe any. I have accustomed the great ones who know me to endure my blots and dashes, and upon paper without fold or margin. Those that cost me the most pains are the worst. When I once begin to draw it in by head and shoulders, 'tis a sign that I am not there. I fall to without premeditation or design. The first word begets the second, and so to the end of the chapter. The letters of this age consist more in fine edges and prefaces than in matter. Just as I had rather write 2 letters than close and fold up one, and always assign that employment to some other, so, when the real business of my letter is dispatched, I would with all my heart transfer it to another hand to add those long harangues, offers, and prayers that we place at the bottom, and should be glad that some new custom would discharge us of that trouble, as also of superscribing them with a long legend of qualities and titles, which, for fear of mistakes, I have often not written at all, and especially to men of the long robe and finance. There are so many new offices, such a dispensation and ordering of titles of honour, that 'tis hard to set them forth aright, yet, being so dearly bought, they are neither to be altered nor forgotten without offence. I find it equally in bad taste to encumber the fronts and inscriptions of the books we commit to the press with such. End of section 39.
Section 40 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lorraine Bailey. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Chapter 40. That the relish for good and evil depends in great measure upon the opinion we have of them. Men, says an ancient Greek sentence, are tormented with the opinions they have of things, and not by the things themselves. It were a great victory obtained for the relief of our miserable human condition, could this proposition be established for true and certain throughout. For if evils have no admission into us but by the judgment we ourselves make of them, it should seem that it is, then, in our own power to despise them or to turn them to good. If things surrender themselves to our mercy, why do we not convert and accommodate them to our advantage? If what we call evil and torment is neither evil nor torment of itself, but only that our fancy gives it that quality, is it in us to change it? And it being in our own choice, if there be no constraint upon us, we must certainly be very strange fools to take arms for that side which is most offensive to us, and to give sickness, want, and contempt a bitter and nauseous taste, if it be in our power to give them a pleasant relish, and if, fortune simply providing the matter, 'tis for us to give it the form. Now, that what we call evil is not so of itself, or at least to that degree that we make it, and that it depends upon us to give it another taste and complexion, for all comes to one, let us examine how that can be maintained. If the original being of those things we fear had power to lodge itself in us by its own authority, it would then lodge itself alike, and in like manner, in all. For men are all of the same kind, and saving in greater and less proportions, are all provided with the same utensils and instruments to conceive and to judge. But the diversity of opinions we have of those things clearly evidences that they only enter us by composition. One person, peradventure, admits them in their true being, but 1,000 others give them a new and contrary being in them. We hold death, poverty, and pain for our principal enemies. Now this death, which some repute the most dreadful of all dreadful things, who does not know that others call it the only secure harbour from the storms and tempests of life, the sovereign good of nature, the sole support of liberty, and the common and prompt remedy of all evils? And as the one expect it with fear and trembling, the others support it with greater ease than life. That one complains of its facility. Mors, utinam pavidos vitae subducere noles, sed virtus to sola daret. O death, wouldst that thou mightst spare the coward, but that valour alone should pay thee tribute. Lucan, Book 4, 580. Now, let us leave these boastful courages. Theodorus answered Lysimachus, who threatened to kill him. Thou wilt do a brave feat, he said, to maintain the force of a Cantharides. The majority of philosophers are observed to have either purposely anticipated or hastened and assisted their own death. How many ordinary people do we see led to execution, and that not to a simple death, but mixed with shame and sometimes with grievous torments, appear with such assurance, whether through firm courage or natural simplicity, that a man can discover no change from their ordinary condition, settling their domestic affairs, commending themselves to their friends, singing, preaching, and addressing the people, nay, sometimes sallying into jests and drinking to their companions, quite as well as Socrates. One that they were leading to the gallows told them they must not take him through such a street, lest a merchant who lived there should arrest him by the way for an old debt. Another told the hangman he must not touch his neck, for fear of making him laugh, he was so ticklish. Another answered his confessor, who promised him he should that day sup with our Lord. Do you go then, he said, in my room, for I for my part keep fast today. Another, having called for drink, and the hangman having drunk first, said he would not drink after him, for fear of catching some evil disease. Everybody has heard the tale of the Picard, to whom, being upon the ladder, they presented a common wench, telling him, as our law does sometimes permit, that if he would marry her they would save his life. He, having a while considered her, and perceiving that she halted, "Come, tie up," said he, "she limps." And they tell another story of the same kind of a fellow in Denmark, who, being condemned to lose his head, and the like condition being proposed to him upon the scaffold, refused it, by reason the girl they offered him had hollow cheeks and too sharp a nose. A servant at Toulouse, being accused of heresy, for the sum of his belief referred himself to that of his master, a young student, prisoner with him, choosing rather to die than suffer himself to be persuaded that his master could err. We read that of the inhabitants of Arras, when Louis XI took that city, a great many let themselves be hanged, rather than they would say, God save the king. And amongst that mean-souled race of men, the buffoons, there have been some who would not leave their fooling at the very moment of death. One, that the hangman was turning off the ladder, cried, "Launch the galley!" an ordinary saying of his. Another, whom at the point of death his friends had laid upon a bed of straw before the fire, the physician asking him where his pain lay, "Betwixt the bench and the fire," said he, and the priest, to give him extreme unction, groped for his feet, which his pain had made him pull up to him. "You will find them," said he, "at the end of my legs." To one who being present exhorted him to commend himself to God, "Why, who goes thither?" said he, and the other replying, "It will presently be yourself, if it be his good pleasure." "Shall I be sure to be there by tomorrow night?" said he. "Do but recommend yourself to him," said the other, "and you will soon be there." "I were best," said he, "to carry my recommendations myself." In the kingdom of Narsinga, to this day, the wives of their priests are buried alive with the bodies of their husbands. All other wives are burnt at their husbands' funerals, which they not only firmly but cheerfully undergo. At the death of their king, his wives and concubines, his favourites, all his officers and domestic servants who make up a whole people, present themselves so gaily to the fire where his body is burnt, that they seem to take it for a singular honour to accompany their master in death. During our late wars of Milan, where there happened so many takings and retakings of towns, the people, impatient of so many changes of fortune, took such a resolution to die, that I have heard my father say he there saw a list taken of 25 masters of families who made themselves away in 1 week's time, an incident somewhat resembling that of the Xanthians, who being besieged by Brutus, fell, men, women, and children, into such a furious appetite of dying, that nothing can be done to evade death which they did not do to avoid life, insomuch that Brutus had much difficulty in saving a very small number. Only 50 were saved. Plutarch, Life of Brutus, section 8. Every opinion is of force enough to cause itself to be espoused at the expense of life. The first article of that valiant oath that Greece took and observed in the Median War was that every one should sooner exchange life for death than their own laws for those of Persia. What a world of people do we see in the wars betwixt the Turks and the Greeks, rather embrace a cruel death than uncircumcise themselves to admit of baptism, an example of which no sort of religion is incapable. The kings of Castile having banished the Jews out of their dominions, John, king of Portugal, in consideration of 8 crowns a head, sold them a retreat into his for a certain limited time, upon condition that the time fixed coming to expire, they should be gone, and he to furnish them with shipping to transport them into Africa. The day comes, which once lapsed, they were given to understand that such as were afterward found in the kingdom should remain slaves. Vessels were very slenderly provided, and those who embarked in them were rudely and villainously used by the passengers, who, besides other indignities, kept them cruising upon the sea, one while forwards and another backwards, till they had spent all their provisions, and were constrained to buy of them at so dear a rate, and so long withal, that they set them not on shore till they were stripped to the very shirts. The news of this inhuman usage being brought to those who remained behind, the greater part of them resolved upon slavery, and some made a show of changing religion. Emmanuel, the successor of John, being come to the crown, first set them at liberty, and afterwards altering his mind, ordered them to depart his country, assigning 3 ports for their passage. He hoped, says Bishop Osorius, no contemptible Latin historian of these later times, that the favour of the liberty he had given them having failed of converting them to Christianity, yet the difficulty of committing themselves to the mercy of the mariners, and of abandoning a country they were now habituated to, and were grown very rich in, to go and expose themselves in strange and unknown regions, would certainly do it. But finding himself deceived in his expectation, and that they were all resolved upon the voyage, he cut off 2 of the 3 ports he had promised them, to the end that the length and incommodity of the passage might reduce some, or that he might have opportunity, by crowding them all into one place, to the more conveniently to execute what he had designed, which was to force all the children under 14 years of age from the arms of their fathers and mothers, to transport them from their sight and conversation into a place where they might be instructed and brought up in our religion. He says that this produced a most horrid spectacle, the natural affection betwixt the parents and their children, and moreover their zeal to their ancient belief contending against this violent decree. Fathers and mothers were commonly seen making themselves away, and by a yet much more rigorous example, precipitating out of love and compassion their young children into wells and pits to avoid the severity of this law. As to the remainder of them, the time that had been prefixed being expired, for want of means to transport them, they again returned into slavery. Some also turned Christians, upon whose faith, as also that of their posterity, even to this day, which is 100 years since, few Portuguese can yet rely. Though custom and length of time are much more powerful counsellors in such changes than all other constraints whatever. In the town of Castelnaudary, 50 heretic albigeois at one time suffered themselves to be burned alive in one fire, rather than they would renounce their opinions. Quoties non modo doctores nostri, sed universi etiam exercitus ad non dubium mortem concurrunt. How often have not only our leaders but whole armies run to a certain and manifest death. Cicero, Tuscan Questions, Book 1, 37. I have seen an intimate friend of mine run headlong upon death with a real affection, and that was rooted in his heart by diverse plausible arguments, which he would never permit me to dispossess him of, and upon the first honourable occasion that offered itself to him, precipitate himself into it, without any manner of visible reason, with an obstinate and ardent desire of dying. We have several examples in our own times of persons, even young children, who, for fear of some little inconvenience, have dispatched themselves. And what shall we not fear, says one of the ancients, to this purpose, if we dread that which cowardice itself has chosen for its refuge? Should I here produce a long catalogue of those, of all sexes and conditions and sects, even in the most happy ages, who have either with great constancy looked death in the face, or voluntarily sought it, and sought it not only to avoid the evils of this life, but some purely to avoid the satiety of living, and others for the hope of a better condition elsewhere, I should never have done. Nay, the number is so infinite that in truth I should have a better bargain ought to reckon up those who have feared it. This is one therefore shall serve for all. Pyrrho the philosopher, being one day in a boat in a very great tempest, showed to those he saw the most affrighted about him, and encouraged them by the example of a hog that was there, nothing at all concerned at the storm. Shall we then dare to say that this advantage of reason, of which we so much boast, and upon the account of which we think ourselves masters and emperors over the rest of all creation, was given us for a torment? To what end serves the knowledge of things if it renders us more unmanly, if we thereby lose the tranquillity and repose we should enjoy without it, and if it put us into a worse condition than Pyrrho's hog? Shall we employ the understanding that was conferred upon us for our greatest good to our own ruin, setting ourselves against the design of nature and the universal order of things, which intend that every one should make use of the faculties, members, and means he has to his best advantage? But it may, peradventure, be objected against me, your rule is true enough as to what concerns death, but what will you say of indigence? What will you, moreover, say of pain, which Aristippus, Hieronymus, and most of the sages have reputed the worst of evils, and those who have denied it by word of mouth have, however, confessed it in effect? Posidonius, being extremely tormented with a sharp and painful disease, Pompeius came to visit him, excusing himself that he had taken so unseasonable a time to come to hear him discourse of philosophy. The gods forbid, said Posidonius to him, that pain should ever have the power to hinder me from talking, and thereupon fell immediately upon a discourse of the contempt of pain. But in the meantime his own infirmity was playing his part, and played him to purpose. To which he cried out, Thou mayst work thy will, pain, and torment me with all the power thou hast, but thou shalt never make me say that thou art an evil. This story that they make such a clutter withal, what has it to do, I fain would know, with the contempt of pain? He only fights it with words, and in the meantime, if the shootings and dolors he felt did not move him, why did he interrupt his discourse? Why did he fancy he did so great a thing in forbearing to confess an evil? All does not here consist in the imagination. Our fancies may work upon other things, but here is the certain science that is playing its part, of which our senses themselves are judges. Qui nisi sunt veri, ratio quoque falsa sit omnis. Which, if they be not true, all reasoning may also be false. Lucretius, Book 4, 486. Shall we persuade our skins that the jerks of a whip agreeably tickle us, or our taste that a potion of aloes is vin de grave? Piero's hog is here in the same predicament with us. He is not afraid of death, 'tis true, but if you beat him he will cry out to some purpose. Shall we force the general law of nature, which in every living creature under heaven is seen to tremble under pain? The very trees seem to groan under the blows they receive. Death is only felt by reason, forasmuch as it is the moment of an instant. Aut fuit, aut veniet, nihil est praesentis in illa. Death has been or will come. There is nothing of the present in it. Etienne de la Boétie, Satires. Morsque minus puene queam mora mortis habet. The delay of death is more painful than death itself. Ovid, Epistles, Ariadne to Theseus, verse 42. 1,000 beasts, 1,000 men, are sooner dead than threatened. That also which we principally pretend to fear in death is pain, its ordinary forerunner. Yet, if we may believe a holy father, malam mortem not facit, nisi quod sequentur mortem. That which follows death makes death bad. St. Augustine, City of God, Book 1, Chapter 2. And I should yet say, more probably, that neither that which goes before nor that which follows after is at all of the appurtenances of death. We excuse ourselves falsely, and I find by experience that it is rather the impatience of the imagination of death that makes us impatient of pain, and that we find it doubly grievous as it threatens us with death, but reason accusing our cowardice for fearing a thing so sudden, so inevitable, and so insensible, we take the other as a more excusable pretense. All ills that carry no other danger along with them but simply the evils themselves, we treat as a thing of no danger. The toothache or the gout, painful as they are, yet being not reputed mortal, who reckons them in the catalogue of diseases? But let us presuppose that in death we principally regard the pain. As also there is nothing to be feared in poverty but the miseries it brings along with it of thirst, hunger, cold, heat, watching, and the other inconveniences it makes us suffer, still we have nothing to do with anything but pain. I will grant, and very willingly, that it is the worst incident of our being, for I am a man upon the earth who the most hates and avoids it, considering that hitherto, I thank God, I have had so little traffic with it. But still it is in us, if not to annihilate, at least to lessen it by patience. And though the body and the reason should mutiny, to maintain the soul nevertheless in good condition. Were it not so, who had ever given reputation to virtue, valour, force, magnanimity, and resolution? Where were their parts to be played if there were no pain to be defied? Avida est periculi virtus. Courage is greedy of danger. Seneca, De Providentia, Part 4. Were there no lying upon the hard ground, no enduring, armed at all points, the meridional heats, no feeding upon the flesh of horses and asses, no seeing a man's self hacked and hewed to pieces, no suffering a bullet to be pulled out from amongst the shattered bones, no sewing up, cauterizing, and searching of wounds, by what means would the advantage we covet to have over the vulgar to be acquired? 'Tis far from flying evil and pain, what the sages say, that of actions equally good, a man should most covet to perform that wherein there is greater labour and pain. Non est enim hilaritate, nec lascivia, nec risu aut joco comite levatitis, sed semper etiam tristes firmitate et constantia sunt beti. For men are not only happy by mirth and wantonness, by laughter and jesting, the companion of levity, but ofttimes the serious sort reap felicity from their firmness and constancy. Cicero, De Finibus, Book 2, line 10. And for this reason it has ever been impossible to persuade our forefathers, but that the victories obtained by dint of force and the hazard of war were not more honourable than those performed in great security by stratagem or practice. Laetius est, quoties magno sibi constat honestum. A good deed is all the more satisfaction by how much the more it has cost us. Lucan, Book 9, 404. Besides, this ought to be our comfort, that naturally, if the pain be violent, 'tis but short, and if long, nothing violent. Si gravis brevis, si longus levis. Thou wilt not feel it long if thou feel'st it too much. It will either put an end to itself or to thee. It comes to the same thing. If thou canst not support it, it will export thee. Remember that the greatest pains are terminated by death, that slighter pains have long intermissions of repose, and that we are masters of the more moderate sort. So that, if they be tolerable, we bear them. If not, we can go out of life as from a theatre when it does not please us. Cicero, De Finibus, Book 1, line 15. That which makes us suffer pain with so much impatience is not being accustomed to repose our chiefest contentment in the soul, that we do not enough rely upon her who is the sole and sovereign mistress of our condition. The body, saving in the greater or less proportion, has but one and the same bent and bias, whereas the soul is variable into all sorts of forms, and subject to herself and to her own empire, all things whatsoever, both the senses of the body and all other accidents. And therefore it is that we ought to study her, to inquire into her, and to rouse up all her powerful faculties. There is neither reason, force, nor prescription that can anything prevail against her inclination and choice. Of so many thousands of biases that she has at her disposal, let us give her one proper to our repose and conversation, and then we shall not only be sheltered and secured from all manner of injury and offence, but moreover gratified and obliged, if she will, with evils and offences. She makes her profit indifferently of all things. Error, dreams serve her to good use, as loyal matter to lodge us in safety and contentment. 'Tis plain enough to be seen that 'tis the sharpness of our mind that gives the edge to our pains and pleasures. Beasts that have no such thing leave to their bodies their own free and natural sentiments, and consequently in every kind very near the same, as appears by the resembling application of their motions. If we would not disturb in our members the jurisdiction that appertains to them in this, 'tis to be believed it would be the better for us, and that nature has given them a just and moderate temper, both to pleasure and pain. Neither can it fail of being just, being equal and common. But seeing we have enfranchised ourselves from her rules, to give ourselves up to the rambling liberty of our own fancies, let us at least help to incline them to the most agreeable side. Plato fears our too vehemently engaging ourselves with pain and pleasure, for as much as these too much knit and ally the soul to the body; whereas I rather, quite contrary, by reason it too much separates and disunites them. As an enemy is made more fierce by our flight, so pain grows proud to see us truckle under her. She will surrender upon much better terms to them who make head against her. A man must oppose and stoutly set himself against her. In retiring and giving ground, we invite and pull upon ourselves the ruin that threatens us. As the body is more firm in an encounter, the more stiffly and obstinately it applies itself to it, so it is with the soul. But let us come to examples, which are the proper game of folks with such feeble force as myself, where we shall find that it is with pain as with stones, that receive a brighter or duller lustre according to the foil they are set in, and that has no more room in us than we are pleased to allow it. Tantam doluerunt quantum doloribus se insuerunt. They suffered so much more, by how much more they gave way to suffering. St. Augustine, City of God, Book 1, line 10. We are more sensible of one little touch of a surgeon's lancet than of 20 wounds with a sword in the heat of fight. The pains of childbearing, said by physicians and by God himself to be great, and which we pass through with so many ceremonies, there are whole nations that make nothing of them. I set aside the Lacedaemonian women, but what else do you find in the Swiss among our foot soldiers if not that, as they trot after their husbands, you see them today carry the child at their necks that they carried yesterday in their bellies? The counterfeit Egyptians we have among us go themselves to wash theirs, so soon as they come into the world, and bathe in the first river they meet. Besides, so many wenches as daily drop their children by stealth, as they conceive them, that fair and noble wife of Sabinus, a patrician of Rome, for another's interest endured alone, without help, without crying out or so much as a groan, the bearing of twins. A poor simple boy of Lacedaemon having stolen a fox, for they more fear the shame of stupidity in stealing than we do the punishment of the knavery, and having got it under his coat, rather endured the tearing out of his bowels than he would discover his theft. And another, offering incest at a sacrifice, suffered himself to be burned to the bone by a coal that fell into his sleeve rather than disturb the ceremony. And there have been a great number, for a sole trial of virtue, following their institutions, who have at 7 years old endured to be whipped to death without changing their countenance. And Cicero has seen them fight in parties, with fists, feet, and teeth, till they have fainted and sunk down rather than confess themselves overcome. Custom could never conquer nature. She is ever invincible. But we have infected the mind with shadows, delights, negligence, sloth. We have grown effeminate through opinions and corrupt morality. Cicero, Tuscan Questions, Book 5, line 27. Everyone knows the story of Scaevola, that having slipped into the enemy's camp to kill their general, and having missed his blow, to repair his fault by a more strange invention, and to deliver his country, he boldly confessed to Porsenna, who was the king he had purposed to kill, not only his design, but moreover added that there were then in the camp a great number of Romans, his accomplices in the enterprise, as good men as he, and to show what a one he himself was, having caused a pan of burning coals to be brought, he saw and endured his arm to broil and roast, till the king himself, conceiving horror at the sight, commanded the pan to be taken away. What would you say of him that would not vouchsafe to respite his reading in a book whilst he was under incision, and of the other that persisted to mock and laugh in contempt of the pains inflicted upon him, so that the provoked cruelty of the executioners that had him in handling, and all the inventions of tortures redoubled upon him, one after another, spent in vain, gave him the bucklers? But he was a philosopher. But what? A gladiator of Caesar's endured, laughing all the while, his wounds to be searched, lanced, and laid open. What ordinary gladiator ever groaned? Which of them ever changed countenance? Which of them not only stood or fell indecorously? Which, when he had fallen, and was commanded to receive the stroke of the sword, contracted his neck? Cicero, Tuscan Questions, Book 2, line 17. Let us bring in the women too. Who has not heard at Paris of her that caused her face to be flayed only for the fresher complexion of a new skin? There are who have drawn good and sound teeth to make their voices more soft and sweet, or to place the other teeth in better order. How many examples of the contempt of pain have we in that sex? What can they not do, what do they fear to do, for never so little hope of an addition to their beauty? Valere quies cura est albos astirpe capillos, effaciam dempta pelle referre novam. Who carefully pluck out their grey hairs by the roots, and renew their faces by peeling off the old skin. Tibullus, Book 1, 8, 45. I have seen some of them swallow sand, ashes, and do their utmost to destroy their stomachs to get pale complexions. To make a fine Spanish body, what racks will they not endure of girding and bracing, till they have notches in their sides cut into the very quick, and sometimes to death? It is an ordinary thing with several nations at this day to wound themselves in good earnest to gain credit to what they profess, of which our king relates notable examples of what he has seen in Poland, and done towards himself. But besides this, which I know to have been imitated by some in France, when I came from that famous assembly of the estates at Blois, I had a little before seen a maid in Picardy, who, to manifest the ardour of her promises, as also her constancy, gave herself, with a bodkin she wore in her hair, 4 or 5 lusty stabs in the arm, till the blood gushed out to some purpose. The Turks give themselves great scars in honour of their mistresses, and to the end they may the longer remain, they presently clap fire to the wound, where they hold it an incredible time to stop the blood and form the cicatrice. People that have been eyewitnesses of it have both written and sworn it to me. But for 10 aspers, there are there every day fellows to be found that will give themselves a good deep slash in the arms or thighs. I am willing, however, to have the testimonies nearest us when we have most need of them, for Christendom furnishes us with enough. After the example of our blessed guide, there have been many who have crucified themselves. We learn by testimony very worthy of belief, that King St. Louis wore a hair shirt till in his old age his confessor gave him a dispensation to leave it off, and that every Friday he caused his shoulders to be drubbed by his priests with 5 small chains of iron, which were always carried about amongst his night accoutrements for that purpose. William, our last Duke of Guienne, the father of that Eleanor who transmitted that duchy to the houses of France and England, continually for the last 10 or 12 years of his life wore a suit of armour under a religious habit by way of penance. Foulques, Count of Anjou, went as far as Jerusalem, there to cause himself to be whipped by 2 of his servants with a rope about his neck before the sepulchre of our Lord. But do we not, moreover, Every Good Friday, in various places, see great numbers of men and women beat and whip themselves till they lacerate and cut the flesh to the very bones. I have often seen it, and 'tis without any enchantment. And it was said there were some amongst them, for they go disguised, who for money undertook by this means to save harmless the religion of others, by a contempt of pain, so much the greater, as the incentives of devotion are far more effectual than those of avarice. Maximus buried his son when he was a consul, and Cato his when praetor elect, and Paulus both his, within a few days, one after another, with such a countenance as expressed no manner of grief. I said once merrily of a certain person that he had disappointed the divine justice, for the violent death of 3 grown-up children of his being one day sent him for a severe scourge, as it is to be supposed, he was so far from being afflicted at the accident, that he rather took it for a particular grace and favour of heaven. I do not follow these monstrous humours, though I lost 2 or 3 at nurse, if not without grief, at least without repining, and yet there is hardly any accident that pierces nearer to the quick. I see a great many other occasions of sorrow, that should they happen to me, I should hardly feel, and have despised some when they have befallen to me, to which the world has given so terrible a figure that I should blush to boast of my constancy. Ex quo intelligitur, non in natura, sed in opinione, esse agritudinum. By which one may understand that grief is not in nature, but in opinion. Cicero, Tuscan Questions, Book 3, line 28. Opinion is a powerful party, bold and without measure. Who ever so greedily hunted after security and repose as Alexander and Caesar did after disturbance and difficulties? Teres, the father of Sitalces, was wont to say that, when he had no wars, he fancied there was no difference betwixt him and his groom. Cato the consul, to secure some cities of Spain from revolt, only interdicting the inhabitants from wearing arms, a great many killed themselves. Ferox gens nullam vitam reti sine armis esse. A fierce people, who thought there was no life without war. Livy, Book 34, line 17. How many do we know who have forsaken the calm and sweetness of a quiet life at home amongst their acquaintance, to seek out the horror of uninhabitable deserts, and having precipitated themselves into so abject a condition as to become the scorn and contempt of the world, have hugged themselves with a conceit, even to affectation. Cardinal Borromeo, who died lately at Milan, amidst all the jollity that the air of Italy, his youth, birth, and great riches invited him to, kept himself in so austere a way of living that the same robe he wore in summer served him for winter too. He had only straw for his bed, and his hours of leisure from affairs he continually spent in study upon his knees, having a little bread and a glass of water set by his book, which was all the provision of his repast, and all the time he spent in eating. I know some who consentingly have acquired both profit and advancement from cuckoldom, of which the bare name only affrights so many people. If the sight be not the most necessary of all our senses, 'tis at least the most pleasant. But the most pleasant and most useful of all our members seem to be those of generation, and yet a great many have conceived a mortal hatred against them only for this, that they were too pleasant, and have deprived themselves of them only for their value, as much thought he of his eyes that put them out. The generality and the more solid sort of men look upon abundance of children as a great blessing. I, and some others, think it as great a benefit to be without them. And when you ask Thales why he does not marry, he tells you, because he has no mind to leave any posterity behind him. That our opinion gives the value to things is very manifest in the great number of those which we do, not so much prizing them as ourselves, and never considering either their virtues or their use, but only how dear they cost us, as though that were a part of their substance. And we only repute for value in them, not what they bring to us, but what we add to them. By which I understand that we are great economizers of our expense. As it weighs, it serves for so much as it weighs. Our opinion will never suffer it to want of its value. The price gives value to the diamond, difficulty to virtue, suffering to devotion, and griping to physique. As a certain person, to be poor, threw his crowns into the same sea to which so many come in all parts of the world to fish for riches. Epicurus says that to be rich is no relief, but only an alteration of affairs. In truth, it is not want, but rather abundance, that creates avarice. I will deliver my own experience concerning this affair. I have, since my emergence from childhood, lived in 3 sorts of conditions. The first, which continued for some 20 years, I passed over without any other means but what were casual, and depending upon the allowance and assistance of others, without stint, but without certain revenue. I then spent my money so much the more cheerfully, and with so much the less care how it went, as it wholly depended upon my overconfidence of fortune. I never lived more at my ease. I never had the repulse of finding the purse of any of my friends shut against me, having enjoined myself this necessity above all other necessities whatever, by no means to fail of payment at the appointed time, which also they have 1,000 times respited, seeing how careful I was to satisfy them. So that I practised at once a thrifty, and withal a kind of alluring honesty. I naturally feel a kind of pleasure in paying, as if I eased my shoulders of a troublesome weight, and freed myself from an image of slavery; as also that I find a ravishing kind of satisfaction in pleasing another, in doing a just action. I accept payments where the trouble of bargaining and reckoning is required, and in such cases, where I can meet with nobody to ease me of that charge, I delay them, how scandalously and injuriously soever, all I possibly can, for fear of the wranglings for which both my humour and way of speaking are so totally improper and unfit. There is nothing I hate so much as driving a bargain. 'Tis a mere traffic of cozenage and impudence, where, after an hour's cheapening and hesitating, both parties abandon their word and oath for 5 sols abatement. Yet I always borrowed at a great disadvantage, for, wanting the confidence to speak to the person myself, I committed my request to the persuasion of a letter, which usually is no very successful advocate, and is of great advantage to him who has a mind to deny. I, in those days, more jocundly and freely referred the conduct of my affairs to the stars, than I have since done to my own providence and judgment. Most good managers look upon it as a horrible thing to live always thus in uncertainty, and do not consider in the first place that the greatest part of the world live so. How many worthy men have wholly abandoned their own certainties, and yet daily do it, to the winds, to trust to the inconstant favour of princes and of fortune. Caesar ran above 1,000,000 of gold, more than he was worth in debt to become Caesar. How many merchants have begun their traffic by the sale of their farms, which they sent into the Indies, tot per impotentia freta, through so many ungovernable seas. Tacitus, Book 4, line 18. In so great a siccity of devotion as we see in these days, we have 1,000 and 1,000 colleges that pass it over incommodiously enough, expecting every day their dinner from the liberality of heaven. Secondly, they do not take notice that this certitude upon which they so much rely is not much less uncertain and hazardous than hazard itself. I see misery as near, beyond 2,000 crowns a year, as if it stood close by me. For besides that it is in the power of chance to make 100 breaches to poverty through the greatest strength of our riches, there being very often no mean betwixt the highest and lowest fortune. Fortuna vitrea est, turn quam splendit frangitur. Fortune is glass, in its greatest brightness it breaks. Ex mim Cyrus. And to turn all our barricadoes and bulwarks topsy-turvy, I find that, by diverse causes, indigence is as frequently seen to inhabit with those who have estates as with those that have none, and that, peradventure, it is then far less grievous when alone than when accompanied with riches. These flow more from good management than from revenue. Faber est sui quisque fortunae. Every one is the maker of his own fortune. Sallust, De Republic, Book 1, Part 1. And an uneasy, necessitous, busy, rich man seems to be more miserable than he that is simply poor. Individualus mopes, quod genus e gestatis gravissimum est. Poor in the midst of riches, which is the sorest kind of poverty. Seneca, Epistles, 74. The greatest and most wealthy princes are, by poverty and want, driven to the most extreme necessity. For can there be any more extreme than to become tyrants and unjust usurpers of their subjects' goods and estates? My second condition of life was to have money of my own, wherein I so ordered the matter that I had soon laid up a very notable sum out of a mean fortune, considering with myself that that only was to be reputed having which a man reserves from his ordinary expense, and that a man cannot absolutely rely upon revenue he hopes to receive, how clear soever the hope may be. For what, said I, if I should be surprised by such and such an accident? And after such like vain and vicious imaginations would very learnedly by this hoarding of money provide against all inconveniences, and could moreover answer such as objected to me that the number of these was too infinite, that if I could not lay up for all, I could, however, do it at least for some and for many. Yet was not this done without a great deal of solicitude and anxiety of mind. I kept it very close, and though I dare talk so boldly of myself, never spoke of my money, but falsely, as others do, who being rich pretend to be poor, and being poor pretend to be rich, dispensing their consciences from ever telling sincerely what they have, a ridiculous and shameful prudence. Was I going on a journey? Methought I was never enough provided, and the more I loaded myself with money, the more also I was loaded with fear, one while of the danger of the roads, another of the fidelity of him who had the charge of my baggage, of whom, as some others that I know, I was never sufficiently secure if I had him not always in my eye. If I chanced to leave my cash-box behind me, oh, what strange suspicions and anxiety of mind did I enter into, and which was worse, without daring to acquaint anybody with it. My mind was eternally taken up with such things as these, so that, all things considered, there is more trouble in keeping money than in getting it. And if I did not altogether, so much as I say, or was not really so scandalously solicitous of my money as I have made myself out to be, yet it cost me something at least to restrain myself from being so. I reaped little or no advantage by what I had, and my expenses seemed nothing less to me for having the more to spend. For, as Bion said, the hairy men are as angry as the bald to be pulled, and after you are once accustomed to it, and have once set your heart upon your heap, it is no more at your service. You cannot find in your heart to break it. 'Tis a building that you will fancy must of necessity all tumble down to ruin if you stir but the least pebble. Necessity must first take you by the throat, before you can prevail upon yourself to touch it. And I would sooner have pawned anything I had, or sold a horse, and with much less constraint upon myself, than have made the least breach in that beloved purse I had laid so carefully by. But the danger was that a man cannot easily prescribe certain limits to this desire. They are hard to find in things that a man conceives to be good, and to stint this good husbandry so that it may not degenerate into avarice. Men still are intent upon adding to the heap, and increasing the stock from some to some, till at last they vilely deprive themselves of the enjoyment of their own proper goods, and throw all into reserve, without making any use of them at all. According to this rule, they are the richest people in the world, who are set to guard the walls and gates of a wealthy city. All moneyed men I conclude to be covetous. Plato places corporeal or human goods in this order: health, beauty, strength, riches. And riches, says he, are not blind, but very clear-sighted when illuminated by prudence. Dionysius, the son, did a very handsome act upon this subject. He was informed that one of the Syracusans had hid a treasure in the earth, and thereupon sent to the man to bring it to him, which he accordingly did, privately reserving a small part of it only to himself, with which he went to another city, where, being cured of his appetite of hoarding, he began to live at a more liberal rate; which Dionysius hearing, caused the rest of his treasure to be restored to him, saying, that since he had learned to use it, he very willingly returned it back to him. I continued some years in this hoarding humour, when I know not what good demon fortunately put me out of it, as he did the Syracusan, and made me throw abroad all my reserve at random. The pleasure of a certain journey I took at very great expense having made me spurn this fond love of money under foot, by which means I am now fallen into a third way of living. I speak what I think of it, doubtless much more pleasant and regular, which is, that I live at the height of my revenue. Sometimes the one, sometimes the other may perhaps exceed, but 'tis very little, and but rarely that they differ. I live from hand to mouth, and content myself in having sufficient for my present and ordinary expense; for as to extraordinary occasions, all the laying up in the world would never suffice. And 'tis the greatest folly imaginable to expect that fortune should ever sufficiently arm us against herself. 'Tis with our own arms that we are to fight her. Accidental ones will betray us in the pinch of the business. If I lay up, 'tis for some near and contemplated purpose, not to purchase lands, of which I have no need, but to purchase pleasure. Non esse cupidum pecunia est, non esse imasam vertingal est. Not to be covetous is money, not to be acquisitive is revenue. Cicero, Paradox, Book 6, line 3. I neither am in any great apprehension of wanting, nor in desire of any more. Divinarum fructus est in copia, copiam declarat satietas. The fruit of riches is in abundance, satiety declares abundance. Cicero, Paradox, Book 6, line 2. And I am very well pleased that this reformation in me has fallen out in an age naturally inclined to avarice, and that I see myself cleared of a folly so common to old men, and the most ridiculous of all human follies. For Rolles, a man that had run through both fortunes, and found that the increase of substance was no increase of appetite either to eating or drinking, sleeping or the enjoyment of his wife, and who, on the other side, felt the care of his economics lie heavy upon his shoulders, as it does on mine, was resolved to please a poor young man, his faithful friend, who panted after riches, and made him a gift of all his, which were excessively great, and, moreover, of all he was in the daily way of getting by the liberality of Cyrus, his good master, and by the war, conditionally that he should take care handsomely to maintain and plentifully to entertain him as his guest and friend; which being accordingly done, they afterwards lived very happily together, both of them equally content with the change of their condition. 'Tis an example that I could imitate with all my heart, and I very much approve the fortune of the aged prelate, whom I see to have so absolutely stripped himself of his purse, his revenue, and care of his expense, committing them one while to one trusty servant, and another while to another, that he has spun out a long succession of years, as ignorant by this means of his domestic affairs as a mere stranger. The confidence in another man's virtue is no light evidence of a man's own, and God willingly favours such a confidence. As to what concerns him of whom I am speaking, I see nowhere a better governed house, more nobly and constantly maintained than his. Happy to have regulated his affairs to so just a proportion that his state is sufficient to do it without his care or trouble, and without any hindrance, either in the spending or laying it up, to his other more quiet employments, and more suitable both to his place and liking. Plenty, then, and indigence depend upon the opinion every one has of them, and riches no more than glory or health have other beauty or pleasure than he lends them by whom they are possessed. Every one is well or ill at ease, according as he so finds himself. Not he whom the world believes, but he who believes himself to be so, is content. And in this alone belief gives itself being and reality. Fortune does us neither good nor hurt. She only presents us the matter and the seed, which our soul, more powerful than she, turns and applies as she best pleases. The sole cause and sovereign mistress of her own happy or unhappy condition. All external accessions receive taste and colour from the internal constitution, as clothes warm us, not with their heat, but our own, which they are fit to cover and nourish. He who would shield therewith a cold body would do the same service for the cold, for so snow and ice are preserved. And certes, after the same manner that study is a torment to an idle man, abstinence from wine to a drunkard, frugality to the spendthrift, and exercise to a lazy, tender-bred fellow, so it is of all the rest. The things are not so painful and difficult of themselves, but our weakness or cowardice makes them so. To judge of great and high matters requires a suitable soul, otherwise we attribute the vice to them, which is really our own. A straight oar seems crooked in the water. It does not only import that we see the thing, but how and after what manner we see it. After all this, why, amongst so many discourses that by so many arguments persuade men to despise death and to endure pain, can we not find out one that helps us? And of so many sorts of imaginations as have so prevailed upon others as to persuade them to do so, why does not every one apply some one to himself, the most suitable to his own humour? And if he cannot digest a strong working decoction to eradicate the evil, let him at least take a lenitive to ease it. It is an effeminate and flimsy opinion, nor more so in pain than in pleasure, in which, while we are at our ease, we cannot bear without a cry the sting of a bee. The whole business is to commend thyself. Cicero, Tuscan Questions, Book 2, 22. As to the rest, a man does not transgress philosophy by permitting the acrimony of pains and human frailty to prevail so much above measure, for they constrain her to go back to her unanswerable replies. If it be ill to live in necessity, at least there is no necessity upon a man to live in necessity. No man continues ill long, but by his own fault. He who has neither the courage to die, nor the heart to live, who will neither resist nor fly, what can we do with him? End of section 40.
Section 41 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Not to communicate a man's honour. Of all the follies of the world, that which is most universally received is the solicitude of reputation and glory, which we are fond of to that degree as to abandon riches, peace, life, and health, which are effectual and substantial goods, to pursue this vain phantom and empty word, that has neither body nor hold to be taken of it. La fama, ch'invaghisce a un dolce suono gli superbi mortali, e par si bella, è un eco, un sogno, anzi d'un sogno un'ombra, ch'ad ogni vento si dilegua sgombra. Fame, which with alluring sound charms proud mortals, and appears so fair, is but an echo, a dream, nay, the shadow of a dream, which at every breath vanishes and dissolves. Tasso, Gerusalemme Liberata, Book 14, 63. and of all the irrational humours of men, it should seem that the philosophers themselves are among the last and the most reluctant to disengage themselves from this. It is the most restive and obstinate of all. Quia etiam bene proficientes animos tentare non cessat, because it ceases not to assail even well-directed minds. St. Augustine, De Civitate Dei, Volume 14. There is not any one of which reason so clearly accuses the vanity, but it is so deeply rooted in us that I dare not determine whether any one ever clearly discharged himself from it or no. After you have said all and believed all has been said to its prejudice, it produces so intestine an inclination in opposition to your best arguments, that you have little power to resist it. For as Cicero says, even those who most controvert it would yet that the books they write about it should visit the light under their own names, and seek to derive glory from seeming to despise it. All other things are communicable and fall into commerce. We lend our goods and stake our lives for the necessity and service of our friends. But to communicate a man's honour, and to robe another with a man's own glory, is very rarely seen. And yet we have some examples of that kind. Catulus Luctatius in the Cimbrian war, having done all that in him lay to make his flying soldiers face about upon the enemy, ran himself at last away with the rest, and counterfeited the coward, to the end that his men might seem rather to follow their captain than to fly from the enemy, which was to abandon his own reputation in order to cover the shame of others. When Charles V. came into Provence in the year 1537, 'tis said that Antonio de Leyva, seeing the emperor positively resolved upon this expedition, and believing it would redound very much to his honour, did nevertheless very stiffly oppose it in the council, to the end that the entire glory of that resolution should be attributed to his master, and that it might be said his own wisdom and foresight had been such as that, contrary to the opinion of all, he had brought about so great an enterprise, which was to do him honour at his own expense. The Thracian ambassadors coming to comfort Archileonida, the mother of Brasidas, upon the death of her son, and commending him to that height as to say he had not left his like behind him, she rejected this private and particular commendation to attribute it to the public. "Tell me not that," said she, "I know the city of Sparta has many citizens, both greater and of greater worth than he." In the battle of Crécy, the Prince of Wales, being then very young, had the vanguard committed to him. The main stress of the battle happened to be in that place, which made the lords who were with him, finding themselves overmatched, send to King Edward to advance to their relief. He inquired of the condition his son was in, and being answered that he was alive and on horseback, "I should then do him wrong," said the king, "now to go and deprive him of the honour of winning this battle he has so long and so bravely sustained. What hazard soever he runs, that shall be entirely his own." And accordingly would neither go nor send, knowing that if he went it would be said all had been lost without his succour, and that the honour of the victory would be wholly attributed to him. Semper enim quod postremo abjecto est, id rem totam videtur traxisse. For always that which is last added seems to have accomplished the whole affair. Livy, book 27, 45. Many at Rome thought, and would usually say, that the greatest of Scipio's acts were in part due to Laelius, whose constant practice it was still to advance and support Scipio's grandeur and renown, without any care of his own. And Theopompus, king of Sparta, to him who told him the republic could not miscarry, since he knew so well how to command, "'Tis rather," answered he, "because the people know so well how to obey." As women succeeding to peerages had, notwithstanding their sex, the privilege to attend and give their votes in the trials that appertained to the jurisdiction of peers, so the ecclesiastical peers, notwithstanding their profession, were obliged to attend our kings in their wars, not only with their friends and servants, but in their own persons. As the Bishop of Beauvais did, who, being with Philip Augustus at the battle of Bouvines, had a notable share in that action. But he did not think it fit for him to participate in the fruit and glory of that violent and bloody trade. He with his own hand reduced several of the enemy that day to his mercy, whom he delivered to the first gentleman he met, either to kill or receive them to quarter, referring the whole execution to this other hand. And he did this with regard to William Earl of Salisbury, whom he gave up to Messire Jean de Nesle. With a like subtlety of conscience to that which I have just named, he would kill but not wound, and for that reason ever fought with a mace. And a certain person of my time, being reproached by the king that he had laid hands on a priest, stiffly and positively denied he had done any such thing, the meaning of which was, he had cudgelled and kicked him. End of section 41. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey.
Section 42 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Of the Inequality amongst Us. Plutarch says somewhere that he does not find so great a difference betwixt beast and beast as he does betwixt man and man, which he says in reference to the internal qualities and perfections of the soul. And in truth, I find so vast a distance betwixt Epaminondas, according to my judgment of him, and some that I know, who are yet men of good sense, that I could willingly enhance upon Plutarch, and say that there is more difference betwixt such and such a man than there is betwixt such a man and such a beast. Ah, how much may one man surpass another! Terence, Eunuchus, 2:2. And that there are as many and innumerable changes of mind as there are cubits betwixt this and heaven. But as touching the estimate of men, 'tis strange that, ourselves excepted, no other creature is esteemed beyond its proper qualities. We commend a horse for his strength and sureness of foot. Volucrem sic laudamus equum, facili cui plurima palma fervet, et exultat rauco victoria circo. So we praise the swift horse, for whose easy mastery many hand glows in applause, and victory exults in the horse circus. Juvenal, 8:57. And not for his rich caparison, a greyhound for his speed of heels, not for his fine collar, a hawk for her wing, not for her jesses and bells. Why, in like manner, do we not value a man for what is properly his own? He has a great train, a beautiful palace, so much credit, so many £1,000 a year, all these are about him, but not in him. You will not buy a pig in a poke. If you cheapen a horse, you will see him stripped of his housing cloths. You will see him naked and open to your eye, or if he be clothed, as they anciently were wont to present them to princes to sell, 'tis only on the less important parts, that you may not so much consider the beauty of his colour or the breadth of his crupper, as principally to examine his legs, eyes, and feet, which are the members of greatest use. Regibus hic mos est, ubi equos mercantur, opertos, inspiciunt, ne si facies ut saepe decora, molli fulta pede est, emptorem inducat hiantem. This is the custom of kings when they buy horses. They open and spection, lest if a fair head, as often chances, is supported by a weak foot, it should tempt the gaping purchaser. Horace, Satires 1, 2, 86. Why, in giving your estimate of a man, do you prize him wrapped and muffled up in clothes? He then discovers nothing to you but such parts as are not in the least his own, and conceals those by which alone one may rightly judge of his value. 'Tis the price of the blade that you inquire into, not of the scabbard. You would not peradventure bid a farthing for him, if you saw him stripped. You are to judge him by himself, and not by what he wears. And as one of the ancients very pleasantly said, "Do you know why you repute him tall? You reckon withal the height of his pattens." Seneca, Epistles, 76. The pedestal is no part of the statue. Measure him without his stilts. Let him lay aside his revenues and his titles. Let him present himself in his shirt. Then examine if his body be sound and sprightly, active and disposed to perform its functions. What soul has he? Is she beautiful, capable, and happily provided of all her faculties? Is she rich of what is her own, or of what she has borrowed? Has fortune no hand in the affair? Can she, without winking, stand the lightning of swords? Is she indifferent whether her life expire by the mouth or through the throat? Is she settled, even, and content? That is what is to be examined, and by that you are to judge of the vast differences betwixt man and man. Is he sapiens sibique imperiosus, quern neque pauperies, neque mors, neque vincula terrent, responsare cupidinibus, contemnere honores fortis, et in seipso totus teres atque rotundus, externi nequid valeat per laeve morari, in quem manca ruit semper fortuna? The wise man, self-governed, whom neither poverty, nor death, nor chains affright, who has the strength to resist his appetites and to contemn honors, who is wholly self-contained, whom no external objects affect, whom fortune assails in vain. Horace, Satires 2, 7. Such a man is 500 cubits above kingdoms and duchies. He is an absolute monarch in and to himself. Sapiens, Pol, ipse fingit fortunam sibi. The wise man is the master of his own fortune. Plautus, Trinumus 2, 284. What remains for him to covet or desire? Nonne videmus, nil aliud sibi naturam latrare, nisi ut, quae corpore sejunctus dolor absit, mente fruatur, jucundo sensu, cura se motu metuque? Do we not see that human nature asks no more for itself than that, free from bodily pain, it may exercise its mind agreeably, exempt from care and fear? Lucretius 2, 16. Compare with such a one the common rabble of mankind, stupid and mean-spirited, servile, unstable, and continually floating with the tempest of various passions, that tosses and tumbles them to and fro, and all depending upon others, and you will find a greater distance than betwixt heaven and earth, and yet the blindness of common usage is such that we make little or no account of it. Whereas if we consider a peasant and a king, a nobleman and a vassal, a magistrate and a private man, a rich man and a poor, there appears a vast disparity, though they differ no more, as a man may say, than in their breeches. In Thrace the king was distinguished from his people after a very pleasant and especial manner. He had a religion by himself, a god all his own, and which his subjects were not to presume to adore, which was Mercury, whilst on the other hand he disdained to have anything to do with theirs, Mars, Bacchus, and Diana. And yet they are no other than pictures that make no essential dissimilitude. For as you see actors in a play representing the person of a duke or an emperor upon the stage, and immediately after return to their true and original condition of valets and porters, so the emperor, whose pomp and lustre so dazzle you in public, scilicet grandes viridi cum luces smaragdi, auto includuntur, territurque thalassina vestis, assidue et veneris sudorem exercita potat. Because he wears great emeralds richly set in gold, darting green lustre, and the sea blue silken robe worn with pressure, and moist with illicit love, and absorbs the sweat of Venus. Lucretius, 4, 1123. Do but peep behind the curtain, and you will see no thing more than an ordinary man, and peradventure more contemptible than the meanest of his subjects. Ille beatus introrsum est, istius bracteata felicitas est. The one is happy in himself, the happiness of the other is counterfeit. Seneca, Epistles, 115. Cowardice, irresolution, ambition, spite, and envy agitate him as much as another. Non enim gazae, neque consularis, submovet lictor miseros tumultus, mentis et curas laqueata circum tecta volantes. For not treasures nor the consular lictor can remove the miserable tumults of the mind, nor cares that fly about panelled ceilings. Horace, Odes, 2, 16, 9. Care and fear attack him even in the centre of his battalions. Re veraque metus hominum curaeque sequaces, nec metuunt sonitus armorum, ne feratella. Audacterque inter reges, rerumque potentes, versantur, neque fulgorem reverentur ab auro. And in truth the fears and haunting cares of men fear not the clash of arms nor points of darts, and mingle boldly with great kings and men in authority, nor respect the glitter of gold. Lucretius, 2, 47. Do fevers, gout, and apoplexies spare him any more than one of us? When old age hangs heavy upon his shoulders, can the yeomen of his guard ease him of the burden? When he is astounded with the apprehension of death, can the gentlemen of his bedchamber comfort and assure him? When jealousy or any other caprice swims in his brain, can our compliments and ceremonies restore him to his good humour? The canopy embroidered with pearl and gold he lies under has no virtue against a violent fit of the colic. Ne calidae citius decedunt corpore febres, textilibus si in picturis, ostroque rubenti, iactaris quam si plebea in veste cubandum est. Nor do burning fevers quit you sooner if you are stretched on a couch of rich tapestry and in a vest of purple dye, than if you be in a coarse blanket. Idem, 2, 34. The flatterers of Alexander the Great possessed him that he was the son of Jupiter, but being one day wounded, and observing the blood stream from his wound, "What say you now, my masters?" said he. "Is not this blood of a crimson colour, and purely human? This is not of the complexion of that which Homer makes to issue from the wounded gods." The poet Hermodorus had written a poem in honour of Antigonus, wherein he called him the son of the sun. "He who has the emptying of my close stool," said Antigonus, "knows to the contrary. He is but a man at best, and if he be deformed or ill qualified from his birth, the empire of the universe cannot set him to rights. Puellae hunc rapiant, quidquid calcaverit hic rosa fiat. Let girls carry him off, wherever he steps let there spring up a rose." Persius, Satires 2, 38. What of all that, if he be a fool? Even pleasure and good fortune are not relished without vigour and understanding. Haec perinde sunt, ut illius animus, qui ea possidet, qui uti scit, e bona, illi, qui non uritur recte mala. Things are, as is the mind of their possessor, who knows how to use them, to him they are good, to him who abuses them, ill. Terence, Heart, 1, 3, 21. Whatever the benefits of fortune are, they yet require a palate to relish them. 'Tis fruition, and not possession, that renders us happy. 'Tis not lands, or a heap of brass and gold, that has removed fevers from the ailing body of the owner, or cares from his mind. The possessor must be healthy, if he thinks to make good use of his realized wealth. To him who is covetous or timorous, his house and estate are as a picture to a blind man, or a fomentation to a gouty. Horace, Epistles 1, 2, 47. He is a sot, his taste is palled and flat. He no more enjoys what he has than one that has a cold relishes the flavour of canary, or than a horse is sensible of his rich caparison. Plato is in the right when he tells us that health, beauty, vigour, and riches, and all the other things called goods, are equally evil to the unjust as good to the just, and the evil on the contrary the same. And therefore, where the body and the mind are in disorder, to what use serve these external conveniences, considering that the least prick with a pin, or the least passion of the soul, is sufficient to deprive one of the pleasure of being sole monarch of the world. At the first twitch of the gout, it signifies much to be called Sir and Your Majesty. Totus et argento conflatus, totus et auro. Wholly made up of silver and gold. Tibullus 1, 2, 70. Does he not forget his palaces and girandeurs? If he be angry, can his being a prince keep him from looking red and looking pale, and grinding his teeth like a madman? Now, if he be a man of parts and of right nature, royalty adds very little to his happiness. Si ventri bene, si lateri est pedibusque tufs, nil divitix poterunt regales adere maius. If it is well with thy belly, thy side, and thy feet, regal wealth will be able to add nothing. Horace, Epistles 1, 12, 5. He discerns 'tis nothing but counterfeit and gullery. Nay, perhaps he would be of King Seleucus's opinion, that he who knew the weight of a sceptre would not stoop to pick it up, if he saw it lying before him, so great and painful are the duties incumbent upon a good king. Plutarch, if a sage should meddle with the affairs of state. 12. Assuredly it can be no easy task to rule others, when we find it so hard a matter to govern ourselves. And as to dominion, that seems so charming, the frailty of human judgment, and the difficulty of choice in things that are new and doubtful considered, I am very much of opinion that it is far more easy and pleasant to follow than to lead, and that it is a great settlement and satisfaction of mind to have only one path to walk in, and to have none to answer for but a man's self. Ut satius multo iam sit parere quietum, quam regere imperio res velle. 'Tis much better quietly to obey than wish to rule. Lucretius 5, 1126. To which we may add that saying of Cyrus, that no man was fit to rule but he who in his own worth was of greater value than those he was to govern. But King Hiero in Xenophon says further, that in the fruition even of pleasure itself they are in a worse condition than private men, forasmuch as the opportunities and facility they have of commanding those things at will takes off from the delight that ordinary folks enjoy. Pinguis amor, nimiuque patens, in taedia nobis, vertitur et stomacho dulcis ut esca nocet. Love in excess and too palpable turns to weariness, and, like sweetmeats to the stomach, is injurious. Ovid, Amores, 2, 19, 25. Can we think that the singing boys of the choir take any great delight in music? The satiety rather renders it troublesome and tedious to them. Feasts, balls, masquerades, and tiltings delight such as but rarely see and desire to see them. But having been frequently at such entertainment, the relish of them grows flat and insipid. Nor do women so much delight those who make a common practice of the sport. He who will not give himself leisure to be thirsty can never find the true pleasure of drinking. Farces and tumbling tricks are pleasant to the spectators, but a wearisome toil to those by whom they are performed. And that this is so, we see that princes divert themselves sometimes in disguising their quality, a while to depose themselves, and to stoop to the poor and ordinary way of living of the meanest of their people. Plerumque gratae divitibus vices, mundaeque parvo sublare pauperum, coinae sine aulais et ostro, solicitam expliquere frontem. The rich are often pleased with variety, and the plain supper in a poor cottage, without tapestry and purple, has relaxed the anxious brow. Horace, Odes, 3, 29, 13. Nothing is so distasteful and clogging as abundance. What appetite would not be baffled to see 300 women at its mercy, as the Grand Signor has in his seraglio? And, of his ancestors, what fruition or taste of sport did he reserve to himself, who never went hawking without 7,000 falconers? And besides all this, I fancy that this lustre of grandeur brings with it no little disturbance and uneasiness upon the enjoyment of the most tempting pleasures. The great are too conspicuous, and lie too open to every one's view. Neither do I know to what end a man should require of them to conceal their errors, since what is only reputed indiscretion in us, the people in them brand with the names of tyranny and contempt of the laws, and, besides their proclivity to vice, are apt to hold that it is a heightening of pleasure to them to insult over and to trample upon public observances. Plato, indeed, in his Gorgias, defines a tyrant to be one who in a city has license to do whatever his own will leads him to do. And by reason of this impunity, the display and publication of their vices do oft times more mischief than the vice itself. Every one fears to be pried into and overlooked, but princes are so, even to their very gestures, looks, and thoughts, the people conceiving they have right and title to be judges of them, besides that the blemishes of the great naturally appear greater by reason of the eminence and lustre of the place where they are seated, and that a mole or a wart appears greater in them than a wide gash in others. And this is the reason why the poets feign the amours of Jupiter to be performed in the disguises of so many borrowed shapes, and that amongst the many amorous practices they lay to his charge, there is only one, as I remember, where he appears in his own majesty and grandeur. But let us return to Hiero, who further complains of the inconveniences he found in his royalty, in that he could not look abroad and travel the world at liberty, being as it were a prisoner in the bounds and limits of his own dominion, and that in all his actions he was evermore surrounded with an importunate crowd. And in truth, to see our kings sit all alone at table, environed with so many people prating about them, and so many strangers staring upon them, as they always are, I have often been moved rather to pity than to envy their condition. King Alfonso was wont to say, that in this asses were in a better condition than kings, their masters permitting them to feed at their own ease and pleasure, a favour that kings cannot obtain of their servants. And it has never come into my fancy that it could be of any great benefit to the life of a man of sense to have 20 people prating about him when he is at stool, or that the services of a man of 10,000 livres a year, or that has taken Casale or defended Siena, should be either more commodious or more acceptable to him than those of a good groom of the chamber who understands his place. The advantages of sovereignty are in a manner but imaginary. Every degree of fortune has in it some image of principality. Caesar calls all the lords of France, having free franchise within their own domains, roitelets, or petty kings, and in truth, the name of sire accepted, they go pretty far towards kingship. For do but look into the provinces remote from court, as Brittany, for example, take notice of the train, the vassals, the officers, the employments, service, ceremony, and state of a lord who lives retired from court in his own house, amongst his own tenants and servants, and observe withal the flight of his imagination. There is nothing more royal. He hears talk of his master once a year, as of a king of Persia, without taking any further recognition of him than by some remote kindred his secretary keeps in some register. And to speak the truth, our laws are easy enough, so easy that a gentleman of France scarce feels the weight of sovereignty pinch his shoulders above twice in his life. Real and effectual subjection only concerns such amongst us as voluntarily thrust their necks under the yoke, and who design to get wealth and honours by such services. For a man that loves his own fireside, and can govern his house without falling by the ears with his neighbours or engaging in suits of law, is as free as a Duke of Venice. Paucos servitus, plures servitutem tenent. Servitude enchains few, but many enchain themselves to servitude. Seneca, Epistles 22. But that which Hiero is most concerned at is, that he finds himself stripped of all friendship, deprived of all mutual society, wherein the true and most perfect fruition of human life consists. For what testimony of affection and goodwill can I extract from him that owes me, whether he will or no, all that he is able to do? Can I form any assurance of his real respect to me, from his humble way of speaking and submissive behaviour, when these are ceremonies it is not in his choice to deny? The honour we receive from those that fear us is not honour. Those respects are due to royalty, and not to me. Maximum hoc regni bonum est, quod facta domini cogitur populus sui quam ferre, tam laudare. 'Tis the greatest benefit of a kingdom that the people is forced to commend, as well as to bear the acts of the ruler. Seneca, Thyestes, 2, 1, 30. Do I not see that the wicked and the good king, he that is hated and he that is beloved, have the one as much reverence paid him as the other? My predecessor was, and my successor shall be, served with the same ceremony and state. If my subjects do me no harm, 'tis no evidence of any good affection. Why should I look upon it as such, seeing it is not in their power to do it if they would? No one follows me or obeys my commands upon the account of any friendship betwixt him and me. There can be no contracting of friendship when there is so little relation and correspondence. My own height has put me out of the familiarity of and intelligence with men. There is too great disparity and disproportion betwixt us. They follow me either upon the account of decency and custom, or rather my fortune, than me, to increase their own. All they say to me or do for me is but outward paint, appearance, their liberty being on all parts restrained by the great power and authority I have over them. I see nothing about me but what is dissembled and disguised. The Emperor Julian, being one day applauded by his courtiers for his exact justice, I should be proud of these praises, said he, did they come from persons that durst condemn or disapprove the contrary, in case I should do it. All the real advantages of princes are common to them with men of meaner condition. 'Tis for the gods to mount winged horses and feed upon ambrosia. They have no other sleep, nor other appetite than we. The steel they arm themselves withal is of no better temper than that we also use. Their crowns neither defend them from the rain nor the sun. Diocletian, who wore a crown so fortunate and revered, resigned it to retire to the felicity of a private life, and some time after the necessity of public affairs requiring that he should reassume his charge, he made answer to those who came to court him to it. You would not offer, said he, to persuade me to this, had you seen the fine order of the trees I have planted in my orchard, and the fair melons I have sown in my garden. In Anacharsis' opinion, the happiest state of government would be where, all other things being equal, precedence should be measured out by the virtues and repulses by the vices of men. When King Pyrrhus prepared for his expedition into Italy, his wise counsellor Caeneus, to make him sensible of the vanity of his ambition, "Well, sir," said he, "to what end do you make all this mighty preparation?" "To make myself master of Italy," replied the king. "And what after that is done?" said Caeneus. "I will pass over into Gaul and Spain," said the other. "And what then?" "I will then go to subdue Africa. And lastly, when I have brought the whole world to my subjection, I will sit down and rest content at my own ease." "For God's sake, sir," replied Caeneus, "tell me what hinders that you may not, if you please, be now in the condition you speak of? Why do you not now, at this instant, settle yourself in the state you seem to aim at, and spare all the labour and hazard you interpose? Nimirum, quia non cognovit, qux esset habendi finis, et omnino quoad crescat vera voluptas." forsooth, because he does not know what should be the limit of acquisition, and altogether how far real pleasure should increase. Lucretius, v. 1431. I will conclude with an old versicle, that I think very apt to the purpose. Mores cuique sui fingunt fortunam. Every man frames his own fortune. Cornelius Nepos, Life of Atticus. End of section 42.
Section 43 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Of Sumptuary Laws. The way by which our laws attempt to regulate idle and vain expenses in meat and clothes seems to be quite contrary to the end designed. The true way would be to beget in men a contempt of silks and gold, as vain, frivolous, and useless, whereas we augment to them the honours, and enhance the value of such things, which sure is a very improper way to create a disgust. For to enact that none but princes shall eat turbot, shall wear velvet or gold lace, and interdict these things to the people, what is it but to bring them into a greater esteem, and to set every one more agog to eat and wear them? Let kings leave off these ensigns of grandeur, they have others enough besides. Those excesses are more excusable in any other than a prince. We may learn by the example of several nations better ways of exterior distinction of quality, which truly I conceive to be very requisite in a state, enough without fostering to this purpose such corruption and manifest inconvenience. 'Tis strange how suddenly, and with how much ease, custom in these indifferent things establishes itself, and becomes authority. We had scarce worn cloth a year, in compliance with the court, for the mourning of Henry II., but that silks were already grown into such contempt with every one, that a man so clad was presently concluded a citizen. Silks were divided betwixt the physicians and the surgeons, and though all other people almost went in the same habit, there was, notwithstanding, in one thing or other, sufficient distinction of the several conditions of men. How suddenly do greasy chamois and linen doublets become the fashion in our armies, whilst all neatness and richness of habit fall into contempt! Let kings but lead the dance, and begin to leave off this expense, and in a month the business will be done throughout the kingdom, without edict or ordinance. We shall all follow. It should be rather proclaimed, on the contrary, that no one should wear scarlet or goldsmiths' work, but courtesans and tumblers. Zaleucus, by the like invention, reclaimed the corrupted manners of the Locrians. His laws were that no free woman should be allowed any more than one maid to follow her, unless she was drunk, nor was to stir out of the city by night, wear jewels of gold about her, or go in an embroidered robe, unless she were a professed and public prostitute. That, bravos excepted, no man was to wear a gold ring, nor to be seen in one of those effeminate robes woven in the city of Miletus. By which infamous exceptions he discreetly diverted his citizens from superfluities and pernicious pleasures, and it was a project of great utility to attract them by honour and ambition to their duty and obedience. Our kings can do what they please in such external reformations. Their own inclination stands in this case for a law. Quidquid principes faciunt, praecipere videntur. What princes themselves do, they seem to prescribe. Quintilian Declamations 3. Whatever is done at court passes for a rule through the rest of France. Let the courtiers fall out with these abominable breeches that discover so much of those parts should be concealed. These great-bellied doublets that make us look like I know not what, and are so unfit to admit of arms. These long effeminate locks of hair, this foolish custom of kissing what we present to our equals, and our hands in saluting them, a ceremony in former times only due to princes. Let them not permit that a gentleman shall appear in place of respect without his sword, unbuttoned and untrussed, as though he came from the house of office, and that, contrary to the custom of our forefathers, and the particular privilege of the nobles of this kingdom, we stand a long time bare to them in what place soever, and the same to 100 others. So many tiercelets and quarterlets of kings we have got nowadays, and other like vicious innovations. They will see them all presently vanish and cried down. These are, 'tis true, but superficial errors, but they are of ill augury, and enough to inform us that the whole fabric is crazy and tottering, when we see the rough cast of our walls to cleave and split. Plato, in his Laws, esteems nothing of more pestiferous consequence to his city than to give young men the liberty of introducing any change in their habits, gestures, dances, songs, and exercises, from one form to another, shifting from this to that, hunting after novelties, and applauding the inventors, by which means manners are corrupted, and the old institutions come to be nauseated and despised. In all things, saving only in those that are evil, a change is to be feared, even the change of seasons, winds, viands, and humours. And no laws are in their true credit but such to which God has given so long a continuance that no one knows their beginning, or that there ever was any other. End of section 43. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey.
Section 44 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Angie Liu. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Chapter 44, of Sleep. Reason directs that we should always go the same way, but not always at the same pace. And consequently, though a wise man ought not so much to give the reins to human passions as to let him deviate from the right path, he may, notwithstanding, without prejudice to his duty, leave it to them to hasten or to slacken his speed, and not fix himself like a motionless and insensible Colossus. Could virtue itself put on flesh and blood, I believe the pulse would beat faster going on to assault than in going to dinner. That is to say, there is a necessity she should heat and be moved upon this account. I have taken notice, as of an extraordinary thing, of some great men, who in the highest enterprises and most important affairs have kept themselves in so settled and serene a calm, as not at all to break their sleep. Alexander the Great, on the day assigned for the furious battle betwixt him and Darius, slept so profoundly and so long in the morning that Parmenio was forced to enter his chamber, and coming to his bedside, to call him several times by his name, the time to go to fight compelling him so to do. The Emperor Otho, having put on a resolution to kill himself that night, after having settled his domestic affairs, divided his money amongst his servants, and set a good edge upon a sword he had made choice of for the purpose, and now staying only to be satisfied whether all his friends had retired in safety, he fell into so sound a sleep that the gentlemen of his chamber heard him snore. The death of this emperor had in its circumstances paralleling that of the great Cato, and particularly this just related for Cato being ready to dispatch himself, whilst he only stayed his hand in expectation of the return of a messenger he had sent to bring him news whether the senators he had sent away were put out from the port of Utica. He fell into so sound a sleep that they heard him snore in the next room, and the man whom he had sent to the port having awakened him to let him know that the tempestuous weather had hindered the senators from putting to sea, he dispatched away another messenger, and composing again himself in the bed, settled to sleep, and slept till by the return of the last messenger he had certain intelligence they were gone. We may here further compare him with Alexander in the great and dangerous storm that threatened him by the sedition of the tribune Metellus, who, attempting to publish a decree for the calling in of Pompey with his army into the city at the time of Catiline's conspiracy, was only and that stoutly opposed by Cato, so that very sharp language and bitter menaces passed betwixt them in the Senate about that affair. But it was the next day, in the forenoon, that the controversy was to be decided, where Metellus, besides the favour of the people and of Caesar, at that time of Pompey's faction, was to appear accompanied with a rabble of slaves and gladiators, and Cato only fortified with his own courage and constancy, so that his relations, domestics, and many virtuous people of his friends were in great apprehensions for him, and to that degree that some there were who passed over the whole night without sleep, eating, or drinking for the danger they saw him running into. His wife and sisters did nothing but weep and torment themselves in his house, whereas he, on the contrary, comforted every one, and after having supped after his usual manner, went to bed and slept profoundly till morning, when one of his fellow tribunes roused him to go to the encounter. The knowledge we have of the greatness of this man's courage by the rest of his life may warrant us certainly to judge that his indifference proceeded from a soul so much elevated above such accidents that he disdained to let it take any more hold of his fancy than any ordinary incident. In the naval engagement that Augustus won of Sextus Pompeius in Sicily, just as they were to begin the fight, he was so fast asleep that his friends were compelled to wake him to give the signal of battle. And this was it that gave Mark Antony afterwards occasion to reproach him that he had not the courage so much as with open eyes to behold the order of his own squadrons, and not to have dared to present himself before the soldiers, till first Agrippa had brought him news of victory obtained. But as to the young Marius, who did much worse, for the day of his last battle against Sylla, after he had marshalled his army and given the word and signal of battle, he laid him down under the shade of a tree to repose himself, and fell so fast asleep that the rout and flight of his men could hardly waken him. He had seen nothing of the fight. He is said to have been at that time so extremely spent and worn out with labour and want of sleep that nature could hold out no longer. Now upon what has been said, the physicians may determine whether sleep be so necessary that our lives depend upon it. For we read that King Perseus of Macedon, being prisoner at Rome, was killed by being kept from sleep. But plenty instances, such as have lived long without sleep. Herodotus speaks of nations where the men sleep and wake by half years, and they who write the life of the sage Epimenides affirm that he slept 57 years together. End of section 44.
Section 45 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Of the Battle of Dreux. Note. December 19th, 1562, in which the Catholics, under the command of the Duc de Guise and the Constable de Montmorency, defeated the Protestants, commanded by the Prince de Condé. See Sismondi, Histoire des Français, volume 18, page 354. Note ends. Our Battle of Dreux is remarkable for several extraordinary incidents, but such as have no great kindness for M. de Guise, nor much favour his reputation, are willing to have him thought to blame, and that his making a halt and delaying time with the forces he commanded, whilst the Constable, who was general of the army, was racked through and through with the enemy's artillery, his battalion routed and himself taken prisoner, is not to be excused, and that he had much better have run the hazard of charging the enemy in flank, than staying for the advantage of falling in upon the rear, to suffer so great and so important a loss. But, besides what the event demonstrated, he who will consider it without passion or prejudice will easily be induced to confess that the aim and design, not of a captain only, but of every private soldier, ought to regard the victory in general, and that no particular occurrences, how nearly soever they may concern his own interest, should divert him from that pursuit. Philopoemen, in an encounter with Machanidas, having sent before a good strong party of his archers and slingers to begin the skirmish, and these being routed and hotly pursued by the enemy, who, pushing on the fortune of their arms, and in that pursuit passing by the battalion where Philopoemen was, though his soldiers were impatient to fall on, he did not think fit to stir from his post, nor to present himself to the enemy to relieve his men, but having suffered these to be chased and cut in pieces before his face, charged in upon the enemy's foot when he saw them left unprotected by the horse, and notwithstanding that they were Lacedaemonians, yet taking them in the nick when thinking themselves secure of the victory, they began to disorder their ranks. He did this business with great facility, and then put himself in pursuit of Machanidas, which case is very like that of M. de Guise. In that bloody battle betwixt Agesilaus and the Boeotians, which Xenophon, who was present at it, reports to be the sharpest that he had ever seen, Agesilaus waived the advantage that fortune presented him, to let the Boeotian battalions pass by, and then to charge them in the rear, how certain soever he might make himself of the victory, judging it would rather be an effect of conduct than valour to proceed that way, and therefore, to show his prowess, rather chose with a marvellous ardour of courage to charge them in the front. But he was well beaten and well wounded for his pains, and constrained at last to disengage himself, and to take the course he had first neglected, opening his battalion to give way to this torrent of Boeotians, and they being passed by, taking notice that they marched in disorder, like men who thought themselves out of danger, he pursued and charged them in flank, yet could not so prevail as to bring it to so general a rout, but that they leisurely retreated, still facing about upon him, till they had retired to safety. End of section 45. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 46 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Of names. What variety of herbs soever are shuffed together in the dish, yet the whole mass is swallowed up under one name of a sallet. In like manner, under the consideration of names, I will make a hodgepodge of divers articles. Every nation has certain names that, I know not why, are taken in no good sense, as with us, John, William, Benedict. In the genealogy of princes also, there seem to be certain names fatally affected, as the Ptolemies of Egypt, the Henrys in England, the Charleses in France, the Baldwins in Flanders, and the Williams of our ancient Aquitaine, from whence 'tis said the name of Guienne has its derivation, which would seem far-fetched, were there not as crude derivations in Plato himself. Item. 'Tis a frivolous thing in itself, but nevertheless worthy to be recorded for the strangeness of it, that is written by an eye-witness, that Henry Duke of Normandy, son of Henry II King of England, making a great feast in France, the concourse of nobility and gentry was so great, that being for sport's sake divided into troops, according to their names, in the first troop, which consisted of Williams, there were found 110 knights sitting at the table of that name, without reckoning the ordinary gentlemen and servants. It is as pleasant to distinguish the tables by the names of the guests, as it was in the Emperor Geta to distinguish the several courses of his meat by the first letters of the meats themselves, so that those that began with B were served up together, as brawn, beef, bream, bustards, beccaficos, and so of the others. Item. There is a saying that it is a good thing to have a good name, that is to say, credit and a good repute. But besides this, it is really convenient to have a well-sounding name, such as is easy of pronunciation and easy to be remembered, by reason that kings and other great persons do by that means the more easily know, and the more hardly forget us. And indeed of our own servants we more frequently call and employ those whose names are most ready upon the tongue. I myself have seen Henry II, when he could not for his heart hit of a gentleman's name of our country of Gascony, and moreover was fain to call one of the Queen's maids of honour by the general name of her race, her own family name being so difficult to pronounce or remember. And Socrates thinks it worthy a father's care to give fine names to his children. Item. 'Tis said that the foundation of Notre Dame la Grande at Poitiers took its original from hence, that a debauched young fellow formerly living in that place, having got to him a wench, and at her first coming in asking her name, and being answered that it was Mary, he felt himself so suddenly pierced through with the awe of religion, and the reverence to that sacred name of the Blessed Virgin, that he not only immediately sent the girl away, but became a reformed man, and so continued the remainder of his life; and that in consideration of this miracle, there was erected upon the place where this young man's house stood, first a chapel dedicated to Our Lady, and afterwards the church that we now see standing there. This vocal and auricular reproof wrought upon the conscience, and that right into the soul. This that follows insinuated itself merely by the senses. Pythagoras, being in company with some wild young fellows, and perceiving that, heated with the feast, they complotted to go violate an honest house, commanded the singing wench to alter her wanton airs, and by a solemn, grave, and spondaic music, gently enchanted and laid asleep their ardour. Item. Will not posterity say that our modern Reformation has been wonderfully delicate and exact, in having not only combated errors and vices, and filled the world with devotion, humility, obedience, peace, and all sorts of virtue, but in having proceeded so far as to quarrel with our ancient baptismal names of Charles, Louis, Francis, to fill the world with Methuselahs, Ezekiels, and Malachis, names of a more spiritual sound. A gentleman, a neighbour of mine, a great admirer of antiquity, and who was always extolling the excellencies of former times in comparison with this present age of ours, did not, among the rest, forget to dwell upon the lofty and magnificent sound of the gentlemen's names of those days, Don Grumédan, Quetregan, Agesilan, which but to hear named he conceived to denote other kind of men than Pierre, Guillot, and Michel. Item. I am mightily pleased with Jacques Amiot for leaving throughout a whole French oration the Latin names entire, without varying and garbling them to give them a French cadence. It seemed a little harsh and rough at first, but already custom, by the authority of his Plutarch, has overcome that novelty. I have often wished that such as write histories in Latin would leave our names as they find them and as they are, for in making Vaudemont into Vallemontanus, and metamorphosing names to make them suit better with the Greek or Latin, we know not where we are, and with the persons of the men lose the benefit of the story. To conclude, 'tis a scurvy custom and of very ill consequence that we have in our kingdom of France to call every one by the name of his manor or seigneury. 'Tis the thing in the world that the most prejudices and confounds families and descents. A younger brother of a good family, having a manor left him by his father, by the name of which he has been known and honoured, cannot handsomely leave it. 10 years after his decease it falls into the hand of a stranger, who does the same. Do but judge whereabouts we shall be concerning the knowledge of these men. We need look no further for examples than our own royal family, where every partition creates a new surname, whilst in the meantime the original of the family is totally lost. There is so great liberty taken in these mutations, that I have not in my time seen any one advanced by fortune to any extraordinary condition, who has not presently had genealogical titles added to him, new and unknown to his father, and who has not been inoculated into some illustrious stem by good luck. And the obscurest families are the most apt for falsification. How many gentlemen have we in France, who by their own account are of royal extraction? More, I think, than who will confess they are not. Was it not a pleasant passage of a friend of mine? There were several gentlemen assembled together about the dispute of one seigneur with another, which other had in truth some preeminence of titles and alliances above the ordinary gentry. Upon the debate of this prerogative, every one, to make himself equal to him, alleged this one extraction, that another; this the near resemblance of name, that of arms; another an old worm-eaten patent. The very least of them was great-grandchild to some foreign king. When they came to sit down to dinner, my friend, instead of taking his place amongst them, retiring with the most profound congés, entreated the company to excuse him for having hitherto lived with them at the saucy rate of a companion, but being now better informed of their quality, he would begin to pay them the respect due to their birth and grandeur, and that it would ill become him to sit down among so many princes, ending this farce with 1,000 reproaches. Let us, in God's name, satisfy ourselves with what our fathers were contented with what we are. We are great enough, if we rightly understand how to maintain it. Let us not disown the fortune and condition of our ancestors, and let us lay aside these ridiculous pretences that can never be wanting to any one that has the impudence to allege them. Arms have no more security than surnames. I bear azure powdered with trefoils, or, with a lion's paw of the same, armed gules in fess. What privilege has this to continue particularly in my house? A son-in-law will transport it into another family, or some paltry purchaser will make them his first arms. There is nothing wherein there is more change and confusion. But this consideration leads me perforce into another subject. Let us pry a little narrowly into, and in God's name examine upon what foundation we erect this glory and reputation for which the world is turned topsy-turvy. Wherein do we place this renown that we hunt after with so much pains? It is in the end Peter or William that carries it, takes it into his possession, and whom it only concerns. Oh, what a valiant faculty is hope, that in a mortal subject, and in a moment, makes nothing of usurping infinity, immensity, eternity, and of supplying its master's indigence, at its pleasure, with all things he can imagine or desire. Nature has given us this passion for a pretty toy to play withal. And this Peter or William, what is it but a sound, when all is done, or 3 or 4 dashes with a pen, so easy to be varied, that I would fain know to whom is to be attributed the glory of so many victories, to Guesquin, to Glesquin, or to Guerquin? And yet there would be something of greater moment in the case than in Lucian, that Sigma should serve Tau with a process. For non levia aut ludicra petuntur praemia. They aim at no slight or jocular rewards. Aeneid, Book 12, 764. The chase is there in very good earnest. The question is, which of these letters is to be rewarded for so many sieges, battles, wounds, imprisonments, and services done to the crown of France by this famous constable? Nicolas de Nissou, note, painter and poet, born at Le Mans, 1515, never concerned himself further than the letters of his name, of which he has altered the whole contexture, to build up by anagram the Count d'Alsinois, whom he has handsomely endowed with the glory of his poetry and painting. The historian Suetonius was satisfied with only the meaning of his name, which made him cashier his father's surname, Lenis, to leave Tranquillus successor to the reputation of his writings. Who would believe that Captain Bayard should have no honour but what he derives from the deeds of Peter Terrail, and that Antonio Iscalin should suffer himself to his face to be robbed of the honour of so many navigations and commands at sea and land by Captain Paulin and the Baron de la Garde. Secondly, these are dashes of the pen common to 1,000 people. How many are there in every family of the same name and surname? And how many more in several families, ages, and countries? History tells us of 3 of the name of Socrates, of 5 Platos, of 8 Aristotles, of 7 Xenophons, of 20 Demetrii, and of 20 Theodores. And how many more was she not acquainted with, we may imagine. Who hinders my groom from calling himself Pompey the Great? But after all, what virtue, what authority, or what secret springs are there that fix upon my deceased groom, or the other Pompey, who had his head cut off in Egypt, this glorious renown, and these so much honoured flourishes of the pen, so as to be of any advantage to them? Id cinered manes credis curare sepultos? Do you believe the dead regard such things? Aeneid, Book 4, 34. What sense have the 2 companions in greatest esteem amongst men, Epaminondas of this fine verse that has been so many ages current in his praise, Consiliis nostris laus est atrita laconum. The glory of the Spartans is extinguished by my plans. Cicero, Tusculanae Quaestiones, 5:17. Or Africanus of this other, A sole exoriente supra Maiotis paludes, nemo est qui factis me aequiparare queat. From where the sun rises over the Palus Maiotis to where it sets, there is no one whose acts can compare with mine. Idem ibidem. Survivors, indeed, tickle themselves with these fine phrases, and by them incited to jealousy and desire, inconsiderately and according to their own fancy, attribute to the dead this their own feeling, vainly flattering themselves that they shall one day in turn be capable of the same character. However, ad haec se Romanus Graiusque et barbarus induperator erexit, causus discriminis atque laboris inde habuit, tanto maior famae sitis est quam virtutis. For these the Roman, the Greek, and the barbarian commander hath aroused himself. He has incurred thence causes of danger and toil. So much greater is the thirst for fame than for virtue. Juvenal No. 10, 137. End of section 46. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey.
Section 47 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Max Schörlinge. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Chapter 47. Of the uncertainty of our judgment. Well, says this verse, there is everything much liberty of speech. Iliad, Book 20, 249. For example, Hannibal conquered, but knew not how to make the best use of his victorious venture. Petrarch, Son, 83. Such as would improve this argument, and condemn the oversight of our leaders in not pushing home the victory at Moncontour, or accuse the King of Spain of not knowing how to make the best use of the advantage he had against us at St. Quentin, may conclude these oversights to proceed from a soul already drunk with success, or from a spirit which, being full and overgorged with this beginning of good fortune, had lost the appetite of adding to it, already having enough to do to digest what he had taken in. He has his arms full, and can embrace no more, unworthy of the benefit fortune has conferred upon him, and the advantage she has put into his hands. For what utility does he reap from it, if, notwithstanding, he gives his enemy respite to rally and make head against him? What hope is there that he will dare at another time to attack an enemy reunited and recomposed, and armed anew with anger and revenge, who did not dare to pursue them when routed and unmanned by fear? Dum fortuna calet, dum conficit omnia terror. Whilst fortune is fresh, and terror finishes all. Lucan, Book 7, 734. But withal, what better opportunity can he expect than that he has lost? 'Tis not here, as in fencing, where the most hits gain the prize, for so long as the enemy is on foot, the game is new to begin, and that is not to be called a victory that puts not an end to the war. In the encounter where Caesar had the worst, near the city of Oricum, he reproached Pompey's soldiers that he had been lost had their general known how to overcome, and afterwards clawed him in a very different fashion when it came to his turn. But why may not a man also argue, on the contrary, that it is the effect of a precipitous and insatiate spirit not to know how to bound and restrain its coveting, that it is to abuse the favours of God to exceed the measure he has prescribed them, and that again to throw a man's self into danger after victory obtained is again to expose himself to the mercy of fortune, that it is one of the greatest discretions in the rule of war not to drive an enemy to despair? Sylla and Marius in the social war, having defeated the Marsians, seeing yet a body of reserve that, prompted by despair, was coming on like enraged brutes to dash in upon them, thought it not convenient to stand their charge. Had not Monsieur de Foix's ardour transported him so furiously to pursue the remains of the victory at Ravenna, he had not obscured it by his own death, and yet the recent memory of his example served to preserve Monsieur d'Anguien from the same misfortune at the battle of Cerisoles. It is dangerous to attack a man you have deprived of all means to escape but by his arms, for necessity teaches violent resolutions. Gravissimi sunt morsus irritate necessitatis. Irritated necessity bites deepest. Portius Latro, declam. Vincitur haud gratis, jugulo qui provocat hostem. He is not readily beaten who provokes the enemy by shewing his throat. Or, he who presents himself to his foe sells his life dear. Lucan, Book 4, 275. This was it that made Pharax withhold the king of Lacedaemon, who had won a battle against the Mantineans, from going to charge 1,000 Argians, who had escaped in an entire body from the defeat, but rather let them steal off at liberty, that he might not encounter valour whetted and enraged by mischance. Clodomir, king of Aquitaine, after his victory pursuing Gondomar, king of Burgundy, beaten, and making off as fast as he could for safety, compelled him to face about and make head, wherein his obstinacy deprived him of the fruit of his conquest, for he there lost his life. In like manner, if a man were to choose whether he would have his soldiers richly and sumptuously accoutred, or armed only for the necessity of the matter in hand, this argument would step in to favour the first, of which opinion was Sertorius, Philopoemen, Brutus, Caesar, and others, that it is to a soldier an enflaming of courage, and a spur himself in brave attire, and withal a motive to be more obstinate in fight, having his arms, which are in a manner his estate and whole inheritance to defend, which is the reason, says Xenophon, why those of Asia carried their wives and concubines, with their choicest jewels and greatest wealth, along with them to the wars. But then these arguments would be as ready to stand up for the other side, that a general ought rather to lessen in his men their solicitude of preserving themselves than to increase it, that by such means they will be in a double fear of hazarding their persons, as it will be a double temptation to the enemy to fight with great resolution where so great booty and so rich spoils are to be obtained. And this very thing has been observed in former times, notably to encourage the Romans against the Samnites. Antiochus, shewing Hannibal the army he had raised, wonderfully splendid and rich in all sorts of equipage, asked him if the Romans would be satisfied with that army. Satisfied? replied the other. Yes, doubtless, were their avarice never so great. Lycurgus not only forbade his soldiers all manners of bravery in their equipage, but, moreover, to strip their conquered enemies, because he would, as he said, that poverty and frugality should shine with the rest of the battle. At sieges and elsewhere, where occasion draws us near to the enemy, we willingly suffer our men to brave, rate, and affront him with all sorts of injurious language, and not without some colour of reason, for it is of no little consequence to take from them all hopes of mercy and composition, by representing to them that there is no fair quarter to be expected from an enemy they have incensed to that degree, nor other remedy remaining but in victory. And yet Vitellius found himself deceived in this way of proceeding, for having to do with Otho, weaker in the valour of his soldiers, long unaccustomed to war, and effeminated with the delights of the city, he so nettled them at last with injurious language, reproaching them with cowardice and regret for the mistresses and entertainments they had left behind at Rome, that by this means he inspired them with such resolution as no exhortation had had the power to have done, and himself made them fall upon him, with whom their own captains before could by no means prevail. And, indeed, when there are injuries that touch to the quick, it may very well fall out that he who went but unwillingly to work in the behalf of his prince will fall to it with another sort of metal when the quarrel is his own. Considering of how great importance is the preservation of the general of an army, and that the universal aim of an enemy is levelled directly at the head upon which all the others depend, the course seems to admit of no dispute, which we know has been taken by so many great captains, of changing their habit and disguising their persons upon the point of going to engage. Nevertheless, the inconvenience a man by doing so runs into is not less than that he thinks to avoid. For the captain, by this means being concealed from the knowledge of his own men, the courage they should derive from his presence and example happens by degrees to cool and to decay, and not seeing the wonted marks and signs of their leader, they presently conclude him either dead, or that, despairing of the business, he has gone to shift for himself. And experience shows us that both these ways have been successful and otherwise. What befell Pyrrhus in the battle he fought against the consul Levinus in Italy will serve us to both purposes. For though by shrouding his person under the armour of Megacles, and making him wear his own, he undoubtedly preserved his own life, yet, by that very means, he was withal very near running into the other mischief of losing the battle. Alexander, Caesar, and Lucullus loved to make themselves known in battle by rich accoutrements and armour of a particular lustre and colour. Agis, Agesilaus, and the great Gylippus, on the contrary, used to fight obscurely armed, and without any imperial attendance or distinction. Amongst other oversights Pompey is charged withal at the battle of Pharsalia, he is condemned for making his army stand still to receive the enemy's charge, by reason that, I shall here steal Plutarch's own words, which are better than mine, he by so doing deprived himself of the violent impression the motion of running adds to the first shock of arms, and hindered that clashing of the combatants against one another, which is wont to give them greater impetuosity and fury, especially when they come to rushing with their utmost vigour, their courages increasing by the shout and the career. 'Tis to render the soldier's ardour, as a man may say, more reserved and cold. This is what he says. But if Caesar had come by the worse, why might it not as well have been urged by another that, on the contrary, the strongest and most steady posture of fighting is that wherein a man stands planted firm, without motion, and that they who are steady upon the march, closing up and reserving their force within themselves for the push of the business, have a great advantage against those who are disordered, and who have already spent half their breath in running on precipitately to the charge? Besides that, an army is a body made up of so many individual members, it is impossible for it to move in this fury with so exact a motion as not to break the order of battle, and that the best of them are not engaged before their fellows can come on to help them. In that unnatural battle betwixt the two Persian brothers, the Lacedaemonian Clearchus, who commanded the Greeks of Cyrus' party, led them on softly and without precipitation to the charge, but coming within 50 paces, hurried them on full speed, hoping in so short a career both to keep their order and to husband their breath, and at the same time to give the advantage of impetuosity and impression both to their persons and their missile arms. Others have regulated this question as to their armies, thus if your enemy come full drive upon you, stand firm to receive him. If he stand to receive you, run full drive upon him. In the expedition of the Emperor Charles V into Provence, King Francis was put to choose either to go meet him in Italy, or to await him in his own dominions, wherein, though he very well considered of how great advantage it was to preserve his own territory entire and clear from the troubles of war, to the end that, being unexhausted of its stores, it might continually supply men and money at need, that the necessity of war requires at every turn to spoil and lay waste the country before us, which cannot very well be done upon one's own, to which may be added, that the country people do not so easily digest such a havoc by those of their own party as from an enemy, so that seditions and commotions might by such means be kindled amongst us, that the license of pillage and plunder, which are not to be tolerated at home, is at great ease and refreshment against the fatigues and sufferings of war, and that he who has no other prospect of gain than his bare pay will hardly be kept from running home, being but 2 steps from his wife and his own house, that he who lays the cloth is ever at the charge of the feast, that there is more alacrity in assaulting than defending, and that the shock of a battle's loss in our own bowels is so violent as to endanger the disjointing of the whole body, there being no passion so contagious as that of fear, that is so easily believed, or that so suddenly diffuses itself, and that the cities that should hear the rattle of this tempest at their gates, that should take in the captains and soldiers yet trembling and out of breath, would be in danger in this heat and hurry to precipitate themselves upon some untoward resolution. Notwithstanding all this, so it was that he chose to recall the forces he had beyond the mountains, and to suffer the enemy to come to him. For he might, on the other hand, imagine that, being at home and amongst his friends, he should not fail of plenty of all manner of conveniences. The rivers and passes he had at his devotion would bring him in both provisions and money in all security, and without the trouble of convoy. That he should find his subjects by so much the more affectionate to him, by how much their danger was more near and pressing. That having so many cities and barriers to secure him, it would be in his power to give the law of battle at his own opportunity and advantage, and that, if it pleased him to delay the time, under cover and at his ease, he might see his enemy founder and defeat himself with the difficulties he was certain to encounter, being engaged in a hostile country, where before, behind, and on every side war will be made upon him, no means to refresh himself, or to enlarge his quarters, should diseases infest them, or to lodge his wounded men in safety, no money, no victuals, but at the point of the lance, no leisure to repose or take breath, no knowledge of the ways of country to secure him from ambushes and surprises, and in case of losing a battle, no possible means of saving the remains. Neither is there want of example in both these cases. Scipio thought it much better to go attack his enemy's territories in Africa than to stay at home to defend his own and to fight him in Italy, and it succeeded well with him. But, on the contrary, Hannibal in the same war ruined himself by abandoning the conquest of a foreign country to go and defend his own. The Athenians, having left their enemy in their own dominions to go over into Sicily, were not favoured by fortune in their design, but Agathocles, king of Syracuse, found her favourable to him when he went over into Africa and left the war at home. By which examples we are wont to conclude, and with some reason, that events, especially in war, for the most part depend upon fortune, who will not be governed by, nor submit unto human reasons and prudence, according to the poet, et male consultis pretium est, prudentia fallit, nec fortuna probat causas sequiturque merentes, sed vaga per cunctos nullo discrimine fertur, scilicet est aliud, quod nos cugatque regatque, maius et improprias ducat mortalia leges. And there is value in ill counsel. Prudence deceives, nor does fortune inquire into causes, nor aid the most deserving, but turns hither and thither without discrimination. Indeed, there is greater power which directs and rules us, and brings mortal affairs under its own laws. Manilius, Book 4, 95. But to take the thing right, it should seem that our counsels and deliberations depend as much upon fortune as anything else we do, and that she engages also our arguments in her uncertainty and confusion. We argue rashly and adventurously, says Timaeus in Plato, by reason that, as well as ourselves, our discourses have great participation in the temerity of chance. End of section 47. Recording by Max Schörlinge.
Section 48 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays, Book 1 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of War Horses or Destriers. I have here become a grammarian, I who never learned any language but by rote, and who do not yet know adjective, conjunction, or ablative. I think I have read that the Romans had a sort of horses by them called funales or dextrarios, which were either led horses or horses laid on at several stages to be taken fresh upon occasion, and thence it is that we call our horses of service destriers, and our romances commonly use the phrase of a destrer for accompagner, to accompany. They also called those that were trained in such sort, that running full speed side by side, without bridle or saddle, the Roman gentlemen, armed at all pieces, would shift and throw themselves from one to the other, desultorios equos. The Numidian men-at-arms had always a led horse in one hand, besides that they rode upon, to change in the heat of battle. Quibus desultorum in modum binos trahebentus equos, inter acerimum saepe pugnam, and resentem equum, ex fesso aramatis transultare mos erat, tanta velocitas ipsis, tamque docile equorum genus. to whom it was a custom, leading along 2 horses, often in the hottest fight, to leap armed from a tired horse to a fresh one, so active were the men, and the horses so docile. Livy, 23:29. There are many horses trained to help their riders so as to run upon any one that appears with a drawn sword, to fall both with mouth and heels upon any that front or oppose them, but it often happens that they do more harm to their friends than to their enemies, and moreover you cannot loose them from their hold, to reduce them again into order, when they are once engaged and grappled, by which means you remain at the mercy of their quarrel. It happened very ill to Artibius, general of the Persian army, fighting man to man with Onesilis, king of Salamis, to be mounted upon a horse trained after this manner, it being the occasion of his death, the squire of Onesilis cleaving the horse down with a scythe betwixt the shoulders, as it was reared up upon his master. And what the Italians report, that in the battle of Fornova the horse of Charles VIII, with kicks and plunges, disengaged his master from the enemy that pressed upon him, without which he had been slain, sounds like a very great chance if it be true. Note. In the narrative which Philip de Comines has given of this battle, in which he himself was present, Book 8, Chapter 6, he tells us of wonderful performances by the horse on which the king was mounted. The name of the horse was Savoy, and it was the most beautiful horse he had ever seen. During the battle the king was personally attacked, when he had nobody near him but a valet de chambre, a little fellow and not well armed. The king, says Comines, had the best horse under him in the world, and therefore he stood his ground bravely, till a number of his men, not a great way from him, arrived at the critical minute. The Mamalukes made their boast that they have the most ready horses of any cavalry in the world; that by nature and custom they were taught to know and distinguish the enemy, and to fall foul upon them with mouth and heels, according to a word or sign given; as also to gather up with their teeth darts and lances scattered upon the field, and present them to their riders, on the word of command. 'Tis said, both of Caesar and Pompey, that amongst their other excellent qualities they were both very good horsemen, and particularly of Caesar, that in his youth, being mounted on the bare back, without saddle or bridle, he could make the horse run, stop, and turn, and perform all its airs, with his hands behind him. As nature designed to make of this person and of Alexander 2 miracles of military art, so one would say she had done her utmost to arm them after an extraordinary manner, for every one knows that Alexander's horse, Bucephalus, had a head inclining to the shape of a bull, that he would suffer himself to be mounted and governed by none but his master, and that he was so honoured after his death as to have a city erected to his name. Caesar had also one which had 4 feet like those of a man, his hoofs being divided in the form of fingers, which likewise was not to be ridden by any but Caesar himself, who, after his death, dedicated his statue to the goddess Venus. I do not willingly alight when I am once on horseback, for it is the place where, whether well or sick, I find myself most at ease. Plato recommends it for health, as also Pliny says it is good for the stomach and the joints. Let us go further into this matter, since here we are. We read in Xenophon a law forbidding any one who was master of a horse to travel on foot. Trogus Pompeius and Justin say that the Parthians were wont to perform all offices and ceremonies, not only in war, but also in all affairs whether public or private, make bargains, confer, entertain, take the air, and all on horseback, and that the greatest distinction betwixt freemen and slaves amongst them was that the one rode on horseback and the other went on foot, an institution of which King Cyrus was the founder. There are several examples in the Roman history, and Suetonius more particularly observes it of Caesar, of captains who, on pressing occasions, commanded their cavalry to alight, both by that means to take from them all hopes of flight, as also for the advantage they hoped in this sort of fight. Quo dubie superat Romanus, wherein the Roman does questionless excel. Livy 9:22. Says Livy, and so the first thing they did to prevent the mutinies and insurrections of nations of late conquest was to take from them their arms and horses, and therefore it is that we so often meet in Caesar, arma proferi, jumenta produci, obsides dari jubet. He commanded the arms to be produced, the horses brought out, hostages to be given. De bello Gallico, 7:2. The Grand Seigneur to this day suffers not a Christian or a Jew to keep a horse of his own throughout his empire. Our ancestors, and especially at the time they had war with the English, in all their greatest engagements and pitched battles, fought for the most part on foot, that they might have nothing but their own force, courage, and constancy to trust to in a quarrel of so great concern as life and honor. You stake, whatever Chrysanthes and Xenophon says to the contrary, your valor and your fortune upon that of your horse. His wounds or death bring your person into the same danger. His fear or fury shall make you reputed rash or cowardly. If he have an ill mouth, or will not answer to the spur, your honor must answer for it. And therefore I do not think it strange that those battles were more firm and furious than those that were fought on horseback. Cedebant pariter, pariterque rubant, victores victique, neque his fuga nota, neque illis. They fought and fell pell-mell, victors and vanquished, nor was flight thought of by either. Aeneid, 10:756. Their battles were much better disputed. Nowadays there are nothing but routs. Primus clamor atque impetus rem discernit. The first shout and charge decides the business. Livy 25:41. And the means we choose to make use of in so great a hazard should be as much as possible at our own command. Wherefore I should advise to choose weapons of the shortest sort, and such of which we are able to give the best account. A man may repose more confidence in a sword he holds in his hand than a bullet he discharges out of a pistol, wherein there must be a concurrence of several circumstances to make it perform its office, the powder, the stone, and the wheel. If any of which fail, it endangers your fortune. A man himself strikes much surer than the air can direct his blow. Et, quo fere velant, permittere vulnera ventis, ensis habet vires. Et gens quaecume virorum est, bella gerit gladiis. And so where they choose to carry the arrows, the winds allow the wounds. The sword has strength of arm, and whatever nation of men there is, they wage war with swords. Lucan, 8:384. But of that weapon I shall speak more fully when I come to compare the arms of the ancients with those of modern use. Only, by the way, the astonishment of the ear abated, which every one grows familiar with in a short time, I look upon it as a weapon of very little execution, and hope we shall one day lay it aside. That missile weapon which the Italians formerly made use of, both with fire and by sling, was much more terrible. They called a certain kind of javelin, armed at the point with an iron 3 feet long, that it might pierce through and through an armed man, philarica, which they sometimes in the field darted by hand, sometimes from several sorts of engines for the defence of beleaguered places, the shaft being rolled around with flax, wax, rosin, oil, and other combustible matter, took fire in its flight, and lighting upon the body of a man or his target, took away all the use of arms and limbs. And yet, coming to close fight, I should think they would also damage the assailant, and that the camp being as it were planted with these flaming truncheons, would produce a common inconvenience to the whole crowd. Magnum stridens contorta philarica venit, fulminis acta modo. The philarica, launched like lightning, flies through the air with a loud rushing sound. Aeneid, 9:705. They had, moreover, other devices which custom made them perfect in, which seem incredible to us who have not seen them, by which they supplied the effects of our powder and shot. They darted their spears with so great force, as oft times to transfix 2 targets and 2 armed men at once, and pin them together. Neither was the effect of their slings less certain of execution or of shorter carriage. Culling round stones from the beach for their slings, and with these practising over the waves, so as from a great distance to throw within a very small circuit, they became able not only to wound an enemy in the head, but hit any other part at pleasure. Livy 38:29. Their pieces of battery had not only the execution, but the thunder of our cannon also. Ad ictus moenum cum terribili sonitu editos, pavor et trepidatio cepit. At the battery of the walls, performed with a terrible noise, the defenders began to fear and tremble. The Gauls, our kinsmen in Asia, abominated these treacherous missile arms, it being their use to fight, with greater bravery, hand to hand. They are not so much concerned about large gashes, the bigger and deeper the wound, the more glorious do they esteem the combat, but when they find themselves tormented by some arrowhead or bullet lodged within, but presenting little outward show of wound, transported with shame and anger to perish by so imperceptible a destroyer, they fall to the ground. Livy 38:21. A pretty description of something very like an arquebus shot. The 10,000 Greeks in their long and famous retreat met with a nation who very much galled them with great and strong blows, carrying arrows so long that, taking them up, one might return them back like a dart, and with them pierce a buckler and an armed man through and through. The engines that Dionysius invented at Syracuse to shoot vast massy darts and stones of a prodigious greatness with so great impetuosity and at so great a distance, came very near to our modern inventions. But in this discourse of horses and horsemanship, we are not to forget the pleasant posture of one Maestre Pierre Paul, a doctor of divinity, upon his mule, whom Monstrelet reports always to have ridden sideways through the streets of Paris like a woman. He says also, elsewhere, that the Gascons had terrible horses, that would wheel in their full speed, which the French, Picards, Flemings, and Brabanters looked upon as a miracle, having never seen the like before, which are his very words. Caesar, speaking of the Swabians, in the charges they made on horseback, says he, "They often throw themselves off to fight on foot, having taught their horses not to stir in the meantime from the place, to which they presently run again upon occasion. And according to their custom, nothing is so unmanly and so base as to use saddles or pads, and they despise such as make use of these conveniences; insomuch that, being but a very few in number, they fear not to attack a great many." That which I have formerly wondered at, to see a horse made to perform all his airs with a switch only and the reins upon his neck, was common with the Massilians, who rid their horses without saddle or bridle. Et gens, quae nudo residens Massilia dorso, ora levi flectit, frenorum nescia virga. The Massilians, mounted on the bare backs of their horses, bridleless, guide them by a mere switch. Lucan 4, 682. Et Numidae in fraine cingunt. The Numidians guiding their horses without bridles. Aeneid 4:41. Equi sine fraenis, deformis ipse cursus, rigida cervice et extento capite serentium. The career of a horse without a bridle is ungraceful, the neck extended stiff and the nose thrust out. Livy 35:2. King Alfonso, Alfonso XI, King of Leon and Castile, died 1350, he who first instituted the order of the band or scarf in Spain, amongst other rules of the order, gave them this, that they should never ride mule or mulette, upon penalty of a mark of silver. This I had lately out of Guevara's letters. Whoever gave these the title of the Golden Epistles had another kind of opinion of them than I have. The courtier says, that till his time it was a disgrace to a gentleman to ride on one of these creatures; but the Abyssinians, on the contrary, the nearer they are to the person of Prester John, love to be mounted upon large mules, for the greatest dignity and grandeur. Xenophon tells us that the Assyrians were fain to keep their horses fettered in the stable, they were so fierce and vicious; and that it required so much time to loose and harness them, that to avoid any disorder this tedious preparation might bring upon them in case of surprise, they never sat down in their camp till it was first well fortified with ditches and ramparts. His Cyrus, who was so great a master in all manner of horse service, kept his horses to their due work, and never suffered them to have anything to eat till first they had earned it by the sweat of some kind of exercise. The Scythians, when in the field and in scarcity of provisions, used to let their horses blood, which they drank, and sustained themselves by that diet. Venit et apoto sarmata pastus equo. The Scythian comes, who feeds on horse flesh. Martial, De Spectaculis Libi, Epigram 3-4. Those of Crete, being besieged by Metellus, were in so great necessity for drink that they were fain to quench their thirst with their horses' urine. To show how much cheaper the Turkish armies support themselves than our European forces, 'tis said that besides the soldiers drink nothing but water and eat nothing but rice and salt flesh pulverized, of which every one may easily carry about with him a month's provision, they know how to feed upon the blood of their horses as well as the Muscovite and Tartar, and salt it for their use. These new discovered people of the Indies, Mexico and Yucatan, D.W., when the Spaniards first landed among them, had so great an opinion both of the men and horses, that they looked upon the first as gods, and the other as animals ennobled above their nature; insomuch that after they were subdued, coming to the men to sue for peace and pardon, and to bring them gold and provisions, they failed not to offer of the same to the horses, with the same kind of harangue to them they had made to the others, interpreting their neighing for a language of truce and friendship. In the other Indies, to ride upon an elephant was the first and royal place of honour, the second to ride in a coach with 4 horses, the third to ride upon a camel, and the last and least honour to be carried or drawn by 1 horse only. Some one of our late writers tells us that he has been in countries in those parts where they ride upon oxen with pads, stirrups, and bridles, and very much at their ease. Quintus Fabius Maximus Rulanius, in a battle with the Samnites, seeing his horse, after 3 or 4 charges, had failed of breaking into the enemy's battalion, took this course, to make them unbridle all their horses and spur their hardest, so that having nothing to check their career, they might through weapons and men open the way to his foot, who by that means gave them a bloody defeat. The same command was given by Quintus Fulvius Flaccus against the Celtibrians. You will do your business with greater advantage of your horses' strength, if you send them unbridled upon the enemy, as it is recorded the Roman horse to their great glory have often done. Their bits being taken off, they charged through and again back through the enemy's ranks with great slaughter, breaking down all their spears. Same source, 4040. The Duke of Muscovy was anciently obliged to pay this reverence to the Tartars, that when they sent an embassy to him he went out to meet them on foot, and presented them with a goblet of mare's milk, a beverage of greatest esteem among them, and if, in drinking, a drop fell by chance upon their horse's mane, he was bound to lick it off with his tongue. The army that Bajazet had sent into Russia was overwhelmed with so dreadful a tempest of snow, that to shelter and preserve themselves from the cold, many killed and embowelled their horses, to creep into their bellies and enjoy the benefit of that vital heat. Bajazet, after that furious battle wherein he was overthrown by Tamerlane, was in a hopeful way of securing his own person by the fleetness of an Arabian mare he had under him, had he not been constrained to let her drink her fill at the ford of a river in his way, which rendered her so heavy and indisposed that he was afterwards easily overtaken by those that pursued him. They say, indeed, that to let a horse stale takes him off his mettle, but as to drinking, I should rather have thought it would refresh him. Croesus, marching his army through certain wastelands near Sardis, met with an infinite number of serpents, which the horses devoured with great appetite, and which Herodotus says was a prodigy of ominous portent to his affairs. We call a horse entire that has his mane and ears so, and no other will pass muster. The Lacedaemonians, having defeated the Athenians in Sicily, returning triumphant from the victory into the city of Syracuse, amongst other insolences caused all the horses they had taken to be shorn and led in triumph. Alexander fought with a nation called Dahas, whose discipline it was to march 2 and 2 together, armed on one horse, to the war, and being in fight, one of them alighted, and so they fought on horseback and on foot, one after another by turns. I do not think that for graceful riding any nation in the world excels the French. A good horseman, according to our way of speaking, seems rather to have respect to the courage of the man than address in riding. Of all that ever I saw, the most knowing in that art, who had the best seat and the best method in breaking horses, was Monsieur de Carnavalet, who served our King Henry II. I have seen a man ride with both his feet upon the saddle, take off his saddle, and at his return take it up again and replace it, riding all the while full speed; having galloped over a cap, make at it very good shots backwards with his bow; take up anything from the ground, setting one foot on the ground and the other in the stirrup; with 20 other apes' tricks, which he got his living by. There has been seen in my time at Constantinople 2 men upon one horse, who, in the height of his speed, would throw themselves off and into the saddle again by turn; and one who bridled and saddled his horse with nothing but his teeth; another who betwixt 2 horses, one foot upon one saddle and the other upon another, carrying the other man upon his shoulders, would ride full career, the other standing bolt upright upon, and making very good shots with his bow; several who would ride full speed with their heels upward, and their heads upon the saddle betwixt several scimitars, with the points upwards, fixed in the harness. When I was a boy, the Prince of Sulmonia, riding an unbroken horse at Naples, prone to all sorts of action, held reals, a small coin of Spain, the 2 Sicilies, etc., under his knees and toes, as if they had been nailed there, to show the firmness of his seat. Section 48.
Section 49 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Of Ancient Customs. I should willingly pardon our people for admitting no other pattern or rule of perfection than their own peculiar manners and customs. For 'tis a common vice, not of the vulgar only, but almost of all men, to walk in the beaten road their ancestors have trod before them. I am content, when they see Fabricius or Lelius, that they look upon their countenance and behaviour as barbarous, seeing they are neither clothed nor fashioned according to our mode. But I find fault with their singular indiscretion in suffering themselves to be so blinded and imposed upon by the authority of the present usage as every month to alter their opinion, if custom so require, and that they should so vary their judgment in their own particular concern. When they wore the busk of their doublets up as high as their breasts, they stiffly maintained that they were in their proper place. Some years after, it was slipped down betwixt their thighs, and then they could laugh at the former fashion as uneasy and intolerable. The fashion now in use makes them absolutely condemn the other two with so great resolution and so universal consent, that a man would think there was a certain kind of madness crept in amongst them, that infatuates their understandings to this strange degree. Now, seeing that our change of fashions is so prompt and sudden, that the inventions of all the tailors in the world cannot furnish out new whim-whams enough to feed our vanity withal, there will often be a necessity that the despised forms must again come in vogue. These immediately after fall into the same contempt, and that the same judgment must, in the space of 15 or 20 years, take up half a dozen, not only diverse but contrary opinions, with an incredible lightness and inconstancy. there is not any of us so discreet who suffers not himself to be gulled with this contradiction, and both in external and internal sight to be insensibly blinded. I wish to muster up here some old customs that I have in memory, some of them the same with ours, the others different, to the end that, bearing in mind this continual variation of human things, we may have our judgment more clearly and firmly settled. The thing in use amongst us of fighting with rapier and cloak was in practice among the Romans also. Sinistras sagis involunt, gladiosque distringunt. They wrapped their cloaks upon the left arm, and drew their swords. De bello civili 175, says Caesar, and he observes a vicious custom of our nation that continues yet amongst us, which is to stop passengers we meet upon the road, to compel them to give an account who they are, and to take it for an affront and just cause of quarrel if they refuse to do so. At the baths, which the ancients made use of every day before they went to dinner, and as frequently as we wash our hands, they at first only bathed their arms and legs, but afterwards, and by a custom that has continued for many ages in most nations of the world, they bathed stark naked in mixed and perfumed water, looking upon it as a great simplicity to bathe in mere water. The most delicate and affected perfumed themselves all over 3 or 4 times a day. They often caused their hair to be pinched off, as the women of France have some time since taken up a custom to do their foreheads. Quod pectus, quod crura tibi, quod brachia vellis. You pluck the hairs out of your breast, your arms and thighs. Martial 262:1. Though they had ointments proper for that purpose. Psilo tronitet aut acidis latet oblita creta. She shines with unguents or with chalk dissolved in vinegar. Martial 6:93-9. They delighted to lie soft, and alleged it as a great testimony of hardiness to lie upon a mattress. They ate lying upon beds, much after the manner of the Turks in this age. Inde thoro paterae Aeneas sic orsus ab alto. Thus Father Aeneas from his high bed of state spoke. Aeneid 2:2. And he said of the younger Cato, that after the battle of Pharsalia, being entered into a melancholy disposition at the ill posture of the public affairs, he took his repasts always sitting, assuming a strict and austere course of life. It was also their custom to kiss the hands of great persons, the more to honor and caress them. And meeting with friends, they always kissed in salutation, as do the Venetians. Gratatusque darem cum dulcibus oscula verbis. And kindest words I would mingle with kisses. Ovid, De Ponto 4:9-13. In petitioning or saluting any great man, they used to lay their hands upon his knees. Patroclus the philosopher, brother of Crates, instead of laying his hand upon the knee, laid it upon the private parts, and being roughly repulsed by him to whom he made that indecent compliment, "What," said he, "is not that part your own as well as the other?" Diogenes Laertius 6:89. They used to eat fruit, as we do, after dinner. They wiped their fundaments, let the ladies, if they please, mince it smaller, with a sponge, which is the reason that spongia is a smutty word in Latin. which sponge was fastened to the end of a stick, as appears by the story of him who, as he was led along to be thrown to the wild beasts in the sight of the people, asking leave to do his business, and having no other way to dispatch himself, forced the sponge and stick down his throat, and choked himself. Seneca, Epistolae 70. They used to wipe, after coition, with perfumed wool. At tibi nil faciam sed iota mentula lana. They had, in the streets of Rome, vessels and little tubs for passengers to urine in. Pusi saepe lacum propter se ac dolia curta, somno de vincti credunt extollere vestem. The little boys in their sleep often think they are near the public urinal, and raise their coats to make use of it. Lucretius 4. They had collation betwixt meals, and had in summer cellars of snow to cool their wine, and some there were who made use of snow in winter, not thinking their wine cool enough, even at that cold season of the year. The men of quality had their cupbearers and carvers, and their buffoons to make them sport. They had their meat served up in winter upon chafing dishes, which were set upon the table, and had portable kitchens, of which I myself have seen some, wherein all their service was carried about with them. Has vobis epulas habete lauti, nos offendimur ambulante caena. Do you, if you please, esteem these feasts? We do not like the ambulatory suppers. Martial 7:48-4. In summer they had a contrivance to bring fresh and clear rills through their lower rooms, wherein were great store of living fish, which the guests took out with their own hands, to be dressed every man according to his own liking. Fish has ever had this preeminence, and keeps it still, that the grandees, as to them, all pretend to be cooks, and indeed the taste is more delicate than that of flesh, at least to my fancy. But in all sorts of magnificence, debauchery, and voluptuous inventions of effeminacy and expense, we do, in truth, all we can to parallel them, for our wills are as corrupt as theirs, but we want ability to equal them. Our force is no more able to reach them in their vicious than in their virtuous qualities, for both the one and the other proceeded from a vigor of soul which was without comparison greater in them than in us, and souls, by how much the weaker they are, by so much have they less power to do either very well or very ill. The highest place of honor amongst them was the middle, the name going before or following after, either in writing or speaking, had no signification of grandeur, as is evident by their writings. They will as soon say Opius and Caesar as Caesar and Opius, and me and thee as thee and me. This is the reason that made me formerly take notice in the life of Flaminius, in our French Plutarch, of one passage where it seems as if the author, speaking of the jealousy of honor betwixt the Aetolians and Romans, about the winning of a battle they had with their joined forces obtained, made it of some importance that in the Greek songs they had put the Aetolians before the Romans, if there be no amphibology in the words of the French translation. The ladies in their baths made no scruple of admitting men amongst them, and moreover made use of their serving men to rub and anoint them. Inguina succinctus nigri tibi servus saluta stat, quoties calidis nuda foveris aquis. A slave, his middle girded with a black apron, stands before you, when naked you take a hot bath. Martial 7, 35, 1. They all powdered themselves with a certain powder to moderate their sweats. The ancient Gauls, says Sidonius Apollinaris, wore their hair long before, and the hinder part of the head shaved, a fashion that begins to revive in this vicious and effeminate age. The Romans used to pay the watermen their fare at their first stepping into the boat, which we never do till after landing. Dum aex exigitur dum mulla ligatur tota abit hora. Whilst the fare's paying and the mule is being harnessed, a whole hour's time is passed. Horace Satires 1, 5, 13. The women used to lie on the side of the bed next the wall, and for that reason they called Caesar spondum regis Nicomedis, the bed of King Nicomedes. Suetonius, Life of Caesar 49. They took breath in their drinking, and watered their wine. Quis puer ocius restinguit ardentis Falerni pocula praetere unte lumpa? What boy will quickly come and cool the heat of the Falernian wine with clear water? Horace, Odes 2, 6, 18. And the roguish looks and gestures of our lackeys were also in use amongst them. O Iane, a tergo quem nullus Ciconia pinsit, nec manus auriculas imitari est mobilis albas, nec lingua quantum sitiat canis apula tantum. O Janus, whom no crooked fingers, simulating a stork, peck at behind your back, whom no quick hands deride behind you, by imitating the motion of the white ears of the ass, against whom no mocking tongue is thrust out, as the tongue of the thirsty Apulian dog. Persius 1:58. The Argian and Roman ladies mourned in white, as ours did formerly, and should do still, were I to govern in this point. But there are whole books on this subject. End of section 49.
Section 50 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 50 of Democritus and Heraclitus. The judgment is a utensil proper for all subjects, and will have an oar in everything, which is the reason that in these essays I take hold of all occasions where, though it happen to be a subject I do not very well understand, I try, however, sounding it at a distance, and finding it too deep for my stature, I keep me on the shore, and this knowledge that a man can proceed no further is one effect of its virtue, yes, one of those of which it is most proud. One while in an idle and frivolous subject I try to find out matter whereof to compose a body, and then to prop and support it. Another while I employ it in a noble subject, one that has been tossed and tumbled by 1,000 hands, wherein a man can scarce possibly introduce anything of his own, the way being so beaten on every side that he must of necessity walk in the steps of another. In such a case, 'tis the work of the judgment to take the way that seems best, and of 1,000 paths to determine that this or that is the best. I leave the choice of my arguments to fortune, and take that she first presents to me. They are all alike to me. I never design to go through any of them, for I never see all of anything, neither do they who so largely promise to show it to others. Of 100 members and faces that everything has, I take one while to look it over only, another while to ripple up the skin, and sometimes to pinch it to the bones. I give a stab not so wide but as deep as I can, and am for the most part tempted to take it in hand by some new light I discover in it. Did I know myself less, I might perhaps venture to handle something or other to the bottom, and to be deceived in my own inability. But sprinkling here one word and there another, patterns cut from several pieces and scattered without design and without engaging myself too far, I am not responsible for them, or obliged to keep close to my subject, without varying my own liberty and pleasure, and giving up myself to doubt and uncertainty, and to my own governing method, ignorance. All motion discovers us. The very same soul of Caesar, that made itself so conspicuous in marshalling and commanding the battle of Pharsalia, was also seen as solicitous and busy in the softer affairs of love and leisure. A man makes a judgment of a horse not only by seeing him when he is showing off his paces, but by his very walk, nay, and by seeing him stand in the stable. Amongst the functions of the soul, there are some of a lower and meaner form. He who does not see her in those inferior offices as well as in those of nobler note, never fully discovers her, and peradventure she is best shown where she moves her simpler pace. The winds of passions take most hold of her in her highest flights, and the rather by reason that she wholly applies herself to, and exercises her whole virtue upon, every particular subject, and never handles more than one thing at a time, and that not according to it, but according to herself. Things in respect to themselves have, peradventure, their weight, measures, and conditions, but when we once take them into us, the soul forms them as she pleases. Death is terrible to Cicero, coveted by Cato, indifferent to Socrates. Health, conscience, authority, knowledge, riches, beauty, and their contraries, all strip themselves at their entering into us, and receive a new robe, and of another fashion from the soul, and of what colour, brown, bright, green, dark, and of what quality, sharp, sweet, deep, or superficial, as best pleases each of them, for they are not agreed upon any common standard of forms, rules, or proceedings. Every one is a queen in her own dominions. Let us therefore no more excuse ourselves upon the external qualities of things. It belongs to us to give ourselves an account of them. Our good or ill has no other dependence but on ourselves. 'Tis there that our offerings and our vows are due, and not to fortune. She has no power over our manners. On the contrary, they draw and make her follow in their train, and cast her in their own mould. Why should I not judge of Alexander at table, ranting and drinking at the prodigious rate he sometimes used to do? Or if he played at chess, what string of his soul was not touched by this idle and childish game? I hate and avoid it, because it is not play enough, that it is too grave and serious a diversion, and I am ashamed to lay out as much thought and study upon it as would serve to much better uses. He did not more pump his brains about his glorious expedition into the Indies, nor than in another in unravelling a passage upon which depends the safety of mankind. To what a degree does this ridiculous diversion molest the soul, when all her faculties are summoned together upon this trivial account? And how fair an opportunity she herein gives every one to know and to make a right judgment of himself! I do not more thoroughly sift myself in any other posture than this. What passion are we exempted from in it? Anger, spite, malice, impatience, and a vehement desire of getting the better, in a concern wherein it were more excusable to be ambitious of being overcome. For to be eminent, to excel above the common rate in frivolous things, nowise befits a man of honour. What I say in this example may be said in all others. Every particle, every employment of man manifests him equally with any other. Democritus and Heraclitus were two philosophers, of whom the first, finding human condition ridiculous and vain, never appeared abroad but with a jeering and laughing countenance, whereas Heraclitus, commiserating that same condition of ours, appeared always with a sorrowful look and tears in his eyes. Alter ridebat quoties alimine moverat unum, protuleratque pedem flebat contrarius alter. The one always, as often as he had stepped one pace from his threshold, laughed, the other always wept. Or as Voltaire, life is a comedy to those who think, a tragedy to those who feel. I am clearly for the first humour, not because it is more pleasant to laugh than to weep, but because it expresses more contempt and condemnation than the other, and I think we can never be despised according to our full desert. Compassion and bewailing seem to imply some esteem of and value for the thing bemoaned, whereas the things we laugh at are by that expressed to be of no moment. I do not think that we are so unhappy as we are vain, or have in us so much malice as folly. We are not so full of mischief as inanity, nor so miserable as we are vile and mean. And therefore Diogenes, who passed away his time in rolling himself in his tub, and made nothing of the great Alexander, esteeming us no better than flies or bladders puffed up with wind, was a sharper and more penetrating, and consequently, in my opinion, a juster judge than Timon, surnamed the man-hater. For what a man hates he lays to heart. This last was an enemy to all mankind, who passionately desired our ruin, and avoided our conversation as dangerous, proceeding from wicked and depraved natures. The other valued us so little that we could neither trouble nor infect him by our example, and left us to herd one with another, not out of fear, but from contempt of our society, concluding us as incapable of doing good as evil. Of the same strain was Statilius's answer when Brutus courted him into the conspiracy against Caesar. He was satisfied that the enterprise was just, but he did not think mankind worthy of a wise man's concern. According to the doctrine of Hegesias, who said that a wise man ought to do nothing but for himself, for as much as he only was worthy of it, and to the saying of Theodorus, that it was not reasonable a wise man should hazard himself for his country, and endanger wisdom for a company of fools, our condition is as ridiculous as risible. End of section 50.
Section 51 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of the vanity of words. A rhetorician of times past said that to make little things appear great was his profession. This was a shoemaker who can make a great shoe for a little foot, a saying of Agesilaus. They would in Sparta have sent such a fellow to be whipped for making profession of a tricky and deceitful act. And I fancy that Archidamus, who was king of that country, was a little surprised at the answer of Thucydides, when inquiring of him which was the better wrestler, Pericles or he replied that it was hard to affirm, for when I have thrown him, said he always persuades the spectators that he had no fall, and carries away the prize. Quintilian, Book 2, 15. The women who paint, pounce, and plaster up their ruins, filling up their wrinkles and deformities, are less to blame, because it is no great matter whether we see them in their natural complexions, whereas these make it their business to deceive not our sight only, but our judgments, and to adulterate and corrupt the very essence of things. The republics that have maintained themselves in a regular and well-modelled government, such as those of Lacedaemon and Crete, had orators in no very great esteem. Aristo wisely defined rhetoric to be a science to persuade the people. Socrates and Plato, an art to flatter and deceive. And those who deny it in the general description verify it throughout in their precepts. The Mohammedans will not suffer their children to be instructed in it, as being useless, and the Athenians, perceiving of how pernicious consequence the practice of it was, it being in their city of universal esteem, ordered the principal part, which is to move the affections with their exordiums and perorations, to be taken away. 'Tis an engine invented to manage and govern a disorderly and tumultuous rabble, and that never is made use of, but, like physic to the sick, in a discomposed state. In those where the vulgar or the ignorant, or both together, have been all powerful and able to give the law, as in those of Athens, Rhodes, and Rome, and where the public affairs have been in a continual tempest of commotion, to such places have the orators always repaired. And in truth we shall find few persons in those republics who have pushed their fortunes to any great degree of eminence without the assistance of eloquence. Pompey, Caesar, Crassus, Lucullus, Lentulus, Metellus, thence took their chiefest spring, to mount to that degree of authority at which they at last arrived, making it of greater use to them than arms, contrary to the opinion of better times. For Lucius Volumnius, speaking publicly in favour of the election of Quintus Fabius and Publius Decius to the consular dignity, "These are men," said he, "born for war, and great in execution, in the combat of the tongue altogether wanting, spirits truly consular. The subtle, eloquent, and learned are only good for the city to make praetors of, to administer justice." Livy, Book 10, 22. Eloquence most flourished at Rome when the public affairs were in the worst condition, and most disquieted with intestine commotions, as a free and untilled soil bears the worst weeds. By which it should seem that a monarchical government has less need of it than any other, for the stupidity and facility natural to the common people, and that render them subject to be turned and twined and led by the ears by this charming harmony of words, without weighing or considering the truth and reality of things by the force of reason. This facility, I say, is not easily found in a single person, and it is also more easy by good education and advice to secure him from the impression of this poison. There was never any famous orator known to come out of Persia or Macedon. I have entered into this discourse upon the occasion of an Italian I lately received into my service, and who was clerk of the kitchen to the late Cardinal Caraffa till his death. I put this fellow upon an account of his office, when he fell to discourse of this palate science with such a settled countenance and magisterial gravity, as if he had been handling some profound point of divinity. He made a learned distinction of the several sorts of appetites, of that a man has before he begins to eat, and of those after the second and third service, the means simply to satisfy the first, and then to raise and actuate the other two, the ordering of the sauces, first in general, and then proceeded to the qualities of the ingredients and their effects, the differences of salads according to their seasons, those which ought to be served up hot and which cold, the manner of their garnishment and decoration to render them acceptable to the eye. After which he entered upon the order of the whole service, full of weighty and important considerations. Nec minimo sane discrimine refert, quo gestur lepores, et quo gallina secetur. Nor with less discrimination observes how we should carve a hare, and how a hen. Or, nor with the least discrimination relates how we should carve hares, and how cut up a hen. Juvenal, Saturae, No. 5, line 123. And all this set out with lofty and magnificent words, the very same we make use of when we discourse of the government of an empire, Which learned lecture of my man brought this of Terence into my memory. Hoc salsum est, hoc adustum est, hoc lautum est parum. Illud recte, iterum sic memento, sedulo moneo, qui possum pro mea sapientia. Postremo tamquam in speculo in patinas de mea, in spicere iubeo, et moneo quid facto usus sit. This is too salt, that's burnt, that's not washed enough, that's well, remember to do so another time. Thus do I ever advise them to have things done properly, according to my capacity. And lastly, Demea, I command my cooks to look into every dish as if it were a mirror, and tell them what they should do. Terence, Adelphoi, Act 3, Scene 3, line 71. And yet even the Greeks themselves very much admired and highly applauded the order and disposition that Paulus Aemilius observed in the feast he gave them at his return from Macedon. But I do not here speak of effects, I speak of words only. I do not know whether it may have the same operation upon other men that it has upon me, but when I hear our architects thunder out their bombast words of pilasters, architraves, and cornices, of the Corinthian and Doric orders, and such like jargon, my imagination is presently possessed with the palace of Apollydon, when after all I find them but the paltry pieces of my own kitchen door. To hear men talk of metonymies, metaphors, and allegories, and other grammar words, would not one think they signified some rare and exotic form of speaking? And yet they are phrases that come near to the babble of my chambermaid. And this other is a gullery of the same stamp, to call the offices of our kingdom by the lofty titles of the Romans, though they have no similitude of function, and still less of authority and power. And this also, which I doubt will one day turn to the reproach of this age of ours, unworthily and indifferently to confer upon any we think fit the most glorious surnames with which antiquity honoured but one or two persons in several ages. Plato carried away the surname of divine, by so universal a consent that never any one repined at it, or attempted to take it from him. And yet the Italians, who pretend, and with good reason, do more sprightly wits and sounder sense than the other nations of their time, have lately bestowed the same title upon Aretino, in whose writings, save tumid phrases, set out with smart periods, ingenious indeed, but far-fetched and fantastic, and the eloquence, be it what it may, I see nothing in him above the ordinary writers of his time, so far is he from approaching the ancient divinity. And we make nothing of giving the surname of great to princes who have nothing more than ordinary in them. End of section 51. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey.
Section 52 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Of the parsimony of the ancients. Attilius Regulus, general of the Roman army in Africa, in the height of all his glory and victories over the Carthaginians, wrote to the Republic to acquaint them that a certain hind he had left in trust with his estate, which was in all but 7 acres of land, had run away with all his instruments of husbandry, and entreating therefore that they would please to call him home, that he might take order in his own affairs, lest his wife and children should suffer by this disaster. Whereupon the Senate appointed another to manage his business, caused his losses to be made good, and ordered his family to be maintained at the public expense. The elder Cato, returning consul from Spain, sold his war horse to save the money it would have cost in bringing it back by sea into Italy, and being governor of Sardinia, he made all his visits on foot, without other train than one officer of the Republic, who carried his robe and a censer for sacrifices, and for the most part carried his trunk himself. He bragged that he had never worn a gown that cost above 10 crowns, nor had ever sent above 10 pence to the market for one day's provision, and that as to his country houses, he had not one that was rough cast on the outside. Scipio Aemilianus, after 2 triumphs and 2 consulships, went an embassy with no more than 7 servants in his train. 'Tis said that Homer had never more than 1, Plato 3, and Zeno, founder of the sect of Stoics, none at all. Tiberius Gracchus was allowed but 5 pence halfpenny a day when employed as public minister about the public affairs, and being at that time the greatest man of Rome. End of section 52. Section 53 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Of a Saying of Caesar. If we would sometimes bestow a little consideration upon ourselves, and employ the time we spend in prying into other men's actions and discovering things without us, in examining our own abilities, we should soon perceive of how infirm and decaying material this fabric of ours is composed. Is it not a singular testimony of imperfection, that we cannot establish our satisfaction in any one thing, and that even our own fancy and desire should deprive us of the power to choose what is most proper and useful for us? A very good proof of this is the great dispute that has ever been amongst the philosophers of finding out men's sovereign good, that continues yet, and will eternally continue, without solution or accord. Dum abest quod avemus, id ex superare videtur, caetera, post aliud cum contigit illud avemus, et sitis aequa tenet. While that which we desire is wanting, it seems to surpass all the rest. Then, when we have got it, we want something else. 'Tis ever the same thirst. Lucretius 3, 1095. Whatever it is that falls into our knowledge and possession, we find that it satisfies not, and we still pant after things to come and unknown, inasmuch as those present do not suffice for us. Not that, in my judgment, they have not in them wherewith to do it, but because we seize them with an unruly and immoderate haste. Nam cum vidit hic ad victum cux flagitat usus, et per quae possent vitam consistere tutam. Omnia iam ferme mortalibus esse parata, divitiis homines et honore et laude potentes, affluere atque bona naturum excellere fama, nec minus esse domi cuiquam tamen anxia corda, atque animi ingratis vitam vexare querelis causam, quae infestis cogit saevire querelis, intellegit ibi, vitium vas efficere ipsum, omniaque illius vitio corrumpere intus, cux collata foris et commoda comque venirent. For when he saw that almost all things necessarily required for subsistence, and which may render life comfortable, are already prepared to their hand, that men may abundantly attain wealth, honor, praise, may rejoice in the reputation of their children, yet that, notwithstanding, every one has none the less in his heart and home anxieties, and a mind enslaved by wearing complaints, he saw that the vessel itself was in fault, and that all good things which were brought into it from without were spoiled by its own imperfections. Lucretius 6:9. Our appetite is irresolute and fickle. It can neither keep nor enjoy anything with a good grace, and man, concluding it to be the fault of the things he is possessed of, fills himself with and feeds upon the idea of things he neither knows nor understands, to which he devotes his hopes and his desires, paying them all reverence and honor, according to the saying of Caesar: Communi fit vitio naturae, ut invisis latitantibus atque incognitis rebus magis confidamus, vehementiusque exteriamur. 'Tis the common vice of nature, that we at once repose most confidence and receive the greatest apprehensions from things unseen, concealed, and unknown. De Bello Civile 9:4. End of section 53.
Section 54 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Of vain subtleties. There are a sort of little knacks and frivolous subtleties from which men sometimes expect to derive reputation and applause, as poets, who compose whole poems with every line beginning with the same letter. We see the shapes of eggs, globes, wings, and hatchets cut out by the ancient Greeks by the measure of their verses, making them longer or shorter to represent such or such a figure. Of this nature was his employment who made it his business to compute into how many several orders the letters of the alphabet might be transposed, and found out that incredible number mentioned in Plutarch. I am mightily pleased with the humour of him who, having a man brought before him that had learned to throw a grain of millet with such dexterity and assurance as never to miss the eye of a needle, and being afterwards entreated to give something for the reward of so rare a performance, he pleasantly, and in my opinion justly, ordered a certain number of bushels of the same grain to be delivered to him, that he might not want wherewith to exercise so famous an art. 'Tis a strong evidence of a weak judgment when men approve of things for their being rare and new, or for their difficulty, where worth and usefulness are not conjoined to recommend them. I come just now from playing with my own family at who could find out the most things that hold by their two extremities, as sire, which is a title given to the greatest person in the nation, the king, and also to the vulgar, as merchants, but never to any degree of men between. The women of great quality are called dames, inferior gentlewomen demoiselles, and the meanest sort of women dames as the first. The cloth of state over our tables is not permitted but in the palaces of princes and in taverns. Democritus said that gods and beasts had sharper sense than men, who are of a middle form. The Romans wore the same habit at funerals and feasts. It is most certain that an extreme fear and an extreme ardour of courage equally trouble and relax the belly. the nickname of Trembling, with which they surnamed Sancho XII, King of Navarre, tells us that valour will cause a trembling in the limbs as well as fear. Those who were arming that king, or some other person who upon the like occasion was wont to be in the same disorder, tried to compose him by representing the danger less he was going to engage himself in. "You understand me ill," said he, "for could my flesh know the danger my courage will presently carry it into, it would sink down to the ground." The faintness that surprises us from frigidity or dislike in the exercises of Venus are also occasioned by a too violent desire and an immoderate heat. Extreme coldness and extreme heat boil and roast. Aristotle says that sows of lead will melt and run with cold and the rigour of winter, just as with a vehement heat. Desire and satiety fill all the gradations above and below pleasure with pain. Stupidity and wisdom meet in the same centre of sentiment and resolution in the suffering of human accidents. The wise control and triumph over ill, the others know it not. These last are, as a man may say, on this side of accidents, the others are beyond them, who after having well weighed and considered their qualities, measured and judged them what they are, by virtue of a vigorous soul, leap out of their reach. They disdain and trample them under foot, having a solid and well fortified soul, against which the darts of fortune, coming to strike, must of necessity rebound and blunt themselves, meeting with a body upon which they can fix no impression. The ordinary and middle condition of men are lodged betwixt these two extremities, consisting of such as perceive evils, feel them, and are not able to support them. Infancy and decrepitude meet in the imbecility of the brain, avarice and profusion in the same thirst and desire of getting. A man may say with some colour of truth that there is an abecedarian ignorance that precedes knowledge, and a doctoral ignorance that comes after it, an ignorance that knowledge creates and begets, at the same time that it dispatches and destroys the first. Of mean understandings, little inquisitive and little instructed, are made good Christians, who by reverence and obedience simply believe, and are constant in their belief. In the average understandings and the middle sort of capacities, the error of opinion is begotten. They follow the appearance of the first impression, and have some colour of reason on their side to impute our walking on in the old beaten path to simplicity and stupidity, meaning us who have not informed ourselves by study. The higher and nobler souls, more solid and clear-sighted, make up another sort of true believers, who by a long and religious investigation of truth have obtained a clearer and more penetrating light into the Scriptures, and have discovered the mysterious and divine secret of our ecclesiastical polity. And yet we see some who by the middle step have arrived at that supreme degree with marvellous fruit and confirmation, as to the utmost limit of Christian intelligence, and enjoy their victory with great spiritual consolation, humble acknowledgment of the divine favour, reformation of manners, and singular modesty. I do not intend with these to rank those others, who, to clear themselves from all suspicion of their former errors, and to satisfy us that they are sound and firm, render themselves extremely indiscreet and unjust in the carrying on of our cause, and blemish it with infinite reproaches of violence and oppression. The simple peasants are good people, and so are the philosophers, or whatever the present age calls them, men of strong and clear reason, and whose souls are enriched with an ample instruction of profitable sciences. The mongrels, who have disdained the first form of the ignorance of letters, and have not been able to attain to the other, sitting betwixt two stools, as I and a great many more of us do, are dangerous, foolish, and importunate. These are they that trouble the world. And therefore it is that I, for my own part, retreat as much as I can towards the first and natural station, whence I so vainly attempted to advance. Popular and purely natural poesy has in it certain artless graces, by which she may come into comparison with the greatest beauty of poetry perfected by art, as we see in our Gascon villanelles, and the songs that are brought us from nations that have no knowledge of any manner of science, nor so much as the use of writing. The middle sort of poesy betwixt these two is despised, of no value, honour, or esteem. But seeing that the path once laid open to the fancy, I have found, as it commonly falls out, that what we have taken for a difficult exercise and a rare subject prove to be nothing so, and that after the invention is once warm, it finds out an infinite number of parallel examples. I shall only add this one, that were these essays of mine considerable enough to deserve a critical judgment, it might then, I think, fall out that they would not much take with common and vulgar capacities, nor be very acceptable to the singular and excellent sort of men. The first would not understand them enough, and the last too much, and so they may hover in the middle region. End of section 54. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 55 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Essais, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Of smells. It has been reported of some, as of Alexander the Great, that their sweat exhaled an odoriferous smell, occasioned by some rare and extraordinary constitution, of which Plutarch and others have been inquisitive into the cause. But the ordinary constitution of human bodies is quite otherwise, and their best and chiefest excellency is to be exempt from smell. Nay, the sweetness even of the purest breath has nothing in it of greater perfection than to be without any offensive smell, like those of healthful children, which made Plautus say of a woman, Mulier tum bene olet, ubi nihil olet. She smells sweetest who smells not at all. Plautus Mostellaria, Act 1, Scene 3, 116. And such as make use of fine exotic perfumes are with good reason to be suspected of some natural imperfection, which they endeavour by these odours to conceal. To smell, though well, is to stink. Rides nos coracine nilo lentes, malo quam ben olere nilo lere. You laugh at us, Coracinus, because we are not scented. I would, rather than smell well, not smell at all. Martial, Book 6, 55, 4. And elsewhere, Postume non bene olet, qui bene semper olet. Posthumus, he who ever smells well, does not smell well. Idem, Book 2, 12, 14. I am nevertheless a great lover of good smells, and as much abominate the ill ones, which also I scent at a greater distance, I think, than other men. Namque sagacius unus odoror, polypus, an gravis hirsutis cubet ircus in aliis, quam canis acer, ubi latet sus. My nose is quicker to scent a fetid sore or a rank armpit than a dog to smell out the hidden sow. Horace, Epodes, 12:4. Of smells, the simple and natural seem to me the most pleasing. Let the ladies look to that, for 'tis chiefly their concern. Amid the most profound barbarism, the Scythian women, after bathing, were wont to powder and crust their faces and all their bodies with a certain odoriferous drug growing in their country, which being cleansed off, when they came to have familiarity with men, they were found perfumed and sleek. 'Tis not to be believed how strangely all sorts of odours cleave to me, and how apt my skin is to imbibe them. He that complains of nature that she has not furnished mankind with a vehicle to convey smells to the nose had no reason, for they will do it themselves, especially to me. My very mustachios, which are full, perform that office. For if I stroke them but with my gloves or handkerchief, the smell will not out a whole day. They manifest where I have been, and the close, luscious, devouring, viscid, melting kisses of youthful ardour in my wanton age left a sweetness upon my lips for several hours after. And yet I have ever found myself little subject to epidemic diseases, that are caught either by conversing with the sick or bred by the contagion of the air, and have escaped from those of my time, of which there have been several sorts in our cities and armies. We read of Socrates, that though he never departed from Athens during the frequent plagues that infested the city, he only was never infected. Physicians might, I believe, extract greater utility from odours than they do, for I have often observed that they cause an alteration in me, and work upon my spirits according to their several virtues, which makes me approve of what is said, that the use of incense and perfumes in churches, so ancient and so universally received in all nations and religions, was intended to cheer us, and to rouse and purify the senses, the better to fit us for contemplation. I could have been glad, the better to judge of it, to have tasted the culinary art of those cooks who had so rare a way of seasoning exotic odours with the relish of meats, as it was particularly observed in the service of the King of Tunis, who in our days Moulay Hassam in 1543 landed at Naples to have an interview with Charles the Emperor. His dishes were larded with odoriferous drugs, to that degree of expense that the cookery of one peacock and 2 pheasants amounted to 100 ducats to dress them after their fashion. And when the carver came to cut them up, not only the dining room, but all the apartments of his palace and the adjoining streets were filled with an aromatic vapour which did not presently vanish. My chiefest care in choosing my lodgings is always to avoid a thick and stinking air. And those beautiful cities, Venice and Paris, very much lessen the kindness I have for them, the one by the offensive smell of her marshes, and the other of her dirt. End of section 55. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Section 56 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Of Prayers. I propose formless and undetermined fancies, like those who publish doubtful questions, to be after disputed upon in the schools, not to establish truth, but to seek it. And I submit them to the judgments of those whose office it is to regulate, not my writings and actions only, but moreover my very thoughts. Let what I here set down meet with correction or applause, it shall be of equal welcome and utility to me, myself beforehand condemning as absurd and impious, if anything shall be found, through ignorance or inadvertency, couched in this rhapsody, contrary to the holy resolutions and prescriptions of the Catholic, Apostolic, and Roman Church, into which I was born, and in which I will die. And yet, always submitting to the authority of their censure, which has an absolute power over me, I thus rashly venture at everything, as in treating upon this present subject. I know not if or no I am wrong, but since, by a particular favour of the divine bounty, a certain form of prayer has been prescribed and dictated to us, word by word, from the mouth of God himself, I have ever been of opinion that we ought to have it in more frequent use than we yet have. And if I were worthy to advise, at the sitting down to and rising from our tables, at our rising from and going to bed, and in every particular action wherein prayer is used, I would that Christians always make use of the Lord's Prayer, if not alone, yet at least always. The Church may lengthen and diversify prayers according to the necessity of our instruction, for I know very well that it is always the same in substance and the same thing, but yet such a privilege ought to be given to that prayer, that the people should have it continually in their mouths, for it is most certain that all necessary petitions are comprehended in it, and that it is infinitely proper for all occasions. 'Tis the only prayer I use in all places and conditions, and which I still repeat instead of changing, whence it also happens that I have no other so entirely by heart as that. It just now came into my mind whence it is we should derive that error of having recourse to God in all our designs and enterprises, to call him to our assistance in all sorts of affairs, and in all places where our weakness stands in need of support, without considering whether the occasion be just or otherwise, and to invoke his name and power in what state soever we are, or action we are engaged in, howsoever vicious. He is indeed our sole and unique protector, and can do all things for us. But though he is pleased to honour us with this sweet paternal alliance, he is notwithstanding as just as he is good and mighty, and more often exercises his justice than his power, and favours us according to that, and not according to our petitions. Plato, in his Laws, makes three sorts of belief injurious to the gods: that there are none, that they concern not themselves about our affairs, that they never refuse anything to our vows, offerings, and sacrifices. The first of these errors, according to his opinion, never continued rooted in any man from his infancy to his old age. The other two, he confesses, men might be obstinate in. God's justice and his power are inseparable. 'Tis in vain we evoke his power in an unjust cause. We are to have our souls pure and clean, at that moment at least wherein we pray to him, and purified from all vicious passions. Otherwise we ourselves present him the rods wherewith to chastise us. Instead of repairing anything we have done amiss, we double the wickedness and the offence when we offer to him to whom we are to sue for pardon an affection full of irreverence and hatred. Which makes me not very apt to applaud those whom I observe to be so frequent on their knees, if the actions nearest to the prayer do not give me some evidence of amendment and reformation. Si nocturnus adulter temporas antonico velas ad operta cucullo. If a night adulterer thou coverest thy head with a santonic cowl. Juvenal, Satire 8, 144. Editor's note: the Santones were the people who inhabited Saintonge in France, from whom the Romans derived the use of hoods or cowls covering the head and face. And the practice of a man who mixes devotion with an execrable life seems in some sort more to be condemned than that of a man conformable to his own propension, and dissolute throughout. And for that reason it is that our Church denies admittance to and communion with men obstinate and incorrigible in any notorious wickedness. We pray only by custom and for fashion's sake, or rather we read or pronounce our prayers aloud, which is no better than an hypocritical show of devotion. And I am scandalized to see a man cross himself thrice at the Benedicite, and as often at grace, and the more because it is a sign I have in great veneration and continual use, even when I yawn, and to dedicate all the other hours of the day to acts of malice, avarice, and injustice. 1 hour to God, the rest to the devil, as if by composition and compensation. 'Tis a wonder to see actions so various in themselves succeed one another with such an uniformity of method as not to interfere nor suffer any alteration, even upon the very confines and passes from the one to the other. What a prodigious conscience must that be, that can be at quiet within itself, whilst it harbours under the same roof, with so agreeing and so calm a society, both the crime and the judge. A man whose whole meditation is continually working upon nothing but impurity, which he knows to be so odious to Almighty God, what can he say when he comes to speak to him? He draws back, but immediately falls into a relapse. If the object of divine justice and the presence of his Maker did, as he pretends, strike and chastise his soul, how short soever the repentance might be, the very fear of offending the infinite majesty would so often present itself to his imagination, that he would soon see himself master of those vices that are most natural and vehement in him. But what shall we say of those who settle their whole course of life upon the profit and emolument of sins which they know to be mortal? How many trades and vocations have we admitted and countenanced amongst us, whose very essence is vicious? And he that, confessing himself to me, voluntarily told me that he had all his lifetime professed and practised a religion, in his opinion damnable, and contrary to that he had in his heart, only to preserve his credit and the honour of his employments, how could his courage suffer so infamous a confession? What can men say to the divine justice upon this subject? Their repentance consisting in a visible and manifest reparation, they lose the colour of alleging it both to God and man. Are they so impudent as to sue for remission without satisfaction and without penitence? I look upon these as in the same condition with the first, but the obstinacy is not there so easy to be overcome. This contrariety and volubility of opinion, so sudden, so violent, that they feign, are a kind of miracle to me. They present us with the state of an indigestible agony of mind. It seemed to me a fantastic imagination in those who these late years past were wont to reproach every man they knew to be of any extraordinary parts, and made profession of the Catholic religion, that it was but outwardly, maintaining, moreover, to do him honour, forsooth, that whatever he might pretend to the contrary, he could not but in his heart be of their reformed opinion. An untoward disease, that a man should be so riveted to his own belief as to fancy that others cannot believe otherwise than as he does; and yet worse, that they should entertain so vicious an opinion of such great parts, as to think any man so qualified should prefer any present advantage of fortune to the promises of eternal life, and the menaces of eternal damnation. They may believe me. Could anything have tempted my youth, the ambition of the danger and difficulties in the late commotions had not been the least motives. It is not without very good reason, in my opinion, that the Church interdicts the promiscuous, indiscreet, and irreverent use of the holy and divine psalms, with which the Holy Ghost inspired King David. We ought not to mix God in our actions, but with the highest reverence and caution. That poesy is too holy to be put to no other use than to exercise the lungs, and to delight our ears. It ought to come from the conscience, and not from the tongue. It is not fit that a prentice in his shop, amongst his vain and frivolous thoughts, should be permitted to pass away his time, and divert himself with such sacred things. Neither is it decent to see the holy book of the holy mysteries of our belief tumbled up and down a hall or a kitchen. They were formerly mysteries, but are now become sports and recreations. 'Tis a book too serious and too venerable to be cursorily or slightly turned over. The reading of the Scripture ought to be a temperate and premeditated act, and to which men should always add this devout preface, sursum corda, preparing even the body to so humble and composed a gesture and countenance as shall evidence a particular veneration and attention. Neither is it a book for every one to fist, but the study of select men set apart for that purpose, and whom Almighty God has been pleased to call to that office and sacred function. The wicked and ignorant grow worse by it. 'Tis not a story to tell, but a history to revere, fear, and adore. Are not they, then, pleasant men, who think they have rendered this fit for the people's handling by translating it into the vulgar tongue? Does the understanding of all therein contained only stick at words? Shall I venture to say further, that by coming so near to understand a little, they are much wider of the whole scope than before? A pure and simple ignorance, and wholly depending upon the exposition of qualified persons, was far more learned and salutary than this vain and verbal knowledge, which has only temerity and presumption. And I do further believe that the liberty every one has taken to disperse the sacred writ into so many idioms carries with it a great deal more of danger than utility. The Jews, Mohammedans, and almost all other peoples have reverentially espoused the language wherein their mysteries were first conceived, and have expressly, and not without colour of reason, forbidden the alteration of them into any other. Are we assured that in Biscay and in Brittany there are enough competent judges of this affair to establish this translation into their own language? The universal Church has not a more difficult and solemn judgment to make. In preaching and speaking, the interpretation is vague, free, mutable, and of a piece by itself, so 'tis not the same thing. One of our Greek historians justly censures the age he lived in, because the secrets of the Christian religion were dispersed into the hands of every mechanic, to expound and argue upon according to his own fancy, and that we ought to be much ashamed, we who by God's especial favour enjoy the pure mysteries of piety, to suffer them to be profaned by the ignorant rabble, considering that the Gentiles expressly forbade Socrates, Plato, and the other sages to inquire into, or so much as mention, the things committed to the priests of Delphi. And he says, moreover, that the factions of princes upon theological subjects are armed not with zeal but with fury; that zeal springs from the divine wisdom and justice, and governs itself with prudence and moderation, but degenerates into hatred and envy, producing tares and nettles instead of corn and wine, when conducted by human passions. And it was truly said by another, who, advising the Emperor Theodosius, told him that disputes did not so much rock the schisms of the Church asleep, as it roused and animated heresies; that therefore all contentions and dialectic disputations were to be avoided, and men absolutely to acquiesce in the prescriptions and formulas of faith established by the ancients. And the Emperor Andronicus, having overheard some great men at high words in his palace with Lapodius about a point of ours of great importance, gave them so severe a check as to threaten to cause them to be thrown into the river if they did not desist. The very women and children nowadays take upon them to lecture the oldest and most experienced men about the ecclesiastical laws, whereas the first of those of Plato forbids them to inquire so much as into the civil laws which were to stand instead of divine ordinances, and, allowing the old men to confer amongst themselves, or with the magistrate, about those things, he adds, provided it be not in the presence of young or profane persons. A bishop has left in writing that at the other end of the world there is an isle, by the ancients called Dioscorides, abundantly fertile in all sorts of trees and fruits, and of an exceedingly healthful air, the inhabitants of which are Christians, having churches and altars only adorned with crosses, without any other images, great observers of fasts and feasts, exact payers of their tithes to the priests, and so chaste that none of them is permitted to have to do with more than one woman in his life. Editor's note: what Osorius says is that these people only had one wife at a time. As to the rest, so content with their condition, that environed with the sea they know nothing of navigation, and so simple that they understand not one syllable of the religion they profess, and wherein they are so devout, a thing incredible to such as do not know that the pagans, who are so zealous idolaters, know nothing more of their gods than their bare names and their statues. The ancient beginning of Menalippus, a tragedy of Euripides, ran thus: O Jupiter, for that name alone of what thou art to me is known. I have also known in my time some men's writings found fault with for being purely human and philosophical, without any mixture of theology. And yet, with some show of reason, it might on the contrary be said, that the divine doctrine, as queen and regent of the rest, better keeps her state apart, that she ought to be sovereign throughout, not subsidiary and suffragan, and that peradventure grammatical, rhetorical, logical examples may elsewhere be more suitably chosen, as also the material for the stage, games, and public entertainments, than from so sacred a matter, that divine reasons are considered with greater veneration and attention by themselves, and in their own proper style, than when mixed with and adapted to human discourse; that it is a fault much more often observed that the divines write too humanly, than that the humanists write not theologically enough. Philosophy, says St. Chrysostom, has long been banished the holy schools as an handmaid altogether useless, and thought unworthy to look, so much as in passing by the door, into the sanctuary of the holy treasures of the celestial doctrine; that the human way of speaking is of a much lower form, and ought not to adopt for herself the dignity and majesty of divine eloquence. Let who will, verbis indisciplinatis, talk of fortune, destiny, accident, good and evil hap, and other such like phrases, according to his own humour. I, for my part, propose fancies merely human, and merely my own, and that simply as human fancies, and separately considered; not as determined by any decree from heaven, incapable of doubt or dispute; matter of opinion, not matter of faith; things which I discourse of according to my own notions, not as I believe according to God; after a laical, not clerical, and yet always after a very religious manner; as children prepare their exercises, not to instruct, but to be instructed. And might it not be said that an edict enjoining all people but such as are public professors of divinity to be very reserved in writing of religion would carry with it a very good colour of utility and justice, and to me, amongst the rest, peradventure, to hold my prating? I have been told that even those who are not of our church nevertheless amongst themselves expressly forbid the name of God to be used in common discourse, nor so much even by way of interjection, exclamation, assertion of a truth or comparison. And I think them in the right. Upon what occasion soever we call upon God to accompany and assist us, it ought always to be done with the greatest reverence and devotion. There is, as I remember, a passage in Xenophon, where he tells us that we ought so much the more seldom to call upon God, by how much it is hard to compose our soul to such a degree of calmness, patience, and devotion as it ought to be in at such a time. Otherwise our prayers are not only vain and fruitless, but vicious. Forgive us, we say, our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. What do we mean by this petition, but that we present to God a soul free from all rancour and revenge? And yet we make nothing of invoking God's assistance in our vices, and inviting him into our unjust designs. Quae nisi seductis, nequeas committere divis, which you can only impart to the gods when you have gained them over. Persius, 2:4. The covetous man prays for the conservation of his vain and superfluous riches; the ambitious for victory and the good conduct of his fortune; the thief calls him to his assistance to deliver him from the dangers and difficulties that obstruct his wicked designs, or returns him thanks for the facility he has met with in cutting a man's throat. At the door of the house men are going to storm or break into by force of a petard, they fall to prayers for success; their intentions and hopes of cruelty, avarice, and lust. Hoc igitur, quo tu Iovis aurem pellere tentas, dic agidum staio, pro Jupiter, o bone clamet Jupiter. At sese non clamet Jupiter ipse. This, therefore, with which you seek to draw the ear of Jupiter, say to Staius, O Jupiter, O good Jupiter, let him cry. Think you Jupiter himself would not cry out upon it? Persius, 2:21. Marguerite, Queen of Navarre, in the Heptameron, tells of a young prince, who, though she does not name him, is easily enough by his great qualities to be known, who, going upon an amorous assignation to lie with an advocate's wife of Paris, his way thither being through a church, he never passed that holy place, going to or returning from his pious exercise, but he always kneeled down to pray, wherein he would employ the divine favour, his soul being full of such virtuous meditations, I leave others to judge which. Nevertheless she instances for a testimony of singular devotion. But this is not the only proof we have that women are not very fit to treat of theological affairs. A true prayer and religious reconciling of ourselves to Almighty God cannot enter into an impure soul, subject at the very time to the dominion of Satan. He who calls God to his assistance whilst in a course of vice, does as if a cutpurse should call a magistrate to help him, or like those who introduce the name of God to the attestation of a lie. Tacito mala vota susurro concipimus. We whisper our guilty prayers. Lucan 5:104. There are few men who durst publish to the world the prayers they make to Almighty God. haud cuivis prompto est murmurque humilesque susurros tollere de templis, et aperto vivere voto. 'Tis not convenient for every one to bring the prayers he mutters out of the temple, and to give his wishes to the public ear. Persius 2:6. And this is the reason why the Pythagoreans would have them always public, and heard by every one, to the end they might not prefer indecent or unjust petitions, as this man: clare cum dixit Apollo, labra movet, metuens audiri, pulchra laverna, da mihi fallere, da justum sanctumque videri, noctem peccatis et fraudibus obice nubem. When he has clearly said Apollo, he moves his lips, fearful to be heard, he murmurs, O fair Laverna, grant me the talent to deceive, grant me to appear holy and just, shroud my sins with night, and cast a cloud over my frauds. Horace, Epodes 1:16, 59. Editor's note: Laverna was the goddess of thieves. The gods severely punished the wicked prayers of Oedipus in granting them. He had prayed that his children might amongst themselves determine the succession to his throne by arms, and was so miserable as to see himself taken at his word. We are not to pray that all things may go as we would have them, but as most concurrent with prudence. We seem, in truth, to make use of our prayers as of a kind of jargon, and as those do who employ holy words about sorceries and magical operations, and as if we reckoned the benefit we are to reap from them as depending upon the contexture, sound, and jingle of words, or upon the grave composing of the countenance. For having the soul contaminated with concupiscence, not touched with repentance, or comforted by any late reconciliation with God, we go to present him such words as the memory suggests to the tongue, and hope from thence to obtain the remission of our sins. There is nothing so easy, so sweet, and so favourable as the divine law. It calls and invites us to her, guilty and abominable as we are, extends her arms and receives us into her bosom, foul and polluted as we at present are, and are for the future to be. But then, in return, we are to look upon her with a respectful eye. We are to receive this pardon with all gratitude and submission, and, for that instant at least when we address ourselves to her, to have the soul sensible of the ills we have committed, and at enmity with those passions that seduced us to offend her. Neither the gods nor good men, says Plato, will accept the present of a wicked man. Immunis aram si tetigit manus, non sumptuosa blandior hostia mollivit aversos penates, farre pio et saliente mica. If a pure hand has touched the altar, the pious offering of a small cake and a few grains of salt will appease the offended gods more effectually than costly sacrifices. Horace, Odes, Book 3, 23:17. End of section 56. Section 57 of Essays, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of Age. I cannot allow of the way in which we settle for ourselves the duration of our life. I see that the sages contract it very much in comparison of the common opinion. What, said the younger Cato to those who would stay his hand from killing himself, am I now of an age to be reproached that I go out of the world too soon? And yet he was but 48 years old. He thought that to be a mature and advanced age, considering how few arrive unto it. And such as, soothing their thoughts with I know not what course of nature, promised themselves some years beyond it, could they be privileged from the infinite number of accidents to which we are by a natural subjection exposed, they might have some reason so to do. What an idle conceit is it to expect to die of a decay of strength, which is the effect of extremest age, and to propose to ourselves no shorter lease of life than that, considering it is a kind of death of all others the most rare and very seldom seen. We call that only a natural death, as if it were contrary to nature to see a man break his neck with a fall, be drowned in shipwreck, be snatched away with a pleurisy or the plague, and as if our ordinary condition did not expose us to these inconveniences. Let us no longer flatter ourselves with these fine words. We ought rather, peradventure, to call that natural which is general, common, and universal. To die of old age is a death rare, extraordinary, and singular, and therefore so much less natural than the others. 'Tis the last and extremest sort of dying, and the more remote, the less to be hoped for. It is indeed the bourne beyond which we are not to pass, and which the law of nature has set as a limit, not to be exceeded. But it is withal a privilege she is rarely seen to give us, to last till then. 'Tis a lease she only signs by particular favour, and it may be to one only in the space of 2 or 3 ages, and then with a pass to boot to carry him through all the traverses and difficulties she has strewed in the way of this long career. And therefore my opinion is, that when once 40 years, we should consider it as an age to which very few arrive. For seeing that men do not usually proceed so far, it is a sign that we are pretty well advanced, and since we have exceeded the ordinary bounds, which is the just measure of life, we ought not to expect to go much further. Having escaped so many precipices of death, whereinto we have seen so many other men fall, we should acknowledge that so extraordinary a fortune as that which has hitherto rescued us from those eminent perils, and kept us alive beyond the ordinary term of living, is not like to continue long. 'Tis a fault in our very laws to maintain this error. These say that a man is not capable of managing his own estate till he be 25 years old, whereas he will have much ado to manage his life so long. Augustus cut off 5 years from the ancient Roman standard, and declared that 30 years old was sufficient for a judge. Servius Tullius superseded the knights of above 47 years of age from the fatigues of war. Augustus dismissed them at 45, though methinks it seems a little unreasonable that men should be sent to the fireside till 55 or 60 years of age. I should be of opinion that our vocation and employment should be as far as possible extended for the public good. I find the fault on the other side, that they do not employ us early enough. This emperor was arbiter of the whole world at 19, and yet would have a man to be 30 before he could be fit to determine a dispute about a gutter. For my part, I believe our souls are adult at 20 as much as they are ever like to be, and as capable then as ever. A soul that has not by that time given evident earnest of its force and virtue will never after come to proof. The natural qualities and virtues produce what they have of vigorous and fine within that term, or never. Si l'épine non pique qu'en est, à peine que pique jamais. If the thorn does not prick at its birth, 'twill hardly ever prick at all, as they say in Dauphiné. Of all the great human actions I ever heard or read of what sort soever, I have observed, both in former ages and our own, more were performed before the age of 30 than after, and this oft times in the very lives of the same men. May I not confidently instance in those of Hannibal and his great rival Scipio? The better half of their lives they lived upon the glory they had acquired in their youth. Great men after, 'tis true, in comparison of others, but by no means in comparison of themselves. As to my own particular, I do certainly believe that since that age both my understanding and my constitution have rather decayed than improved, and retired rather than advanced. 'Tis possible that with those who make the best use of their time, knowledge and experience may increase with their years, but vivacity, promptitude, steadiness, and other pieces of us, of much greater importance, and much more essentially our own, languish and decay. Ubi jam validis quasato est viribus aevi corpus, et obtusis ceciderunt viribus artus, claudicat ingenium, delirat linguaque, mensque. When once the body is shaken by the violence of time, blood and vigour ebbing away, the judgment halts, the tongue and the mind dote. Lucretius, Book 3, line 452. Sometimes the body first submits to age, sometimes the mind, and I have seen enough who have got a weakness in their brains before either in their legs or stomach, and by how much the more it is a disease of no great pain to the sufferer, and of obscure symptoms, so much greater is the danger. For this reason it is that I complain of our laws, not that they keep us too long to our work, but that they set us to work too late. For the frailty of life considered, and to how many ordinary and natural rocks it is exposed, one ought not to give up so large a portion of it to childhood, idleness, and apprenticeship. Editorial note, which Cotton thus renders: birth, though noble, ought not to share so large a vacancy, and so tedious a course of education. Florio, 1613, makes the passage read as follows: Methinks that considering the weakness of our life, and seeing the infinite number of ordinary rocks and natural dangers it is subject unto, we should not, as soon as we come into the world, allot so large a share thereof unto unprofitable wantonness in youth, ill-breeding idleness, and slow learning prenticage. End of Section 57. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. end of Essays, Book 1, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton.